And we are live. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I am coming in without the normal intro because at first I want to just say a few things. I know that there has been a lot of chatter out there on the interwebs. That's the only reason why I'm going to address something first before we actually go live, is because we've gotten a lot of comments from some folks about some stuff that's going on. I just want to say that when it comes to our trial streams, we have a lot of fun. We share memes. We sometimes, make impressions. We sing songs and all that kind of stuff. But do not be fooled. Like we have a lot of fun. We don't take ourselves seriously, but we do take the process of the judicial system, the court system, very, very seriously. And we take court rules also very, very seriously. So I wanted to make a statement about that. When we are sending folks into the courtroom, we have a hope, an expectation, a hope that folks are going to be following the rules of the courtroom. Because if they don't, and then word gets out that they are connected to certain live streams, certain folks, certain communities, that can reflect very poorly on the entire community. And especially if that does not reflect the standards that you want to be showing. That is problematic. So there are certain rules of conduct within the courtroom, and there are reasons for those rules, and we take those rules very seriously. The reason being that, first off, this stuff is open to the public. It's open to the public, and with that comes a responsibility from the public not to try to, or to try not to impact the outcome of the case. And so with that, there are rules of conduct, like I said. Certain things that can happen that can impact the jury, which can impact the outcome, and that can come back to haunt everyone that is connected to that conduct. So I don't know if you guys want to add anything, Rob, if you want to add anything as a local litigator that works out of the courtroom.
I mean, to people that are here and people that are watching, I've been practicing law for more than 10 years, and I've been trying cases in this courthouse for more than 10 years. And I have been very proud at how this proceeding has been run. It's been incredible. It's been orchestrated wonderfully. And it was a big risk for the judge to allow media access in a case of this profile into the courtroom. And she did that on certain conditions. I mean, she issued an order that's available on the website that says spectators are to maintain proper decorum. They're not to give reaction. They're not to say anything. I mean, she basically has a rule in place that if you pull your cell phone out in that courtroom, you're getting booted. I almost said yeeted, and that made me uncomfortable for a second.
Checks out.
Yeah. So it was a big risk for the judge to do that. And with that risk comes a great reward. And that reward is that we get this opportunity. Me, a 10-year practitioner, gets this opportunity to explain what would otherwise be a remarkably complicated issue and complicated legal proceedings in a way that you guys can digest it. I mean, that's not something that we get all the time. There are things that lawyers refer to as trials of the century. These are things that are huge issues that we just wish we could explain to everybody out there in a way that you guys can understand it. And this is that chance, and we take that really seriously. So that's kind of my 2 cents on it.
Yeah. And another thing about the live streams that we are doing here is that the purpose is, of course, to entertain and to have fun, but also to really educate and inform. And with a live stream covering this kind of a case with this kind of media coverage, we also have gotten our own share of commentary from other people looking at us. And we have also pushed back on this narrative that all live streams covering this trial are doing it to sensationalize and to turn it into a cheap circus entertainment. And we are not about that. That is something that those of us who have been on this panel have felt quite strongly about. Although we do have fun with it, we very much respect the process of the court system and the rules that come out of that. So yes, that's basically.
And the folks that have visited on my channel know exactly what you're talking about. We got a lot of coverage for all of us doing these kinds of things. And that means we're under a microscope, and we're going to do our damnedest, I know from me, to be better and to do it right.
Yep. That's all. That's basically it. So pretty much folks that are going to be showing up on the live stream are people that are going to be hopefully understanding that. Anyhow, that's about all I have to say. Do you guys have anything else that you want to say about that?
No, I'm looking forward to hearing you say YouTube-y stuff.
YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, subscribe, all the above.
That's all that we're going to say about that. I know that there have been a lot of questions that people have been giving about certain stuff. We're not going to comment on any further. If anybody sends any super chats about it, I'm sorry that they're going to be ignored because we're not going to comment any further.
Yeah, we don't need drama.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk about Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. There's no drama there.
Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. There's plenty of drama. All right, with that, I'm gonna pull up the intro, and that's gonna be about it. Okay, I'll set you guys backstage. Yep, that's me.
Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it.
Alrighty. I see that Kurt's in the chat. Kurt, you have it. You have the link. I will. You know what? I'm gonna
learn to use your phone, Kurt. We love you.
Hang on, just a second here.
And while she does that, without further ado, we do know that Ian did get into the courtroom, so Ian is there.
Amazing.
We have a very sleepy Canadian, long-haired runkle who is in the courtroom.
Good.
Sleepy Canadian. It's a good band name.
The Sleepy Canadians. Oh, that is a good band name.
See?
Hangs tight. Thanks so much for your very generous super sticker. I really appreciate that. And I just realized I need to turn on super chats. Give me a second. It's been a day.
Hey, we're not supposed to drink when we hear you say YouTube-y stuff because I've been doing this wrong.
Oh,
it is early. It is early.
I think that probably actually is a fantastic idea.
Don't worry. She says it randomly. It's not like a what if any scenario. She'll do it like 3-4 times a show. It's okay.
If you say what if anything, I
there
had
you
that
guys
moment.
go. Sorry, Mike.
Hey,
I know you've been
Mike.
backstage for a minute.
Oh, that's all right. Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Good
I'm
morning.
You're
Confusing me.
That's all good, Kurt. It's all good. Good morning, Mike
Okay.
and Kurt. How you feeling today? It's the last day of testimony.
Can you believe
Fantastic. I missed the drama, but you know,
That's all right.
That's what happened.
Ain't no drama. Ain't no drama.
I couldn't stay on.
Yeah, it's all good. So, I mean, we could talk about whatever, but I assume everybody saw the leak from Court TV yesterday.
I did
About Amber Heard wanting to follow Johnny Depp's act.
Yes,
and
about
rebuttals.
the main rebuttal witness being Ms. Amber Heard.
No.
You didn't see the drama?
Is that real?
Well, look, it's Court TV, and they could be leaking things to fool people. Who knows?
Is this really? Is this now Lemony Snicket's like series of unfortunate events?
Yes, Chanley Painter's official tweet is
a comedy of errors.
Amber
To go
Heard
to a
is
Shakespeare expert.
Yeah. What?
It is anything you can do. I can do better. I can do anything
I would
better
love to
than
see
you,
it.
including screwing up a rebuttal. I mean, not to say that yesterday was a screw up of a rebuttal, but I don't recommend. I wouldn't have recommended putting him on in the way that they did yesterday. That was the weakest part of yesterday, in my opinion, was putting Johnny Depp on the stand. Everything else actually was pretty good.
Yep.
Dr. Curry was great. Kate Moss was great. That was exactly what they needed out of Kate Moss.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Who else was on there? I literally just did the recap. Hello, brain. What's going on here? Let's so yeah, Johnny Depp was there. We had the TMZ guy. We had the officer who arrested Amber Heard when she was at the airport with Tasya Van Ree. Brian Neumeister. That was important. That was really good testimony right there. Yeah, because he was able to. Hey, Nurse Liz, how's it going?
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah. So, anyhow, we sorry, I just got distracted for a second. Brian Neumeister was fantastic. I don't know. There's a lot.
If you stop in mid sentence, we're just going to wait for you. It's your channel.
Yep.
Makes
Our
sense.
brains aren't doing anything either. They're just like,
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm still processing how stupid it would be to put Amber Heard on the day before the jury gets to make a decision.
I'm sorry.
The level of stupid in this case, Rob, the level of stupid's pretty real.
I think I tweeted out yesterday. I said, "What other way could this possibly end?"
I don't
than
know.
Amber
What
Heard
if
being
any
the last
could go
witness?
wrong?
I mean, there is a sort of cinematic perfection to
They
it.
have built an entertainment trial, like in stupidity, not advancing their goals. They've built like the most dramatic trial possible.
This is Shakespeare, where he takes the poison to kill himself, and then she takes the poison, and then they both die.
She stabbed himself.
Yeah, the jury says, "Well, that last 2
stabbed
days
herself.
was weird."
That's right.
Sorry. Oh, happy dagger. Something. Find thy mark true.
That's
Yes,
right.
find thy mark be true,
Excited
yep.
during jury deliberations.
So,
we'll get
yeah,
Kirk
we can do some
recitations of Shakespeare.
Roll deep.
I'm gonna have
Anyhow.
to put pants on now.
Everybody feels like it's the last day of
Feed the chat.
Like, what are we doing here?
Good morning,
Um,
everybody.
Gosh.
Good
Hello.
morning. All right,
Poor Ian,
we've
who
got
was up all
we've
night,
got
could probably
we've got a
like-
court. We have a court feed here. There we go. There we go. We've got to add the Muffin Man in.
So if you want
Pantsuit.
to sit in line for
Muffin
Ian,
Man. The
I-
muffin
There's Ian,
man.
front row, blue suit, gray hair.
There we go.
There he is.
T in Tennessee, thank you for this very generous super chat. It says predictions for today. This is my last super chat on this feed because I'm going out of town. But thank you so much for your coverage. You guys rock. I know you have given up so much of your time, and it is appreciated. Well, thank you. T in Tennessee, you have been so generous throughout this trial. So I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great trip wherever it is that you're headed, and that it's a good one.
I thought it was going to be because it would no longer make the username true if she goes on a trip. She's no longer T in Tennessee.
Yeah. I was in Tennessee
so.
yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
You were in
Well,
parts unknown. We had no idea where you were.
We-
Could have been anywhere.
You said you were
was
in an
in
undisclosed
Nashville.
location.
And I had a couple at a layover and thought about barging in, and I thought, no, that shan't be done.
Hiya, thanks so much for your generous super chat. He says, I believe, actually, I'm not sure who Hiya is. I believe it's confirmed that Amber's taking the stand today. That is,
It's not confirmed until they yell her name.
Yeah, that is the only way it gets confirmed.
but
By
that is
heart,
that
we call
that
this
is
Heard to stand.
what we're hearing. Andy
Yep.
Herrera says, good morning. Would any of you try to speak with AH or JP attorneys after this trial is over?
Sure.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely would.
Man, he listens to reggae loud.
He does. He likes to blast it. That's his walk-up music.
Okay.
Should really be no woman, no cry at this point.
Will he
though.
say it's just family members?
No, that's terrible.
I mean, as long as we're gonna send messages, all right?
Oh man.
Can we talk about the fact that they're both wearing gray pantsuits today?
I love Johnny Gray. I have to say. Damn, that might be I like that very much.
He did say related to. Oh my goodness, he feels good.
Yeah.
Should feel good.
I wonder how happy he is that today's the last day.
I don't think anybody involved in this isn't happy that it's the last day of testimony, one way or the other.
It's okay. Around noon tomorrow, you get to go back to the hotel, you get the massage, and a mega pint. You deserve it.
I mean, technically, after testimony, they don't even have to be there, right?
Yeah, I guess, but it's like,
They
do you really not
should.
want to be there during
It'd
the
be
closing
very-
argument before the jury goes back? It's a bad look.
Parties need to be there for. I
You need to
mean,
be there
it's
until
just
the jury
rude to
goes back.
jury.
Yeah. Yeah, because otherwise the jury's going to look at that and say, well, I'm here. Why aren't you?
I think they'll be there tomorrow, but I don't think they'll be there for deliberations.
And she's also wearing gray. Did they get a
They're,
memo? Did
they're
she get the
really
memo in
matchy
advance?
matchy right now. Like really
Weird.
matchy.
I mean, that couldn't have been intentional.
Do we have any?
Not on Johnny's part,
preliminary
at least. Because
Okay, sure.
if anyone, we know who's been matching.
Look at the clock, 9:00:36. I'm ready to start court, man. I love this woman so much.
There we go.
She's the best.
All right, so who do we think Johnny Depp's last witness is?
It's the flight attendant, right?
I don't know who it is.
Okay.
That's
That was what I thought it was going to be.
I've seen the flight attendant on the list, but I haven't heard anything to confirm it. I mean, Court TV has also not been they've not been batting 500 or even 200, I think, on a lot of these matters. So I mean, we'll find out momentarily. Oima, thanks so much. Thanks so much for your generous super chat. It says, I had a deep sense of longing for H&H today, but I guess I'll survive. LOL, last day of
I
testimony.
like Elaine
Let's
in this.
end it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let's end it with a bang. Thank you for your dedication and professionalism.
I don't know how to.
Thank you.
I have to figure out how to communicate that I'm not doing an episode today. So I'll work on that, Oima. Thank you so much.
I was going to say, I
but
like
those-
Elaine in this this soft eggshell blue that she's got going on. She's wearing happy colors in the hope that maybe it will make her feel happy. You know, wear what you want to feel and project. So hey, why not?
I think so.
Have fun in Gatlinburg, T in Tennessee.
Yeah. That should be fun.
I will still be in Tennessee. I'm sorry for implying otherwise. I love it. I love it.
Speaking of travel, Law Talk with Mike, I'm going to be up in Chicago June 11th. Are you going to be there that weekend?
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's go have a cocktail.
Love it.
Seriously.
Just set
Yeah,
up a plan.
no, let's do it.
Yeah.
What are we discussing, Judge?
What are you doing in Chicago? Well, I mean, you don't want to say.
Just traveling, having some fun. There for
No,
the
Your Honor,
weekend.
this has been really good for everyone's rating his PR. Could we get our 2 weeks? We want to call some more witnesses.
Well, I mean, it's not the full boat. So we got Rottenborn up there. We have one of the younger Johnny Depp lawyers there, and then we have Camille. So
Okay.
I'm going to move these. Oh, come on.
How do they decide which judge is going to do which case?
So I talked about this briefly yesterday. She inherited this case from the previous Chief Judge Bruce White, who wrote the opinion that kept it in Virginia. The Chief Judge assigns it, generally speaking. They're given random assignments at first, and the Chief Judge can make special assignments. I think she kept this one because it was kind of a shit detail. Like, you don't want to be on this case.
Yeah.
So
I wonder why.
Got it. Yeah.
Because you're under a microscope and
what,
and
6
like
weeks
everything
of
that goes wrong.
mayhem.
Yeah.
what was wrong? What did she respond to the TMZ lawyer with? Which is like, this is unusual circumstance. I think she says, "Tell me about it" into the microphone.
Yeah.
She had some zingers yesterday. She's also feeling like it's the
Yeah,
last week of
she's-
school.
That what you guys saw yesterday with that motion argument, that's how she usually is in court, when she can relax and jab back and forth with lawyers. Like,
Your
that's
next witness,
so much fun.
No, you're just a
We
snarky
call
guy.
Dr. Richard Gilbert, Your Honor.
Dr.
Gilbert.
Richard Gilbert,
Okay.
Johnny's last witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law?
good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Gilbert. Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
I am an orthopedic surgeon and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
And I think you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
Okay. What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
Okay. And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons treat patients non-operatively.
In terms of the surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
So again, I limit my practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself. And this really varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendinitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately 10,000, maybe a little less.
Where are you currently licensed?
In New York.
And how long have you been licensed in New York?
I have been licensed in New York since 1994, so that would be 28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
I am
It was my
board
children. I
certified
muted.
by the American
Sorry.
Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications in surgery of the hand from the American Society for Surgery of the Hand.
When did you receive your board certification?
2002.
And can you describe for us what current positions you hold?
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health, and I'm also the president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
In what professional organizations are you a member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the American Association of Orthopedic Surgery, and the American Society for Surgery of the Hand, as well as the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Miles Heffernan, thank
Have
you. This is
published
very
any
generous of you.
articles in your field?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Angel's wings. Thank you.
Your Honor, at
very,
this
very
time,
generous.
we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
So Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Okay. And to your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger. And he describes that the vodka bottle exploded.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and out of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
Based on your review of the medical records and other documents in connection with Mr. Depp's finger injury, how would you describe the nature of the injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
Well, the nature of the injury was he had what we describe as a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning it was a fracture of the tip of the finger, and comminuted meaning that there were multiple pieces. So this is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
We'll take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 60 and pull up to go to page 3. And Dr. Gilbert, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So these are 2 radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection? All right, we'll identify it as 60 page 3 and publish to the jury.
And Dr. Gilbert, sorry to cut you off there.
Okay.
Can you just tell a jury what we're looking at here in this X-ray?
2 x-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger after the injury, and towards the tip of the finger there's a fracture, again what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So a vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Hurd?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
What other injuries, if any, would you expect to see on Mr. Depp's hand if the injury had occurred as Ms. Hurd described?
So if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally directed. So this is the dorsal in the back of the hand as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed. And those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again, I said is rare. So you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None whatsoever.
In your view, is the injury, can you explain to us exactly why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Well, again, his hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led to the soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Now, did you observe the testimony of Dr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well.
Correct.
Right. Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Certain parts of his testimony I did, yes, okay, but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that you, well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
Okay. What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury. And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it was a palmar directive force, meaning from the palm side, or a dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
Anything else come to mind that you disagreed with?
Well, he also described that this was definite. Well, he thought that this was a pinching, or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges, it was not jagged. And generally when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to the skin. It's pinched off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever. And that's more consistent with the pictures of Mr. Depp's injury.
And we're using the term soft tissue loss, and just to make sure we're on the same page, can you just tell very quickly what you're referring to there?
Right, so there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed. So that amputated part that was found at the bar.
Now, you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion, and meaning a pinching injury, right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
And
Dr. Moore
basically
also
an orthopedic
testified
surgeon
that
is what
he
we're
thought
learning
a
here.
vodka bottle might not have sufficient force to cause the injury here. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Correct.
What's your response to that?
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand, what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Hangs tight. Thank you very much. Very generous.
Regarding the direction of the injury?
Well, it's certainly based upon the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of fragments of broken glass in Mr. Depp's injury. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And how does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries, and I would say probably the majority you don't see glass in these injuries. It is much more common to see glass embedded in the wounds when you're talking about very fine glass. So if just say a wine glass would explode or something of that nature, where you get little tiny shards. But in general, when you have thick glass, such as you see in a bottle or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see the glass. But you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Now, you're being paid $1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
And you agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
So when you were just talking about Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how she thinks he lost his finger, correct?
No.
Yeah. You're aware that Miss Heard testified, and this was from your deposition. You're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Miss Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
but she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that, correct?
I agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
They're both wearing gray with brown. Like
Yep.
it's identical.
Someone get a memo in advance this time.
I don't know, but did you and Nurse Liz coordinate?
Obviously.
Well,
I really like this. I mentioned at the time when they had their
Dr.
expert.
Gilbert, you gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page 61, please.
Are we all wearing the same
There are
color tomorrow?
4 pages per
Oh, yeah.
page
Yeah,
of
what color are we
paper.
gonna wear?
Probably blue.
Okay.
Your
That
color.
works. Yeah.
yeah, that's actually
works for
not a
me.
bad idea.
It's on
I
page
like that idea.
16 of the document.
I was thinking of wearing a sweater and a hat.
Okay.
Okay, line 9.
I'm blown away.
You're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question.
It
that's
looks
the
good on you,
line
though.
9. Can you read that, please? Answer: I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question: and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer: I mean, I'm aware that. Well, I'm aware from reading. I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question: but have you read anything so far that indicates she doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer: so far, from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you've heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Hurd that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, so that she doesn't know, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured,
Correct.
correct? But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my question.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from,
Correct.
but she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't, there's no allegation, you've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass exploded, but you've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Correct.
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
Correct.
You also haven't read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
Correct.
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand, correct?
Correct.
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation of that is that you believe that his hand must have moved at some point during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not there and I don't have videotape of the injury, so I can't determine that definitively.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please, on page 7.
This is definitely a valuable use of time. Let me tell you what.
Sorry, page
25 and 26. So it's page 7 of the document.
Okay.
Sorry if I was unclear on that.
No problem.
Maybe they're doing this deliberately so Amber Heard won't have very long to testify.
I'm there.
Okay. Line 18, question. And to be clear, by quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palmar side down. Answer, that's what he claimed. I mean, according to the history, yes. Question, and would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmar side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred. And as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the force of the injury, which I believe it probably did, which I didn't get into in my note here, but
He just said it likely
question,
did.
why do you believe
What
that? Have you read
are we doing?
anything in any of the materials to suggest that? Answer, no. Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did not. Did I read that right?
Correct.
That was testimony you gave under oath a month or two ago, right?
Correct.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, his hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury, correct?
That is incorrect. That's not what I testified. That's
In
not
fact,
what
Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation for how Mr. Depp somehow suffered an injury that didn't injure his nail one bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions.
All
Thank you.
right, redirect.
Pretty good last answer.
Great.
Dr. Gilbert, just very briefly, the absence of other cuts on Mr. Depp's hand, how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury. And I would say any other host of mechanisms of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example. If you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Ms.
Did you
Hurd's
see,
counsel
did you
made
see
a point of
don't say
emphasizing
phone kick in
there
there?
were no bruises or other injuries on the hand, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against a wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
And your discussion of Ms. Hurd's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Hurd's statements?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. You can just leave it there. That's fine. Thank you, sir. All right.
I thought he was really effective.
Yeah, I thought that was a lot better. He was making it clear that you can't know how something
Plaintiff
happened.
rests, Your
It's
Honor.
his
All
job
right,
to know what to
plaintiff
do
rests the
after.
rebuttal case. All right.
Johnny Depp has rested
Defendant
his
counter
entire
plaintiff
case.
Rebuttal case.
Woo!
Sure.
Say it. Say the words. Do it.
Now, when they brought the first doctor up, I said, all they did was say it didn't happen the way Johnny said, but they did not try to boost her version of events whatsoever, and that's
right.
very telling to me. It may not mean that much to other people. In fact, the chat didn't seem to like it, but for me, and I do this all day, that's big.
Yeah, I mean, they have not tried to advance an actual theory of how it happened. If you really look at what they've put forward, and they even backed off just now from Amber Heard's phone theory, which is wild
absolutely.
because they've spent so much time establishing that there's a phone on the wall, and like it doesn't. They don't advance any actual theory of how he got his finger hurt. If you actually look at everything that's in this case.
I liked the impeachment. He asked him, do you know if that Amber Heard said she didn't know how it happened? He said yes. Then they impeach him with his prior statement saying he didn't know how Amber Heard, whether or not Amber Heard knew.
Yeah.
Like, okay, thanks for that.
Questionable
I would have
decisions.
objected and said it's cumulative and not not necessary.
Yeah, that impeachment was weak. That was a pretty good, credible doctor.
The whole thing was kind of weak. I mean, like,
It's a weird last witness, but hey.
Orthopedic surgeons he was a good example of an orthopedic surgeon who's like a legit orthopedic surgeon.
Yeah.
People skills, not as much, but very, very good at their job.
Nurse Liz with the real talk.
Yeah. So it's hard that he was the last one because you're kind of like, ooh.
Well,
he didn't have the gym. He didn't have the gym bro vibe that you get from the orthopedics. So,
but that's what you want
the
in an
first
orthopedic
ortho,
surgeon.
the first ortho said basically if you assume the injury came from the top, there was no injury to the nail. Okay, but we're not assuming it came from the top. That's the whole fight right there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought he was good.
I agree.
He's not going to win any cocktail party awards, but
No.
But you don't want,
He's
that's why I always
effective.
tell people, I'm like, if you go to your orthopedic surgeon and you have a good time and like have a nice chat, go find a different one probably. 'Cause
Yeah.
You want the one like
I
this.
had never
that's
heard
like,
that before, but that's funny.
Yeah.
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 The doctor's relatable. You're fired.
Exactly.
Well, he had one while he's working on Rottenborn's Cross where he just looked and waited for the next question, and it can only be described as a shit-eating grin. I was like, okay, so that guy says doctor all over him to me.
And even his like credentials were a lot more like he was on boards specifically to his specialty, but they were like boards that serve educational purposes within the Society of Medicine versus like other people who sit on like hospital boards, like things like that. So he's much more of an actual like I'm doing the job type of dude, I think.
I just don't think Amber got to money middle on the bottle. I think it's you don't advance a real theory, and vodka bottle seems to make sense. You have to assume like the hand might have moved a little, maybe, but like if you're being actively cut by a slice of glass, I could, hey.
I was so frustrated on the first one because I would have brought this out in cross, but if I knew I had a rebuttal witness to say it better than that, I would have done just what they did. I think they handled it well.
Yeah.
It seems like now they're going back and just saying like, oh, she was just asleep the whole time, just sleeping. No
What's
phone.
interesting about what this fight is about, Your Honor, they can't take 7 hours across.
Yes, they can. It's Vasquez Cross.
We have to be very careful about scope. There's Dennison. He's expecting an expert, right?
Yeah, interesting.
All right, rebuttal evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Murphy?
You call Mr. Julian Acker.
All right. Mr. Acker?
Julian Acker.
The probability of Amber Heard testifying is going down dramatically.
Well, they have whatever that cross spent, let's call it 10 minutes. They have about an hour.
Yeah, an hour 5. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Does that include argument?
No. Closing arguments are on their own timeline tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, I'm jumping off and going to the office before this guy starts testifying. See you guys in a
Practice
bit.
some law, Rob.
Julian Acker. And can you please describe your educational background following high school?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of Virginia.
What is your profession?
I am a computer forensics investigator.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
I'm a managing director at that.
How quickly can you qualify? an
What
expert?
services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis,
Now, this is
data
rehabilitation of their
analysis,
photos.
electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies, doing data collections in a forensically sound manner, extracting data from collections, as well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence, an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Have you ever given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the e-discovery area?
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations to lawyers through continuous learning education.
What, if any, professional certifications do you have?
I have a GAC GCFE, that's the GAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
To obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well as you need to pass a test with a certain degree of, a certain percentage of passing.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a conference that is a group of legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Acker?
Ackert, Ackert.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices, and that software may vary depending on the device, like a phone or a laptop.
What type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
And does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
And what, if any, specific types of data are collected in that image and extraction?
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents or spreadsheets or anything of that nature.
Do you recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday?
I do.
What is that?
Hashing is essentially a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
And what, if any, applicability does hashing have to the visual appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance. For example, if I had a Word document that I printed and then saved, therefore I haven't visually changed the Word document, the metadata of that Word document indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the version that I used before printing.
Can you give any examples of digital photographs that visually appear the same, not hashing?
I believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those in his demonstratives yesterday, 3 side-by-side photographs that looked visually the same but did not hash. It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on what you do with the photograph. So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody, and on your phone, you choose to use a small, medium, or large, or different size of the photograph when you email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the ones and zeros because you've changed the size of the photograph.
And what, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3?
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which There's two types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. And Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file that indicated that the software version that the file last ran through was Photos.
What is Photos 3.0?
Photos is actually the software application that's built into the Apple Macintosh operating system for laptops. This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album with it and put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos by date and time taken or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata earlier. What is that?
Metadata is information about a file. For example, with a document, it could be when was the document created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the author of the document. For photographs, metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the image, what software was originally used for that image. Any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard, is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition of how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account, or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your devices. So the photo that was originally taken traverses or gets synchronized to other devices by design of Apple. And that synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
When you say that a version of iOS software was listed in the software EXIF metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671? Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
I do.
What is it? Without yet saying what the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Your Honor, permission to publish Defendant 671 is a demonstrative.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe in more detail what the information in this chart is? And Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second. A little further up. Great.
Thank you. This chart represents for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Hurd's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
And do you see the second column titled Neumeister Report Date Captured?
Yes, I do.
What does the information in that column mean?
This is the date time metadata of the particular photo on Neumeister's report. So for example, the first row, 23, the date time captured, or the date captured is December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016. Third row, May 21st, 2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
You just scroll to the next page, please, Michelle. Please continue for the items on this page.
The top row of this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30, shows December 16th, 2016. And then finally, 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see, can you scroll back to the top, please, Michelle? Do you see the, all the way to the top, I'm sorry, the right-hand column of this chart?
Yes, I do.
And where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified from Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
So these are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of this same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show photos in the software metadata and rather showed the iOS version in the metadata.
And what do the little A's followed by numbers, backup, what does that mean?
Those are evidence IDs. Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
So what, if any, what items in this right-hand column, based on the coding you have here, are iTunes backups?
Only the ones that start with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud, and those are coming from an iOS backup in iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
Can you just take this down for a second, Michelle, and pull up 1675, please? Defendant 1675. And do you recognize this chart, Mr. Ackert?
Yes, I do.
Without yet getting into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of my findings.
Permission to publish defendant 1675 is a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1675, we publish this demonstrative.
Can you please describe in more detail what the three columns you can see in this chart represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are three different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
Women's World, that's
Do
actually
you
not
see the
fully
source
accurate.
type column?
Yes, I do.
And the source details column?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what those columns mean?
Generally, the IDS evidence number is the evidence number that we assign to a particular piece of evidence, and the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection set.
And Michelle, can you please do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671?
The photos are an element of her counterclaim. They are.
And they also are able to respond to their metadata expert as well. That was just brought up in his counter or in his
So,
rebuttal.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe the relationship between these two demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671, the one on the left, you can see in the fourth column the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr. Neumeister had specifically identified and the sources of where they were identified. So if you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's laptop, same with A0012 and 13. You can see this again with the next row that's visible at the very top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30, taken on December 16th, 2015. And he was concerned about the EXIF metadata of that, showing the software version of photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad, And it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices, because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
Mr. Acker, you can take this down, Michelle. Do you recall Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification?
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never specified any pictures with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification, and it's a hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, did you form any overall conclusions in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
The images that were created in this case included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, sir.
Do you think they were trying to
Thank you,
bore
Your
us
Honor.
into a coma?
Good morning, sir.
So we
Good morning.
forgot about the surgeon?
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before?
Give or take, yes.
For more than a dozen
This
years?
doesn't actually rebut the most damning
Those
stuff,
20
so-
probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
Now, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Neumeier didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today, can you testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
All right. You'll agree with me that in some instances, Ms. Heard produced multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
Yes.
All right. And you'll agree with me that the XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
No.
No?
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
Okay,
what I
so
just asked, but okay.
what you were quibbling with is that it will both sort and edit.
That is correct.
Okay.
Dr.
Are you
Nusri
prepared
Rajan,
to
thank
swear
you.
under oath
Very,
that each
very
and
generous of
every
you.
photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified, I identified photos that were authentic originals.
No, I'm asking you a broader question than that. There were multiple photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are you testifying that those are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, will you pull up defendant's exhibit?
I have no opinion as to whether they're authentic because no one has testified that they're not authentic. What kind of answer is
next
that?
to one another. Your Honor, these have already been admitted, and I ask that we publish it to the jury.
Okay, if they're admitted, we can publish.
What that means is they have not paid me to have that opinion.
Can you see
Yeah,
this?
I know.
Yes, I can.
You'll agree with me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me, yes.
All right, we can take that down. Mr. Gibson, can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 130A? This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
Not as a demonstrative.
All right. Be identified and published to the jury as a demonstrative.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
I
Go
would object
for
it's
it, buddy.
cumulative, Your Honor.
Those are definitely different things.
Actually, no, no objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, it's in evidence then.
1308 is in evidence.
That was funny. That was funny. It's cumulative.
Can
No,
you
it's not.
blow
We're
up
cool.
the time, date, and file name? Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
Right.
Are they
So they're
really
two visually different photos.
visually different?
Well,
I
that were
mean,
created
yes,
at
only
the
in
exact
tone.
Same
That's visual.
hour, the
Yeah, one of
exact
them has an
same
Instagram
minute,
filter.
the exact
also
same
visual.
second as each other, correct?
And that's what the daytime metadata shows, yes.
Man,
And the
I'm going to make those Team
metadata
Dennison
shows
t-shirts. I'm going to send one to
something else,
Joe.
too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right. How would you have this jury decide which one is real?
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular field, but I think that's
That's a
what
good question.
even Mr. Neumeister said, that you need to look at the software metadata field.
But we have two photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken, this picture were taken.
I see that.
No further questions.
You got him.
And just
Dennison.
for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay?
That's the most damning stuff.
All
Thank
right.
you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata. What is that?
Embedded metadata is metadata inside a file. I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
And based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you are responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, based on all of
any
the
reason to
photo
think they're
metadata
fake?
you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Acker, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
They have not.
And is it still your testimony that the opinions you testified to do today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
Yes.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. All right. Did you want to approach just for a moment?
I can tell you how you have what, a half hour tops left.
Yeah. I tell you, Dennison
Yeah.
was perfect on that, in my opinion. I know I'm going to get yelled at by Joe eventually, but I thought that he was perfect.
It was
good. He actually
was
had
good.
a short cross. A short cross. It was good. I was happy with that. And anytime you can, for lay people, when it comes to an expert witness, anytime you can show the grokked version, like we're gonna grok our way through this, like showing photos side by side. These are two different photos, right? Okay. We can show the metadata on this to show that these are two different images. Remember that they're basically the same thing, just two different Instagram filters, essentially.
But it's so perfect, right? You get to remind the jury they just saw this. You get to remind them that they're entered in as two different times. Here's the data that shows they're the same time, and you can look at them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's like it's hard to ignore that kind of evidence.
That was just nice because he, I as best I could tell, he was saying things that made sense in terms of where they were coming from and moving through the ecosystem, but like so in the weeds, so technical in the middle, and didn't even seem to really respond to the main issue, which is like these things can be edited, right? And like it appears that they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do not see how he helped Amber Heard whatsoever.
And that's the issue with an expert witness too, is that, like, I mean, we've talked about this many times throughout this trial, is that an expert witness is not exactly a magician. They have to be able to translate it to a lay
Don
person.
Hughes to the
All
stand
right,
again.
Dr.
Oh
Hughes.
no!
Dr. Hughes.
Oh no!
Dr.
Oh,
Hughes
here we go.
returns.
Wow. Okay. I'm ready for a
Okay.
Dr. Hughes redemption arc. Let's go.
Chances of a Dr. Hughes redemption arc approach 0.
Thank you, doctor. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And could you please just remind the jury who you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. And I evaluated Amber Heard over 6 visits for approximately 29 hours.
And why are you here today?
To offer rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Now, Dr. Curry said
Good luck.
you used proper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why? Please explain.
As I testified to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis-driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of different details and tests and external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are 3 sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists, and I think that's where it seems that Dr. Curry seems confused. We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are instruments that are very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has competency to stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane to that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well-validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms that I determined was accurate and reliable.
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98 percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, I mean, she said a lot of things. So let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection,
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes.
addressed?
So, yes.
I think it's
Thank
very
you.
responsive.
So that's the broadband measure that has
What
the
about your
Libby
opinion,
scales
Elaine?
built into it. That gives us indications about how the
Did you see how
individual
Dr.
feels
Hughes
about the
called
test.
Dr. Curry by
I
her
told you
first and
last
last
time that
name
there was
without
no
doctor?
evidence of
Just throwing some
malingering
low-level
or
shade. I did
exaggeration or
not
feigning
notice
on that
that.
test. What Dr. Curry
Tell
was
you what, if
talking
Dr.
about
Curry's
was
ever at
this
one of those
tendency
trauma
to put your
conferences
best
where
foot
she's
forward
president, it
to
should be fun.
minimize faults on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there are two other measures that we look at that to say, you know, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test—
Objection, Your Honor.
Specific—
May we approach?
Yes.
Macy, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Really appreciate it.
So there's like no way.
And
for
I'm
a
sorry that,
layperson-
and I'm sorry that you're a current plaintiff in a case. I know that's stressful. So hopefully it turns out well. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
not at all. Yeah, battle of the experts. I mean, this is the problem. This is what I said yesterday, which is that she's just saying Curry is flat out wrong. Curry is saying Hughes is wrong. And a layperson has no ability to evaluate this at all.
Except for
I'm gonna
no
evaluate it.
ability.
You'd evaluate it?
They evaluate it according to the way that it's being explained to them. My problem with
that.
Dr. Hughes is she went right into alphabet soup, and I don't know about you guys, but I can't really follow any of that.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I
I'm
mean.
calling this a TKO for Dr. Curry. She's more likable, and her opinions were much better articulated and make more sense. Plain and
Mike,
simple.
To a
I'm
lay
not saying
person that has no other understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
agreeing with you, Mike. And I would go with Dr. Curry as
Dr.
well.
Curry, let's
But
move
at the
to
bottom
the
level, the
TSI
science,
2.
I can't
Dr.
judge
Curry
that when they're just
testified
yelling at each other.
about your findings on that. Did
Justin
you agree
DFX,
with her
thank you. This is
testimony
very,
yesterday?
very generous. of
No,
you.
again,
Please describe why. Explain why.
what Dr. Curry went back to, which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual. All you have to do is read the manual. It says specifically that we do not
Wow.
use the percentile ranks for this test. That indicates to me that, you know, Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she then is therefore not qualified to interpret it.
Damn.
That score, the
Jeez.
one that's elevated, she's talking about that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly, there are 3 scales out of about, maybe there's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated. Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try to push out those memories and not think about them. And then relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So
jury.
the MFAST, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently administer a measure of malingering, and there are other ones that she could have done to augment her evaluation. And she kept saying something that MFAST is not for malingered PTSD. That's wrong on a couple levels. People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are. So when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation. Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAST, all with valid validity scales, you have greater confidence in your results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report. That bolsters the methodology that I used. That in a study that had the PAI, the MFAST, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide PTSD.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
All right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS 5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS 5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s, none above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
Right. And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL 5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration and interpretation of that?
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It means it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of validity scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical
What's in the
assessment.
manual?
And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that in January 2021.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry said you misinterpreted her test results. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay. And please explain.
Yes. So I said that before. My stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it is, I believe, wrong. And I think
objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's the issue we just addressed.
All right. I don't.
If you want to approach. Okay.
So yeah, I don't think it really does much to put the ball forward for Amber's case, for her to just say everything Dr. Curry said is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? Just
and to give very technical reasons why, because the jury is not going to really be able to follow that. But what they can follow is the other explanation. So they have nothing more logical to them to follow.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Oh, she said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who are struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as this sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course, I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for this sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
Well, that's the first time I think
Next
I've heard a
question.
narrative objection all time.
Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you made a determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists and a couple of tests that you misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, and most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists, using all that data. That is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
And just to remind, to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic psychology.
I should hope so.
Specifically in domestic violence and in no, I just lost it.
Oh my goodness.
And in violence, correct? Intimate and in trauma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the record.
Dennison, you dog.
I probably should do that. You were qualified. I gotta find my notes.
She can't find her page with what the
You were
qualification
qualified
is.
as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
They should still
Yes, Your
have
Honor.
20 minutes
Can
for
we
Amber
approach quickly?
if they need it.
They even have 20 minutes?
I think they have 20 minutes or so.
I'm surprised they have that much.
Yeah.
Yikes. I feel like that would have been way better if they just went into how psychology and psychiatry is like not super an exact science, and just said like we came to different conclusions rather than being like you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Agreed. Agreed. And especially with the tone that she has.
Yeah.
This like she's got such a condescending, like haughty tone about like, well, she doesn't have all these credentials and therefore she's not qualified to have opinions on this
Yeah,
stuff.
she's not qualified. That was interesting.
I'm
You know,
not
it's funny
inviting her to
because
my party.
Dr. Curry's so believable. I think that Nurse Liz, that makes a lot of sense, that you want to start saying, no, it's easy to make this mistake. So,
Yes.
and then blah, 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 blah. And, oh no, it's just, that's slightly mischaracterized, blah, 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 blah. Not like she knows nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. To say like, well, she's, it happens often, but here's how she's mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reasonable psychologists or psychiatrists could come to that conclusion, but this is why it's wrong.
Reasonable psychologists can differ.
Yeah.
Reasonable
And that's like
psychologists can differ. All right, there's a mug. Hang on.
Yeah.
Reasonable psychologists and Dr. Hughes can differ.
Morning, Mr. Dennison.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up 1311 as a demonstrative?
Ooh, is it the
Yes,
manual?
let's read the manual. Why don't we?
As a gamer, I love to read the manual.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm guessing it'll say you need to administer this test before making the diagnosis, and it'll be good.
It's got to say that, right? Realistically.
Any
Mhm.
objection to 1311? All right, if you want to leave. You want to approach?
And that's why she's so cranky. She knows she didn't do her job right.
Well, she seems like the kind of person that, did the job maybe right-ish, but didn't do it by the letter of the law, and then she's going to get called on it pretty hard here.
I'm all about rightish, though. It's, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, to some extent, like that's true, but she's so haughty and so, Dr. Curry is the worst. That all of this is legit, and I like this. We want to talk about redemption arcs. I would argue that Hughes is the only loss, the real loss that Dennison has here in terms of expert witnesses, and he gets another step up to the plate.
He does. He does.
And if she was more likable, then people would be willing to be like, if you were like, hey, these are the guidelines, you'd be like, well, in my experience, I was also pulling that into it. You'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But now, since no one likes her, you're going to be
They're
like,
getting the right one up.
Yeah, we got it.
you didn't follow the rules.
That's a fair
Let's
point.
use 1312.
1312. Okay. And that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you recognize what the National Center for PTSD is?
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish the PTSD checklist for DSM-5,
That's correct.
that what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Hey, look at the manual.
All right. And are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
I'd like to move for the admission of 1312.
Any objection to 1312 coming into evidence? All right, 1312 in evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page? Can we blow up the second paragraph on the right? The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool.
Sure.
When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g. the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis
So the
after
answer is
somebody
yes. The manual says you
still
the
need to use
PCL-5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
Let me finish my question. the PCL5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay. You said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions?
Jeez.
Oh, nice.
Tom, can you pull up 1309 as a demonstrative?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any objection of 1309 as a demonstrative?
May we approach?
Okay.
May we approach? We find
Anybody
asking
else
her
think
to
that
make
that they're
no
scoring
new-
any points on Amber Heard's side right now?
No.
The big problem between Curry and Hughes, as we said, is likability, and also we watched Amber Heard testify. So, Dr. Hughes' position that she doesn't exhibit the things Dr. Curry warned us about is silly.
Yeah.
I think they're going backwards. This cross is really very good in its way.
Yeah.
1309 and publish the jury as demonstrative.
Yeah, leave the last taste in their mouth with Dr. Hughes or Amber
Dr.
Heard. That sounds like a brilliant plan.
recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you.
I mean,
Okay, so we're gonna cover the old
Yes,
ground
but I
here.
didn't put the red lines
you can
on
have
that.
the anchor be
No, I
a true
Yes, I
anchor.
know.
Okay. So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented Ms. Heard to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Right, this is the conflict tactic scale too.
All right. And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right.
oriented
And
the
you
individual
know-
to not
okay,
limit
it's
herself to the
correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right. I'll move strike the last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you know that at the time that you gave this test to Ms. Heard, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
I think this is
Which
the
is
one
why
where
I
she gave them
oriented her to a
VR.
different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
So, of course,
Dr.
Okay,
Curry
you
was
knew she
talking
was
about
gone
yesterday.
for more than a year.
of course.
All right, let's look at another one of these.
So she coached her patient for a diagnosis.
You talked about the danger
I
assessment.
mean, that's a very negative way to look at it, isn't it?
And also, just going back to this is not the right tool for this setting. That's not where it's been verified to be useful.
What number is this? 13, plaintiff's 1310.
I like all the use of demonstrators. Maybe I just like seeing
Any
things.
objection to 1310? As
Visuals are always nice.
Okay.
I will never be
publish the
against
jury.
having visuals.
Dr. Hughes, this is a blank form, but this is the danger assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Heard, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
Oh, so you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Okay. Can we blow up the second full paragraph? It says, using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner? You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I
But these
orient her to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that you were supposed to look over the past year. And
That's what's
That's
not the
one,
language?
no, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides
still
and looking
qualify as
back
data
about what are the
assessment?
But not as
serious
a
risk factors
diagnostic.
that were in this relationship.
I didn't
So
ask
you can
about
break the
anything
manual.
other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the previous
Nope,
year,
asking you about the instructions.
but I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice and in forensic practice.
We don't follow the
Opposing
instructions,
counsel
she
can
says.
Come up and
She
ask
does,
questions
that's the
about it.
answer.
I'm
And
asking
she
you
might be
about the
right,
instructions.
but
And if
I
she
mean,
was
instructions
likable, we would
say,
say, oh, let's
look
rely on your
over the
clinical
past year.
expertise.
Yes,
Mhm.
exactly.
If
Yeah,
she wasn't
on
making
this,
such a
yes,
big
that
deal
is
out of Dr.
that.
And
Curry
you
not
had
following
actual knowledge
instructions, you
and
know?
gave the test that Mr. Depp
Or if she
was
uses it
gone
as a
way
support,
more than a year
like,
before
hey, we
this
also
test.
look
That
at
is
this,
correct.
Like that,
Right.
Don.
All right.
not a
Let's look
diagnostic
at
tool.
more instructions.
Let's
Can we
do
look
this
at
on all of them.
1247,
So let's
which
look
is
at
already
all the
evidence.
instructions you didn't follow.
Right. Well, one of her main critiques of Curry is that she didn't follow X, Y, and Z
Exactly.
on the percentiles
Exactly.
and things, right?
So let's just go to literal words and say, well, it's okay for me.
Dr.
I'm
Hughes,
special. I'm Dr. Hughes.
you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right. This
I'm
is
qualified to not follow
what
the
everybody calls
instructions.
CAFS 5.
correct.
All right, can we go
And
to
she
the first
might
page?
be.
Let's blow up the instructions. Standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page?
Is this
I
when
love
she's
it.
not
One
circling
more.
boxes?
Oh,
or-
wait. That's good. This is a page on scoring.
This is the last day
we
of
talked about this
testimony.
last time.
Yes, yes,
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
correct.
And you'll remember that in every single instance that you were asked to fill in the blank about frequency, you failed to do so, correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, you filled in any blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I
Where
asked you
it's
whether
relevant.
you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
Is this the
Let's
IPV by
page
Johnny form?
Down. Let's keep going. All right.
This
you
is the
not
one, remember
follow
where
the
she left a
Let's
bunch
face
of
this
blank
page for a second.
spots, but then she graded
This
it,
is the very
so
first
she went backwards.
box you're asked to fill in as to, I think, a fairly fundamental
IPV by
question,
Johnny.
right? What happened?
We talked about this before, Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know that you are
Healthcare is
obligated
redundant, Dr.
I was going to
produce
say, wait,
this
that's what
test
healthcare is known for,
in a way
avoiding
that other
redundancies,
people
right?
can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
Right. But you
This is-
chose to put absolutely nothing in the box,
Like
the
even C
standardized
notes would
box
be good.
that said what
What's in
happened.
the box?
You don't have to put it in the
Sorry.
box if you have
You
it
did that the-
somewhere
I think
else.
you did that the first
It's not
Because
a,
this
if
is
it's
Did
not
I
a
not-
really?
standardized test.
I may
If
have.
it's not a
I'm
research
sorry, guys.
instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't.
Dr.
If you
Steve
have
Poole.
that data
That's a
elsewhere.
good reference.
Okay, let's go another page or so.
Let's see some more instructions you didn't follow.
Let's go another one.
We do know this.
All right,
We do know this
let's
part.
look at
Dennis.
item
We remember this.
4B4. And I asked you whether you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
That
was almost the same as what he did before, give or take, but it was much better
It
presentation.
was much better the second time around. Yeah.
Yep.
Static risk factor, what did you mean by that?
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk factors are present whether you're evaluating them in the last year.
We were talking about lung cancer and probabilities earlier.
When you're trying to assess
the further you've not smoked, the less
related
your risk
to
goes.
the interpersonal violence that we discussed, why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you want to have to understand what happened to the person. And that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your
violence.
Honor.
She's just describing it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
Can we come up?
Okay.
Wow.
I like it. That's an intriguing question.
Yeah. As I was trying to say, when she says like the risk factors don't change for past smokers, I'm like, I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure that the longer you've been not smoking decreases your risk of lung cancer. I'm pretty sure that that's a thing. So
What is
like
the
examples
difference
suck.
between clinical scoring and clinical evaluation
Ooh, I
and
think Denison just
research
went and smashed
evaluation
it.
with respect to the CAPS-5 and the other tests?
Action compound.
Sustained.
Denison, man.
Nice.
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the jury.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and evaluation
Insulted
on
the
the
jury
test
too. That's
and
nice.
research?
Right,
Objection,
right.
Your Honor. Compound.
Great,
Overruled.
great.
Okay.
Sure. So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the background of the trauma and what the person has experienced. And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hughes. You can
Thank
have a
you.
seat in the courtroom or you're free to go, okay?
They got like
All right,
15
ladies,
minutes
let's go
or
ahead
10
and take
minutes.
our afternoon recess. Our morning recess. I'll just take a 15
She's like, I
minute
wish it
recess to
was
not
the
discuss
afternoon.
the case with everybody and something else.
I'm
You're
calling
gonna
it
be
today,
done
folks.
soon.
I'm done.
You can have a
Oh
recess
man.
if you want, but you're going to be done soon. I mean, how much time do they have left?
I don't
10
know why
minutes,
she
15
took
minutes?
recess because Amber Heard's team only has they can maximally have 20 minutes.
Are they really going to put her on for a short direct and then a very long cross-examination
Longest
Well, they didn't
cross
rest.
by
exam
Johnny's
ever.
team?
They didn't
Longest
rest.
cross exam ever.
I want to
10 minutes of
revisit
Amber
the
Heard.
dog stepping on the beat.
Yeah, I want to
Yes.
revisit this. I want to revisit that. That'd be good.
It'll be 10 minutes of Amber Heard, and then it'll be like, all right, Camille, do whatever you feel like. Have fun with it.
Let the spirit move you.
Well, I mean, their cross has to be limited to whatever they ask her, right? What could they possibly ask her in 10 minutes?
Do you think that they are actually going to put her up there for that amount of time?
The only thing that's weird is
considering the amount of time that's left.
I thought they would rest right there. They didn't. So
That's true.
And it's such a weak end point.
Yeah, Hughes.
It
I
could
would not have
get
brought Hughes
weaker
back.
if they
We
put
forgot
Amber
how
Heard
Hughes
back up there.
sounded. We forgot how Hughes sounded. Why? Don't remind us.
Is today going to be a short day? Because if they're doing
Very short.
closing tomorrow, I don't
Yeah.
see what they have to fill the rest of the day today.
They're going to do jury instruction motions after the principal case has ended, because they're not final yet. I don't think that'll be televised though.
Right.
So it's going to be a half day, and then they're going to be in the court doing whatever. So yeah, it's a short day for us.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know how the jury sees it, but I just thought she was just a horrible witness. And
She's horrible.
I mean,
She's
she
bad
just
enough that I
confirmed
fear
she's not following the instructions.
She's bad enough that I think, oh my God, the trauma division of the American Psychological Association is going to go in an interesting direction with her as its president.
Yeah.
That's seriously what I think. And look, as a lawyer, I can tell you of subgroups and bar association task forces and things where I say, And
That step's all who
about.
you know.
Yep.
It's just clear to me she was not evaluating. She was just pushing a narrative. I do this all the time when I have a witness. Like I'll in case I have him in my office for 2 or 3 years, and we're heading towards trial. I'll sit him down and say, "Tell me what happened." I know what happened. I want to hear it in your words. I don't want me cooking the testimony for you, and then we'll go back and refine it. But that's because I'm trying to get them to testify honestly.
Yes.
She's sitting there giving the risk factors for PTSD, feeding this stuff to her, filling out the parts that she knows are going to be favorable to her, setting the time frames that she knows are going to be favorable to her, not doing things that she knows are not going to be favorable to. That's not an evaluation. That's just confirming what you already want to say.
I agree. I think that was self-evident. And again, the biggest thing against Dr. Hughes, the biggest thing that puts her entire testimony under a microscope is we heard Amber Heard immediately after her saying Dr. Curry is wrong. She's not exaggerative. She doesn't use dramatic, flowery language. Amber Heard comes in and says, Hughes, have you ever talked to this person? Ever? Because however you might feel about Amber Heard's testimony, it's full of movie script pastiche and exaggerated language and all of these things. You didn't note that at all for us in the testimony that came immediately before Amber Heard started talking at all.
And that's the kind of thing that the jury can observe for themselves.
Exactly.
So when you try to tell them not to pay attention to the things that they can see right in front of them, that's a problem. It's not a problem for the jury. It's a problem for you. Nurse Liz, we've got a few questions in super chats for you. Do you want to do a lightning round of these?
Oh, sure. I'm crocheting a nursing shawl. So like if you're nursing your baby, you can put it on and then it's breathable because it's really lightweight. My cousin is having a baby. So
awesome.
Congratulations to your cousin.
Yeah.
Time says, Nurse Liz, is it common for clinicians to use tests outside the recommended scope of time? I think it gives unreliable results.
I would, yeah, if you don't have time to test something, then I would go against it. Like I wouldn't do it. I think it's probably very likely that Dr. Hughes uses those things all the time. We use tests that are technically a little bit off the road all the time, but you kind of use your clinical judgment and then you have to justify it though. And I feel like she's just doing a terrible job of that. But would you rather would you want to do an in-depth video on geriatric long-term care or short-term nursing rehab? I have a few videos mostly talking about legal things like cases of long-term care. I wouldn't personally work in it because it's way too many patients for one person. But if you're a provider, it can be really, really flexible in terms of scheduling. So that's a benefit of it. So I could do a whole video on it.
All right. And are there any more? There might be. I'm waiting on the Muffin Man.
Yeah, but yeah, and that one question bank where she was saying, oh, she gave it and it was supposed to be within the last year. I have used that, and that one is annoying that she used that as a diagnostic, because that is pretty much, at least in my experience, used when you are trying to get a patient to see your situation is unsafe and they are like in such denial about it, and you're like, when you put it in front of them and you're like, oh, look, I do actually check all of these things off, and you're like, okay, well, this is actually like a really dangerous situation. Like, this is what we look for, and it can help get them there. It's not to diagnose them with anything. It's literally just to help them get to the point where they would like to accept the help to get out of the situation.
Princess Consuela Banana Hammock. I like that. Says, question, is a demonstrative different from evidence when presented to the jury? Are they included in deliberations? Sending love from BC, Canada. XO. Yes. So demonstrative basically just means it's a visual representation of the testimony. A demonstrative could be entered into evidence, possibly under some circumstances, but it is not on its own evidence. Evidence is materials that are that help to prove elements of a cause of action or a defense, either a little bit more or less likely to be true. And so you would admit those items or documents or whatever into evidence so that the jury can use them to evaluate in deliberations. So demonstratives do not go into deliberations with the jury. Evidence does. Schizomatic says, I'm confused as to how either of these witnesses are to rebuttal her countersuit. These seem to be rebuttals to JD's rebuttal of his suit, not to her countersuit. Have they just given up on that claim? Well, the other part that they are able to respond to is his rebuttal. So the fact that the metadata expert first came up in his rebuttal, they're able to respond to that because that is new out of that. And also her counterclaims, the metadata issues also impact her counterclaims as well. So that does have an impact. And same thing with the psychologist as well, come to think of it. So Wooter K says, how likely is this hypothesis? They put JD on the stand to have AH get on the stand in her rebuttal. Then they finish with her most wobbly story about the hand to make her go into that and mess up. I don't know. Possibly. Billy Bryant says, question, think they want time to run out during Amber?
Maybe.
I mean, which side? Which side wants that? I think Johnny's side is happy to have her time run out, regardless of if it's on Amber or before Amber.
I think the argument would be, right, we've talked about having lack of control over the client, is that, hell, if the judge is going to stop us in 10 minutes and Amber's demanding to be the last word, this is the way to control it.
Yeah. Have the judge control her.
I mean,
that's a fair point.
I think I don't. It's a conspiracy theory. Like you get the tinfoil hats, get them right on there, right over your dentist stand.
I'm a fan of the occasional tinfoil hat. I'll model them from time to time.
But I would argue it's not the craziest thing we've heard in this trial. It's not even the craziest thing that's actually happened in this trial. To say Amber Heard's demanding to go up, and we say, okay, Ms. Heard, absolutely. We have a few other experts we need to get up there, and then we'll put you up for the last word. And I guess we only had 7 minutes. Sorry.
It's like, it kind of reminds me of what's that one SNL sketch. Sorry,
whichever way you. Yeah,
it's Thursday. It's a Thursday.
I'm liking sketch. Yeah,
sketch.
Sketch. It's
Sketchy
gruel.
sketch.
It's all gruel. Okay. No. So you know that one where God, what is it? I'm totally like blanking on it. But basically, like there's it's like a talk show with a lot of singing and dancing, and then they get to like the first guest, and then they never get to someone at the end. I'm totally messing this up, you guys. This whole reference.
No, I know what you're talking about.
No, this is Jimmy Kimmel, and it was Ben
No,
Affleck was the joke.
no,
right?
it's
It's
like
with
the
Keenan
central one
Thompson.
with the
Keenan
couch.
Thompson as a host.
Okay.
Oh, what up with that? Where he's like, what up with that? what up with that? And it's like he
That
keeps
did.
interrupting like the first person's thing with like the and then like they never yeah, okay,
That's right.
yeah, the
Yeah, I
chat has
remember
it.
that. They
Chat
have
has
the
it.
song. Yeah, they have
Yeah.
that song, and every time that the guest starts to sing, they just stay or starts to talk. Then they start doing "What up with that," and then do it again, and they never get to him, and they never get to
Yes.
anything substantive. Yeah.
Yes. So that's kind of how it feels like she's at the very end. And they're just they're doing what up with that with all these other witnesses.
You know what? If they send Elaine up and it's like, well, could you please repeat your name and what's your occupation? Just try to get 7 minutes of questions that can't burn them to the ground out there.
Yep. Well, I mean, I think, is that the only potential witness we have left? I mean, we've got a small time. Depp's team is rested.
Yep.
So it's them.
It's not the only potential witness. They could have a very short depo video. But
So what are we doing? We're sending the jury home at lunch?
Yes.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they said yesterday that it was going to be a very short day today. Well, with the exception of they're going to do jury instructions in the afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's not for the lawyers, but yeah, for the jurors, I think that they should be going home like in a half hour here.
Go get yourself a margarita. You've earned it.
Yeah. Well, the judge said we're not changing the schedule of the closing statements. We're not moving them up. So they'll still be Friday, which will make it a short day today.
Do they have a time limit on closing arguments?
2 for each.
2 hours?
2 hours each.
For a 6-year trial.
That's really, in my experience, that's really long, but it's not long for a freaking 6-week trial.
Exactly. It's primary closing, rebuttal, and rebuttal. So
right.
That makes a lot of sense. So that's a full day tomorrow.
I still think the most effective close would be 25 minutes long, regardless of having seen a 6-week trial. But that makes sense. Once the rebuttals and rebuttals, it's like, okay, all right.
Well, and it's two speakers each, so they're going to do what they did. They're going to do what they did for the openings. So 4 hours felt right to me. It didn't shock my conscience.
No,
I do agree with you. It takes a lot of discipline and pre-effort to get it down there. But you're right. Ideally, if you can knock that thing out in 25 minutes, you're going to lose their attention after that anyway.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say more things and it might all be relevant, but no one's listening.
No. I wouldn't even dream of using more than an hour.
What were you going for, Alita?
Oh, I was gonna go through the super chat. Kai says, "Is this doctor's testimony necessary? Would you end with an expert? I mean, he's definitely a professional like the others, but seems redundant. I mean, ending with an expert is fine so long as they can stick the landing. If they're not the most interesting expert in the world, I wouldn't. I mean."
Just end with something good. I don't care if it's an expert or a lay witness or what. Just end with something interesting or helpful.
That's the end. It doesn't matter if it's expert, if it's character. It doesn't matter. You just want the last line they say to be the thing that the jurors are thinking about, leaving the courtroom. That's what you want.
I appreciate all the kind comments you're getting, by the way, about H&H. The truth is that at the end of the trial here, we had our interview canceled. The interviewee got canceled, and I said, you know what? I wouldn't hate an extra hour of sleep from where I am. I mean, that's the truth. So I don't know how better to communicate no episode today, but I really appreciate it. It's very gratifying to see everybody be like, "Where the hell were you, Hogue?" So that's nice.
I really like my morning getting on the bike and getting into your chat. By the way, I really like just doing that. It's been nice.
I think you've stumbled across a really good time slot for this conversation for folks to sort of warm up their day.
Yeah, my wife says it's drive time. It's drive time for the no drive commute.
Drive time to the further work from home.
Yeah.
But no, I really do appreciate it. I'll figure out communication. This thing has only existed for like 2 weeks. So and I think there's a chat coming up later that says, was that the last one? Are you ending it for the trial? No. It's designed to continue past the trial. I just said, you know what? I could use some sleep.
How dare you?
I know. Life of a YouTuber. I appreciate it. It's very nice.
I hear you on that one, Rick. RF, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says, do you think any of the testimony today has been helpful to Amber Heard? Also, did they correct the misrepresentation of evidence yesterday by Amber Heard's team? What was the misrepresentation? I got
Incoming,
some.
outgoing. It's incoming, outgoing.
Oh, that one.
Oh.
No,
and
no,
it
no
might
one
be a
corrected anything.
misrepresentation. We just, it's very hard for us to say.
Yeah, yeah. And no one addressed the incoming or outgoing aspect of any of those tweets this morning. They moved on to the next thing. So and then as far as has anything been helpful today?
It's knowing what I know now. If I was on Amber Heard's team, I would say let's no rebuttal case. Forget it. Let's go.
Is that what that was? They just did. That's that Hughes. Oh,
well,
you mean
but before this point, instead of doing what they did.
I would not have put Hughes back on. Their forensic document expert was awful. I can't think of anything else right now.
Hughes is really interesting because that to me suggests that they got done with Curry's testimony and said, crap. Because why else would you bring Hughes back? Hughes, I would not have reminded the jury of what Hughes sounded like, honestly. So I would put in closing, our psychologist refutes their, I would have said what Hughes said, but there's no reason to remind you of what Hughes sounds like in court. So they think Dr. Curry devastated them yesterday, in my opinion.
Which is, I think that's a really great point, and it's probably exactly right. I think it's funny that one of the best things for Amber Heard's team was that Dr. Curry went first yesterday, and it wasn't it wasn't like a great day for Johnny's team overall yesterday, but the morning was really strong, and hopefully, I think your best bet was just hope that the jurors remembered the end of the day, not the beginning, and so then you being like, no, remember Dr. Curry at the morning of the next day isn't a good look. You know what I mean? It was probably the wrong.
Crushed you. Yeah. No,
yeah, exactly. Don't remind them.
I thought Kate Moss was huge. It was very, very short, but they got that opportunity. But what it does is it shows her effectively fabricating a lie against Johnny, which is really the crux of the whole case. It's not on point because it's not the actual facts of the case, but it shows her capable of doing exactly what he's accusing her of doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Henry Talbot says, question, TMZ won't publish a video unless copyright issues are resolved. Amber made the video, so held the copyright. Isn't this evidence that Amber is tied approving the video release?
So you heard, Mark.
I'll go next. Go ahead.
So you heard yesterday in the TMZ, so we got the video production guide. You heard me say that's not how copyrights work. Because what they do is they take the video and they add bumpers. They get it ready to go on their site or on their TV show or whatever. And then they add a copyright watermark. But that guy, he said he called it a copyright watermark, but his testimony was actually, that's not a copyright. That's just the assertion we'll have when we have it. And so the big news yesterday was from when I made it to when it was up was 15 minutes, which means rather than a torturous copyright lawyer in the back going, you have this how, and trying to figure things out for 3 weeks, they had a direct line to God for whoever that copyright came from. And so the whole testimony is, yeah, that's Amber or a very close person to Amber's team.
Go
ahead.
That is most likely true. That is most likely true.
Yeah, no,
but
he doesn't have personal information.
But unlike, say, Times or WAPO or what we would consider, the highbrow, I'm not maligning TMZ here, but I think that with many videos they have released in the past, I don't think their copyright lawyer has the last say on whether or not a video goes up. You know what I mean?
What's interesting?
You might be right about the realism there. You might be right about the realism there.
Yeah.
But the jury may or may not know that.
Agree.
The counter argument is that TMZ has not, as far as I know, TMZ has not found themselves on the wrong end of this very often. So they are dotting I's and crossing T's.
Because a lot of their business model is nobody wants to sue them. Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of people are benefiting. So even if you're on the wrong end of a TMZ claim today, you might be on the right end 2 weeks from now. And so TMZ has this kind of parasitic relationship with the industry, and they avoid litigation that way. And look, what you said is absolutely the most logical possible thing. I'm just saying that, I don't know if the copyright lawyer in the end is the one who's making the final call. On
No,
whether
and it's
or not
all
they post the
assumptions
video.
anyway. Your
Yeah.
point is well taken, because it's the video production guy saying it won't go up that fast if we don't have sourcing, and he's right. Except that if it's that important and that good or whatever, 100% organizations can tell the lawyer we're letting it roll.
Yeah,
I mean, like they 100% can do that.
And as someone, and I see some people in chat flouting me on this, as someone who has worked in the legal departments of these big corporations, I want to assure you that I wish the lawyers had the final say on press releases, on calls made more often than they do.
No, I will back Mark up 1,000%. I can tell clients, here's your exposure risk, here's the situation, and a client will evaluate that from the business side and say, the exposure sounds good, let's go.
And look, lawyers are risk averse. Sometimes it's the right call for the lawyer to be or to go against the
We
lawyer.
are
It's
indeed.
totally fine, you know.
Yep.
But you're saying it happens.
Fair point. Fair point. Fair point. It's good for us to keep that in mind. Although, of course, reminder that the jury has no idea.
Jury has no idea.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Yeah. Rhonda, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, thanks to the panel for all you've done during this
Are we ready for
trial.
the jury?
I would have been
As
lost
we bring
without
the jury
you.
back in, since we've done all this talking, please
Yes,
do hit the
yes,
like
sure.
button. If you're enjoying this content here at Legalbytes, watching this trial, this is a
Thank
great
you.
time to do that stretch out. That yes, Nurse Liz is demonstrating the proper stretch procedure. She's a nurse. You can listen to her. And here it comes. Here's the finger right there. And there you go. You just hit that like button just like
Aw.
that. Thank you, Nurse Liz. I appreciate
And
the
also,
demonstrative.
please do subscribe to
Anytime.
everybody there. All linked in the description below, just like every single day. Show their appreciation for our wonderful guests that have been coming on to this channel throughout this trial. It's been a long 6 weeks, and these faces have been coming day in and day out. Show your appreciation for them by subscribing to their channels and giving all of their content a good look-see. Also,
I just want to do a
RF,
show
thank you
with. I just want to do a
so
show,
much for your.
show with Mark. Oh, you know what? You go.
Okay, sorry. Thanks so much for your generous super chats. Says, also broke my nose again yesterday. I'm training jujitsu and woke up with 2 fat black eyes. So yeah.
How?
Did you put Amica on them?
I hear it does wonders. I'm sure
Buy
you
some
can
Amica
go
cream. Boom.
and maybe a little bit of makeup. You know, if you're particularly actually, you know what, Amber Heard might be for hire on makeup services.
And
so
ice. Oh my gosh, did we talk
consider.
about ice?
Yeah.
We forgot about
Savvy
ice.
Parchment, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Very generous. Says, question, uncivil law at 100K yet? No, to be a real law tuber, you must be subscribed.
Go
Yes.
subscribe.
And
Absolutely.
let me speak for uncivil law even when he's not here. I'll talk good about him when he's not here. Uncivil
Yeah.
law and I
the only proper
probably agree on close to nothing legally. Probably 5% are overlap. And there is no one I like disagreeing with more than uncivil law. And if that's how this is going, then you know what? You should be clicking that like button. If I do it, you should. That's all.
Reasonable disagreement.
That is
I love
honestly
it, Mark.
like you can't get a better endorsement than that, honestly.
You learn, you
uh,
grow. Absolutely.
I mean, seriously, and Kurt would actually take that as a massive compliment as well. He's not here right now. He had to pop out, I guess. But no, absolutely, 100%. He would take that as a massive compliment because he appreciates the process of disagreement with other people, and the fact that that's often how we learn. You know. So yeah. Craig Rowe, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, hey Mike, think Amber can be charged with capital felony treason after this?
She should be. She should be.
Oh no. Also, there was a Muffin Man. Do you have access to that last super chat that was before these other ones? About buying us coffee.
I'm just impressed that
Maybe
I
not.
now know who knows the Muffin Man. It's Alita.
I do know the Muffin Man. And he's not Mr. Bites.
No, I was going to say, Mark and I should do a show just talking real politic about corporate goings on and how they treat their counsel.
Please. And speaking of, I didn't even realize, just for the record, until last night, I've done work on multiple items with Richard Marx. I just didn't realize it was the same. I didn't even realize it was the same Richard Marx until right now. So anyway,
It's so funny. I would like to hear the stories on that.
he's a good lawyer. Like he was a totally, you know.
He clearly knows his stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
good guy.
He's a little full of himself in terms of his history, but honestly, with that history, I would be too. So there you go.
No, welcome to Hollywood attorneys. You know what I mean? Like you kind of need that to make it here. So.
Hey,
We
Mike.
appreciate your
Cubs or
morning
Sox?
flex.
Cubs.
Oh, I've been to that bar.
The
Oh,
Cubbies.
I know them.
All right, thank you, ladies
I
and
just
gentlemen.
didn't
Be
even know.
seated. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
Oh
All right,
no,
Ms. Heard,
you're
be-
kidding me.
Stand, please.
Really?
Oh,
You know what? This trial has it all, folks. Don't get used to this, okay?
Oh,
This is crazy.
This is a gift to us. It really
Yes,
is.
ma'am. Water.
Wait, where's she going? Oh, she's getting her water. I thought she ran away from the stand. That's an interesting clip.
I can't. I don't know if my body can handle this 2 days in a row. I don't know.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
They have
Thank
20
you.
minutes max.
All right, your question.
Okay, thank you.
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yeah, that's not speculative. Sorry, guys.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection as to that. If you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules
Overruled. Go ahead.
about how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and
Jane,
a
thank you so
trigger
much.
happens,
Very generous.
I
of
have a
you.
meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because
You notice
of the
they
damage
swapped
I
the
walk
room
around
lane
with
on
every
this?
single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not.
But she was.
This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't do
lack
it.
of foundation.
torture me every day.
Speculation. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Amber, how have the Depp-Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
Tie it to the statements.
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because I'm not.
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, it's I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, but I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
when they
non-responsive.
are. And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp-Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my...
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after 2020.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth.
I told you
I
that's
have
gonna be
that
part of the
right.
closing.
Yeah, weird. It
I hope
hits
to get my
weird.
voice back.
I told you.
It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
All right, cross-examination.
Very easy cross on that.
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Yes.
The whole I have a right as an American thing. It kind of hits sideways.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I would have left that to the closing, but we know it's a part of their closing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Jimmy
How
was
do you
asking
guys
about
feel
scope.
about that emotional appeal?
Well, the snicker. Okay, here's the thing, right? The jury's been able to observe her for 6 weeks, and I don't blame Amber Heard for finding moments of levity in here and whatnot. But like, she has found moments of levity, right? We've seen Amber Heard in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. That was the thing that made me feel like, but you have snickered. You have done that in this case. You have
She has.
smiled. So, to say that she hasn't, that's an honesty thing. And it's also, and then she also says, I haven't tried to make myself look perfect. You're kind of doing it during your current direct examination.
Well, and I still have the biggest problem, which is, and I'm not saying Amber Heard is the witness to do this, tying the actual Waldman statements to this state of affairs. In fact, when she testifies in this courtroom with this lawsuit for these other reasons, I say,
when he said that
that's not those statements at all.
Right.
He said that goes to damages, but that doesn't go to damages
No, it
if people
doesn't.
are reacting to her testimony.
And I think that's why I was saying the cross is easy. It's just that like it was I think it was an effective emotional appeal that had basically nothing to do with the questions that she was actually asked. And the smirk comment to me, I don't know how y'all feel, but I think that answers the question of we were wondering why she was taking the stand today. And I think that she saw all that smirking stuff, or she heard about it, or whatever happens, and she's like, I don't want that to be the last impression of me. Whether that is wise or not, we can make our own judgments, which we think it is probably not wise to go back on the stand. We'll see how this cross goes. But I think that answers that lingering question we were thinking about.
It's like someone on their team is either watching this live stream, or Emily G. Baker, or Nick Ricada, or someone where somebody is remarking on that.
Well, and there's a lot of commentary also outside the streaming community too.
Of course,
there's the memes, there's the talks, there's the
The memes
I know. I'm being a bit hyperbolic.
The one thing,
of course,
the one thing where I felt
sorry
for,
I'm sure.
When she was talking about death threats and all that kind of stuff, that actually does happen, and that's awful, and it shouldn't hapen to anybody. That's the only thing. However, it's really not from this. I mean, this happens all through everything.
Well, there's no question Amber Heard's getting the brunt of the internet now.
I mean, she's literally, I don't know how much you guys follow the IMDb Pro star meter. It's very silly. It's just based on dumb algorithms. But Amber Heard has been #1 on the star meter for like 2 months. And that doesn't mean she's the most popular star. It means that she is the one hogging up most of the discussion that is going around, and that doesn't surprise me that there's an influx of death threats when, the higher you go up that chain.
Yeah,
right?
which is shit. I mean, and we
completely
can say that.
Agree. Yes.
Right.
Unequivocally.
Yes, I don't believe her testimony and everything, but no, that there's no place for that. But it's going to happen.
Agreed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mike.
Well, I'd be willing to bet that this argument is about what Camille's scope can be here.
Right. Yes, that is absolutely.
So what did I miss on direct?
I don't know if I'd cross her at all.
Yeah, but
maybe one or two punchy questions.
There aren't a lot of facts on the ground from what Amber Heard just presented to even cross on. So we'll see.
Yeah, I just don't think it went over well. I just leave it there. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, we could point out you snickered in the courtroom, but that just looks petty.
It does.
Right.
It does.
Right.
So
I
think
the too long didn't watch summary.
Sure, Kurt. Kurt, Amber went up. They were asked some kind of broad-based, how did this all hurt you type question. They actually asked how the Waldman statements hurt. She didn't actually tie things to the Waldman statements, but mostly you got an emotional appeal from Amber Heard. And she's under constant harassment campaigns. This isn't fair. Johnny promised he would, harass me to the ends of the earth. He shouldn't be able to control my name and how I live. I have special rules for how people can touch me, including doctors. And I think she's called them intimate partners, I believe. And so it's that. And it was very short. It was very short. It was emotional. And if I had to guess, it's that she wanted to respond to what, if you remember, Johnny Depp said at the end of his direct yesterday, which is, I wanted to get my story out there. I've held this for forever. and she wanted to say, I mean, in all honesty, and this isn't accusing her of mirroring or anything like that, she wanted to say the same thing in reverse. She wanted to say that this was unfair to her.
And I mean, that's what we would expect in this kind of a case anyway, regardless of those mirroring things. So yeah. Just to kind of echo what
the American thing was really cringy too, and I can't put my finger on why.
She's setting up for their First Amendment. They're going to do a First Amendment closing, and she's setting it up.
Well, I think it is that way because it's such a non sequitur. No one has talked about like American rights of speech and that kind of stuff, except for in the opening statements. It's what we expect in a legal argument here, not like like no one has talked about being an American versus being anything else.
Yeah. Plus, it's not congruent. So it's sort of like, I'm just an everyday person, and that's just not the way she acts. And it just, I don't know, just doesn't hit right.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's an emotional appeal. She's talking about all these horrible things that she's dealing with, and then she advances the First Amendment argument in the line of thinking that should still be emotional appeal. She moves to logical legal appeal. I think that might be why it rings false.
I see that. I see that.
It feels insincere for that reason, in my opinion.
I'd buy that.
Yep.
Okay. Kurt, you missed Mark talking some crap on you too.
Oh yeah, Mark had some things to say. I actually couldn't believe what Mark had to say about Kurt.
Could not believe it. I almost kicked him out.
Very surprising. Very surprising from Mark.
I think, Kurt, for the record, I think I made literally, not to flex or nothing, I think I made literally the best appeal to get you to 100K that you've gotten so far.
Yes,
I think that might
actually up on that.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark, why don't you repeat what you said about him?
No, he's here. No way.
Well, then fine. I will. So Mark
this,
basically said, Mark basically said that he probably agrees with you on maybe 2% of things. I think that 2% was that the number?
I said
or was it
5, but we're
five.
in the same.
Five. Sorry. I'm minimizing it.
Misrepresents the evidence.
Yes, misrepresenting the testimony. I apologize. I'll play Elaine Bredehoft here. So 5%. But he said that there is no one else that he would rather disagree with than you.
And that he subscribes.
Oh yeah, of course. If you're not subscribed, who are you? What are you doing?
And I said that is probably the nicest compliment that anyone could possibly give you, because for you, disagreement is one of the best ways of learning, working through those kinds of disagreements and working through those kinds of dialogues. So
I'm just disappointed it didn't trigger a Care Bears reference from Rick.
No. That was a one-time only special event. So if you want Care Bears, you got to go back to day, 22?
Yep. So yeah.
Well, thank you, Mark, for that.
He doesn't seem as enthused as y'all were. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying is that there's one of the things I've learned in life is that the most truthful that you will ever hear about yourself is hearing how people talk about you when you're not around. And that is
this is the Tom Sawyer lesson.
And that is the highest compliment I could ever receive, is when someone tells me something someone said when I wasn't there. And so, like, am I going to tell it to your face? That means nothing, Kurt. Yeah, I'll tell you I disagree with you, and I think a lot of your opinions are garbo. But
Okay. I have mixed feelings about this compliment /
There we go. See, that's
but you present your incorrect opinion well, Kurt.
No, and honestly, and when I disagree with him, the big thing is when I openly kind of challenge him or disagree with him on something, I know that he is listening to me. And that to me means so much, because in our profession, in life, it is so many times that why even say anything? Because that the person that you're talking to doesn't care and is not going to listen. And Kurt is always listening, at least to me. He has always listened to me. And that's 90% of feeling good about yourself when you're talking, right? Is that the person who's talking to you gives a shit about listening, which I'm not going to look at chat right now for that reason.
Yeah, no. Just switch to privates. Just switch to private.
No, I already did that. Yeah.
You guys have a really good dynamic on here in LawTube world of hearing different sides. I feel like in medical land, there's two camps and we don't merge. And I think you guys do a really good job of hearing each other, just like you said, Mark, and actually not being in an echo chamber, so that you actually might be able to learn something new and have a civil discussion.
Well, I don't want to just sell merch because Chad will yell at me, but I do have a nice grouping of apparel with Reasonable Minds Can Differ on it for those that are interested.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's sad
also
about the medical community, by the way. That's sad to hear about the medical community.
Yeah. Also, Tracy Keoff, I believe is how you pronounce it, says your insight through this entire trial has been awesome. Thank you. Love how respectful you all are with each other. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. And also, I mean, that actually is like a perfect super chat to bring up with this conversation. And then Alex Franco 25 says, is Amber Heard and Johnny Depp allowed to look at things on the internet? I know that the jury can't. They can. And also, thank you for this very generous super chat. It's very, very kind of you. So yeah, they can. They are parties, so they're excluded from the. Yeah. I mean, maybe we will have a full day today.
Camille wants to bring in everything she ever said. I said, look, I have 7 hours, Your Honor.
Did they formally run out of time, or do they still like have 5 minutes on the clock or something?
No, they have whatever, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
For that brutal redirect they're planning in their head. Best 2 minutes ever.
Yeah, no buzzer was called yet.
Ian
no orchestra music to to wave him off stage.
Ian wants a hockey buzzer. I think we should give it to him.
I want that full Oscars orchestra. That's what I want.
Getting louder.
Get him off stage.
Oh God. Yeah, I don't. Oh yeah. Yes. A lot of hand movements from Camille. Yeah. I think the argument is, okay, she's the full party witness here. I should be able to drag in all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
But they specifically saying, no.
Right. Every question they asked had the Waldman Depp statement in it somewhere. You know,
Even
they can.
Of
course. That's why they're fighting
her at all.
Yep, that's why they're fighting. But yeah, that was very crafted on their part. That no, this is only about the Waldman Depp statements and how they relate. You know, the damages. It goes to damages only.
Camille's like, stop bullshitting me.
Yeah.
That had nothing to do with the statements.
Of course.
It was interesting. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Leah.
Oh, RH, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says, love you all. Do you feel like Judge Penny has formed a personal opinion about this case? I'm sure she has formed a personal opinion about this case, and we will never find out what that is.
You can't not. You can't not form an opinion, but she is a good judge. She has not let out much.
Very good judge.
We do know that she found the TMZ appeal amusing.
Yeah, that's true.
But
we have believed that.
Other than that, nothing.
Well, and that who's just a snarky guy?
Ben Shu.
Ben's just a snarky guy. Yeah.
But she saved that because that was the TMZ motion. That's not in front of the jury, right? So like she lets those out when the jury's not in the room.
Yeah.
What?
That is true.
Why are they crossing her? She's not been good yet.
Don't give her. Camille wants to cross for real.
Yeah, because it's Camille.
What if by some miracle, Amber looks sympathetic and says something reasonable for the first time in the entire trial?
I've often said,
give her that
one thing
opportunity.
I worry about with Camille is she doesn't appear to have a low, a low simmer version. So we'll see.
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right. Matt Lawson, thank you
Your
so much
lives
for
have
this
been
generous super
exposed
chat.
to the world multiple times, right?
Oh boy.
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened.
Sounds like
You
Camille
testified
won.
that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
You're questioning whether he owns the trailer park?
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight
he
testify
said he
that it
was
was
there.
actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you
I
hear
don't
that?
fault him,
That's
but
his
he's part of the
testimony,
Johnny
yes.
Depp show.
So you're calling him a liar.
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture. That was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right?
rearranged.
Ms. Heard?
Whoa,
things
Ms.
like
Heard,
that.
the only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture, as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Oof.
Mr. Knight also
no
testified that he
choice,
charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that
TMZ.
testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing the
Objection. Your
TRO,
Honor, this is
we had no
non-responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
Well, I'll strike the last part as non-responsive.
Honor.
Just if you could answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
She is
In fact, you
poking him.
testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case. And
You
I'm
actually
glad
had
I did.
alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yeah. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Great
Now,
question.
the video of Mr. Depp beating up some
I was
kitchen
gonna say.
cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that, I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't come
heard
from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Just point out how
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ
Another
owns the
liar on the
copyright to the
stand.
cabinet video, right?
This is her opportunity to say
That's news to me.
all of these other
The
people are
cabinet
lying,
video
right?
you filmed of your then
That's where we're
I
husband.
actually
going.
can't
I'm
believe
for
the
it.
judge let this get this broad.
The
from
copyright
the
ownership of
testimony.
that is news to me. I learned
I
that
agree.
yesterday.
What is happening?
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband. Yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video.
It looks
And
like
yes,
the
Cabinet
that
judge
was
video-
my
you
husband.
can quiz her
The
on
same
all
cabinet
the
video that
lies
was
if you
released the
want
night
because of
before
what she
you were
said, and
deposed in your
wild.
divorce. Yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that the jury that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under
I
oath.
heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me.
Ms.
I mean,
Heard,
come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
That's not
But you
really what you
testified
want to do
earlier
on the
in this
stand.
trial that you don't know how to leak things.
I don't.
She's imploding like this. Sorry.
You edited that video before
I
you
can't
gave it to
believe
TMZ so that
they
only
left her
Mr.
this
Depp would look
vulnerable.
bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
Rusty Robots, thank you. Very, very generous.
I'd like to show you a picture from that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799.
Camille is just crushing it.
This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316.
Wow, this is just jaw dropping.
This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
Camille
That
could
is
just
correct.
settle in right here.
Your Honor,
and
I'd
just-
like to move to admit.
This is why that sidebar was so
Photograph?
long.
Any objection
Yeah.
to 1316?
Amber can keep opening more
No,
and
Your Honor.
more
All right,
doors.
1316 in evidence.
And
We
we've
publish
got
this later.
hours of testimony left for Johnny to
This is a
use.
picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
Oh, nice.
I don't know when this was taken.
Oh, no.
This is the day
The
after
day
you
after?
obtained a domestic violence
Yes.
restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is
Mic
there?
drop.
Again, I don't know when
photos.
this was taken. And also I'm outside.
What an anchor.
I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken. So I have
You're
no
obviously
idea if
not
this
wearing
is
makeup.
what
I'm sorry.
bruises you can see
Let's
or not.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken.
Wow.
That
Let's
ain't
do
a
it.
made
Do
up
it.
face.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315. Just
Is that
Don
admitted
Hinton.
before?
Don Hinton, thank you so much.
This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
The first Law
That's what
2
it says,
Hero
yes.
Award. We might.
And this article
Just
contains
might.
the same photograph of you and Miss Pennington we were just looking at. Yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
It's all right. They still heard the title.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they saw the photo.
Yep.
This is also a picture of you and Miss Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence, you can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken,
God.
then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
That's no makeup.
That
I'm
can't be
sorry.
makeup.
That's not, that is not makeup.
No, there's no makeup.
That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Miss Pennington
That is correct.
in there too?
Oh, yeah.
Miss
That is
Pennington
correct.
submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
This is the craziest trial.
Mr. I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence.
This is great. This is everything I ever wanted in this trial happening right now.
I can't believe.
You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
It's wild.
On the second day of your direct testimony,
Oh my God, is it
you
a copied
testified that this
photo?
was taken in the
Yeah.
downstairs of the main
gonna
apartment
hit him on the
on
copied
December
photos now?
15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage
can't
to
wait to hear
penthouse
from
5
Ian.
that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context. Can we please?
Speaking of which,
We could have day
let's get
16
into it.
trial testimony.
It's non sequitur, she said.
Do you think Amber knows that they submitted this for two different events?
I don't know.
I can't. Did they
Holy
have to call her?
moly.
Did her side have to call her, or could they have left it alone?
No,
They could have left it
no,
alone.
They didn't have to call
This
her.
is insane.
This is putting her on the stand is what I would call snatching defeat from the jaws of. I mean, she wasn't victorious, but like this is like even more.
Snatching defeat for more
Could you
defeat.
please turn first to page 4585?
It's like they're out competing to blow themselves up in the last 2 days of the trial.
Well,
And these are going to be the last words that ring through the jury's ears because they've got what 2 minutes to read.
I think Amber Heard demanded to be able to give that speech, and her attorneys, which are good attorneys, said if we lose on that sidebar, this is going to be just you're going to blow up in a ball of fire.
Yep, that's exactly that was exactly how it went.
her pride is the problem. It's her
Where it
attitude.
says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458. Oh, four. I'm on 4485. Sorry, you said 4584.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16.
I mean, Johnny made a similar call yesterday. You
He
know,
did.
This
He
is,
very much
and this
did.
is all. This is what happens in family law cases all the time. You know. This is
I mean, we could
that.
talk about 40 chess maybe. Johnny could have done that deliberately to bait.
Could be.
this.
It's a huge
Line
gamble.
16 where
if you
it
think
says,
Johnny's
let's
a
talk
40
about
chess
December
player.
15th, 2015. Do you
Yeah.
see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Now, I'd like you to turn to page 4603. Starting at line 12. 4603.
Did you guys think that she would be called?
Starting at
I
line
didn't
12
expect
and
it.
going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes.
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
That's correct.
And the main apartment is Penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's Penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse, Penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence?
Again,
in
in my
relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit, you are the defendant.
She's got to
Number
recognize this trap
512
now.
was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a
you
picture of a partial
No,
picture. of
Ms.
the
Heard,
floor.
you didn't just look at a picture.
Yeah.
You looked
I
at your
think she saw
testimony.
this.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up Defendant's 512 and please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 725.
Oh boy.
You should be using the
Duplicate photos.
transcript here, I think.
Which is already in evidence.
Yeah.
In
Yeah, I
redacted
agree.
form, Your Honor.
All right,
She didn't exactly get the answer she
Side
wanted,
by
but it'll
side.
still be effective.
It will.
Yeah.
You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
Side by
On
side.
the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't
remove-
cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor
them
did.
so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's in evidence.
Next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Heard,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Heard, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything.
She's getting off.
Let's look at your
put.
direct testimony from the third day.
Camille is
Well,
amazing in this.
She certainly didn't expect this to come from her direct.
Oh no. Yeah. I don't think she was expecting this on the last day.
This is like the surprise ending in the movie.
It is.
The villain
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
see coming. They've got like one more
The
hit.
villain had to see it coming.
Well,
had to see it coming.
I'm not sure I would have agreed with that. The judge allowing this is interesting. We can talk about it on the break, but it's
Really?
interesting.
I think the argument went that Johnny's rebuttal yesterday went.
Let's
pretty long.
turn to
I
page
should get front
4750. in
Yeah.
Day 17 transcript.
Could be a makeup call.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
It feels like the judge on both of these has been giving like one to each team. Like she overruled an objection that I probably would have sustained, and then she sustained an objection I probably would have let in on both. You know, it seems like she's trying to really play the middle here.
It's a makeup call. Like in
Specifically
baseball.
line 16.
Controversial, but you know.
Yeah. I'm not saying it was right,
You
but
see
I,
where Ms.
in my guess.
Radahoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place
This will be controversial.
on May
This will be
21st,
talked about as allowing
2016.
this cross.
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804. At line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14?
Yes.
Through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, You would know.
Recognize a
Nice.
portion of a spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Okay.
Attitude is so different today.
Yeah,
Well,
it's because she's
Ms.
off.
Heard,
She's
at the
off
beginning
tilt.
of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week,
we approach?
Yes.
Sure you
Yeah.
do.
Well, you lost this, but yes, I would approach just to get a pause.
This is
Just
like
to
the
interrupt.
Jack
Let her regroup.
This is Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise that I was hoping for. I'm so happy that this happened. Thank you, Amber, for taking the stand.
Yeah, you never get this in
Yeah.
the real world. This is
And Camille deserves a lot of credit because this is really complicated to put together.
Yeah, it
Yes,
is.
she's
It is. To pull this out of a hat is tough. It takes skill.
And
Stony CC, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Anyway, continue. Yeah, Colonel Kurtz,
I
you
was
were
going
going
to
to
say it really feels like to me that Camille saved her strongest ammunition for this moment. Did they anticipate that Amber was going to take the stand, or what?
I don't know. That was a risk to save these photos for the end.
Maybe they just knew that she was going to do it. Maybe Johnny said, "Hey, this woman is an ego maniac and a crazy woman, and she's going to demand that she takes the stand." I mean, maybe they're playing master chess. I don't know.
a hell of a gamble. I mean,
It really is.
would you take that gamble?
I
as a
said
lawyer?
I wouldn't do
Ladies
this
and gentlemen in the
cross at all, but-
gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom.
Oh, no.
Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has
That's
told the
not-
world that
that's not
he's your
what-
victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations.
talk
I was
about
the
that
only
statement.
one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at
Well,
the
we could
time.
talk about it.
And
How
he
it
signed his
relates
name to it.
The Washington Post.
You didn't expect many
Exactly.
people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Miss Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I
like
know
a
how many
quasi-closing
people will come
statement.
out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So
It
you
is
think
clear
Miss
by this
Moss
courtroom
needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through
Don't
my
repeat-
head when
don't
my
repeat
violent
it. Why are
husband
you going
not
through
only
it?
swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister.
Just let her talk.
Of course, I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by
This is the
pushing
real
her down the
important
stairs.
people.
You told
It's not
this
an
jury
awful
under
answer.
oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to
She's finishing
testify
up.
that TMZ had been alerted that you
Yeah.
would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of.
That's
Did
the end of
you?
the. That's the end of the case.
I know how many
folks.
people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. Is I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
And I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury.
Excuse me. I didn't hear your
You
question.
didn't hear
Excuse
my
me.
question.
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind,
Curry-
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
Doesn't look good.
I have
for a
seen people
powerful
do this.
man.
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
then
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so
Everybody's
you
a
probably
liar
expected
but
Isaac
me.
Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
That's the point here.
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with
Bring
your
up
lies.
I relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
Wait,
but
you
you
did
didn't
ask her a
cry.
question. You did ask her a question, though.
Matt Palzer, thank you so much for
Thank
the
you, Your Honor.
generous super
Ms.
chat.
Heard,
Thank
if-
you so
if
much.
Mr. Baruch felt misled. Who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I
Then
don't
why
blame
would
him
he
for
testify on
crying.
his
This is
behalf?
horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection,
Because there's so
lack of
many-
foundation.
Overruled. Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years. 5 years.
Don't you-
And when I
that the
was
jury
saying
hasn't
that to
seen
Johnny
any evidence.
on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on. And I have
Where is it?
pictures, we have text, we have everything.
Where is it?
Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy.
All the
It's
evidence is
easy
in at this point,
to
jury.
not know the context of
Where is
a
it?
picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence. of
Objection,
mind to document.
non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically,
Yes,
verbally,
yes,
emotionally,
yes,
psychologically?
yes.
How did the threats
Connie
that
Van
Mr.
Loo.
Depp made
you
against
so
you
much. Very generous of you.
individually
Thank you.
years ago resemble what you have endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yeah, we're not doing scope.
Johnny promised me,
She's looking
promised
at him.
me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me
That's a
global
different meaning that
humiliation.
she used for death is the
You
only
saw
way
those
out before.
texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block him.
Objection, Your
block me
Honor,
from
lack of
working.
foundation, speculation, hearsay,
all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain it as a non-response.
Ms. Heard, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Those are
Objection, Your
just-
Honor, lack of foundation.
She's
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again.
Careful.
That's just an echo
Yep.
of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
That's the case.
Thank
Sir,
you.
can have
Thank
a
you
seat
for your
next to
closing
your
argument,
witness.
Amber. In front of you, ladies and gentlemen.
If I could have the attorney's approach.
Camille was basically also doing closing argument as well.
Of course, but
100%.
she is also an attorney. She's one of the attorneys in the room. It's weird to have that coming from a witness.
So yeah, now they're asking, is there any reason not to dismiss the jury for the day, basically?
Yeah, well, and there isn't. This is the case. That was the case, everybody.
I mean,
All right. That cross went well. I was scared. I thought it would, but I was just afraid that Amber might somehow miracle, do something decent. She didn't.
If anything, she was worse that
also,
time.
Did anybody else catch when she said, "That's why I wrote the op-ed about him"?
Oh no,
Yes.
that whole sequence.
That admission to the
Yes.
to that this is definitely about you. It'll be interesting to see if they try to weasel out of that on closing tomorrow. But Johnny's team can totally use that. You heard her yesterday right here say, "That's why I wrote the op-ed about him."
Oh, wow.
that whole
From
sequence.
her last words, she admits the truth.
Her attitude was so different in this. This was exactly the moment that I've been hoping for and thought for sure we were not going to get. And it was so terrible just from a lay person's perspective. And so I'm curious, I guess you think that her team advised her not to do this.
Yes.
She went ahead and did this, and it's been a disaster, right?
Absolute disaster. This is the exact opposite of sticking the landing for Amber Heard's team. This is somebody doing a massive belly flop from like 30 stories up.
She got so snarly in that particular response pattern that was rough. I mean, I know there was a super chat that said I looked pained during the cross-examination. I know this might not make sense because I think Johnny has the right of these stories. I don't actually take pleasure in seeing somebody get eviscerated like that.
Yeah.
So that's, if I looked pained, it was Amber Heard was cracking. And it was
Your next witness?
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this
I don't
matter.
think they have any more time.
What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and then the case
9
will be
a.m.
submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go. Tomorrow, I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you within reason. I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday.
Okay.
I would like you to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come
So
earlier,
she's
that's up to
assuming
you.
they're not going to
You
make a
can decide
decision
as a group
tomorrow.
If you want to come earlier
Fair
than 9
assumption.
o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock just to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go. Okay? So have a good evening and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
good luck, jury.
Yeah. And she just told them, it's like you deliberate Friday, not on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. So
Come back on Tuesday.
If you have to, and you'd have to come back on Tuesday by not later than 9 a.m. I continue to stand by my bet that the jury comes to a conclusion on Friday.
Kurt thinks that was the
We'll go ahead and take
school
a-
teacher saying, and this
a
is when
modified
detention
lunch recess
starts.
just till 12:50.
If you'd like to
We'll come
avoid
back
it.
at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make sure we get the verdict form taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
We're not sure we'll see you at 12:50. I would doubt it, but
yeah, me too.
Yeah. I wish we could see these arguments, but
I would actually be interested in watching them too. I don't think they'll be televised.
Oh, Pirate Grace, thank you so much for your generous super chat. This is a classic BPD, and therapy type boundaries must be established and maintained to control the BS. Curry set boundaries. Hughes let AH take control and got sucked in. BPD patients are a threat to the MH profession as well. And Lillian to Marie, thank you also for your generous super chat. AH A question: AH is crying and stating all the rules to be followed around her due to PTSD. Wouldn't that cross-examination be triggering and upsetting for her? AH responses seem angry and defensive. Thanks to all for the commentary. Inspiring to hear great minds discuss. Thank you. Those are some very kind words. I think one would think that if the supposed hoax claims are in fact triggering for her for PTSD, that she would have been triggered on the stand as well. Law Patrol. Wow. Thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says, couldn't think of a better way to make this more crazy. $250 for 250K. Thank you. Everyone else needs to do the YouTube things, then go show love for the Law Patrol. Yeah, we'll have to go check you out, man. And Madison Payne, thank you also for your very generous super chat. Runkle made it. Yay.
sure
We love
did.
watching you guys. Thanks for all you do. Yes, I cannot wait to hear what he has to say about the jury and their reactions from this last go round.
No joke.
Hope, you were saying that that it was controversial for the judge to allow this. Could you explain that quickly? The cross examination.
Oh, well, the cross is only supposed to be within the scope of the direct testimony. And so the big long sidebar was about, okay, so Amber Heard gets up here and says, this is what harmed me. That the Adam Waldman statements, what they call the Depp Waldman statements, is what harmed me and it caused me this pain. And then it's realistically just a jumping off point for, I want to talk about kind of in soliloquy form, how sad this makes me and how mad I am at Johnny Depp, which is fine. That's well within her rights. Sure. But then Camille goes up and says, well, if we're going to talk about what caused this pain, I get to cross on anything that might have caused that pain. Right. And you can see a lot of hand movements and a lot of arguments. Ben's up there going, that's freaking crap. That's not what this is. Camille wins that. And then you get essentially what amounts to a real cross. I mean, you get a version of what we saw the first time. Only I don't know whether Amber wasn't expecting it or wasn't prepared for it or just has had it up to here with Camille. You got a much more snarly person. And one of the things I said yesterday was, Johnny up there for the first time in a long while made me think, hey, this guy could be
Attorney
lying.
Tom.
What's going on, y'all?
Join us. It's been a while. How you doing, man?
Yeah.
Good.
This is your first time on the channel during the trial. Actually, your first time on this channel
My
ever.
first time on the channel, period. And I think I came at
you
a
waited
good
until
time.
I had more subs. I get it.
Right,
I get it.
Right when the trial ends.
The channel was too small before for Attorney Tom, but now he can. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's true. It's all true.
I'm kidding. I'm just giving you a hard time, of course. Detective Seeds, thanks so much for this very generous super chat. Says congrats on 250K. Thank you. It is well deserved for a great person who has helped redefine the way people watch trials and understand the law. Can't wait to be on with you guys. Well, I will say I have not done much to redefine anything. This is a model that I did not invent. I don't want anyone to think that I am taking claim for that, but I happily am continuing on with this particular model. I think it's a great one. I think it's fantastic. And I love all the folks that have been joining on with us. So
I disagree, Alita. This is groundbreaking. It really is. What this whole panel has done, what Emily D. Baker's done, not Nick. But I mean,
No,
y'all
Nick is
are
great.
pulling in absurd numbers. Y'all are educating people. Y'all are making trials bearable. I've had, my sister, I was at the airport the other day. The lady next to me was watching Emily D. Baker. My sister has made comments about how this has made, trial bearable or people have understand it more. And, I've had my sister asking me about, what does this objection mean? What does this mean? What does that mean? I mean, you don't sell yourself short. I really think that this trial, what y'all have done here is amazing.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Well, I think it's been definitely a very educational process for a lot of us, and even those of us on the panel. I mean, I feel like we're all still learning through our conversations that we're having with one another, our disagreements and whatnot. And it's just been
every day. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I think it's just been a great experience. Let me get this super chat really quick, and then we'll continue with the conversation. RF says, was that just a live execution on TV? That may be the closest thing that we will ever see to a live execution. And thank you for your generosity there as well. So Attorney Tom, have you managed to, oh, I guess Matt Pelzer also, thank you. CV is killing this, but JD's whole team deserves credit for having all this lined up and ready to go. Yes. That is teamwork right there as well. So yes, thank you for your generosity too. So Attorney Tom, have you been able to check out much of this trial as it's been going on? I know it's been
I've been
long
watching
6
your
weeks.
highlights. That's about it.
Okay.
Recaps.
Okay. The
Recaps
recaps.
recaps our boss.
Yeah.
I don't know how I managed to keep up with those over the last.
None of us understand it. So if you don't understand it, we don't have a chance.
But I'm glad that those have been useful to people. Because I ahead of time that was a pretty important thing for me personally, because I've been there when you have a trial that you can't make it into the courtroom, and for whatever reason it's not being televised, but you want to know what's going on and you want to find out by Googling it, and none of the headlines are accurate or detailed enough to really get a good understanding, and to really be able to really glean what's actually going on. And so I've been on the receiving end of some of those recaps in the past, and so I was like, there's a lot of people that are interested in this that don't have the time to actually sit and watch trial all day. So I'm glad that they were useful.
Yeah.
Also, where's this one? Peter, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Very generous. Says Attorney Tom only became a lawyer because it meant he had to pass the bar, since he can't pass the bar for the kiddie rides at the county fair. Oh my gosh, someone just paid me $100 to troll you, Tom.
Good. Please, if anybody else wants to troll me, $100, give it to Alita. Let's do it. I'll sit here all day.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Oh man. So yeah. So what are your thoughts on this, Tom? Since you're the newest brain on this panel, to approach this case.
Yeah. So my immediate thought was there's a big and I don't want to talk bad, but I think objectively, from what I've seen, there's a big difference in the quality of lawyering between Amber Heard's team and Johnny Depp's team. I think Johnny Depp's team has put on a more concise case. I think on top of Amber Heard's team maybe struggling to articulate the right questions, they've also put on some questionable witnesses. I just filmed this morning a recap. I watched Dr. Spiegel, the expert that they were testifying. How if you're Amber Heard's lawyer and you take the deposition of that guy, how do you then decide to put him on the stand? For instance, in the last trial I had, we had an expert and he did a terrible job in his deposition, and he basically was just not what he claimed to be. And what did we do after we took that deposition? We took him off. We're not going to show the jury this guy. How can you show it? It doesn't seem like they're prepared. It doesn't seem like I don't know. I mean, just from that's my 30,000 foot view. So even if the facts are on Amber Heard's side or Johnny Depp's side, I don't really know that, but I think the jury is not going to appreciate Amber Heard's case or their team, just from my observation.
Yeah, we've had a lot of round robin discussions on Amber Heard's team, and I'm of two minds, of course. There are the decisions like that. Like, how do you put on an expert witness like that, and especially do that twice? On the other hand, I also understand that sometimes you've got crap facts, and you've got to deal with what you've got. And it could also very well be the case that these are just, I mean, all of their experts were kind of like this. They all felt like snake oil salesmen to me. And
a lot of them, yeah,
they really did. So I'm almost wondering if like they tried to find the folks, and they this is the best that they got.
The perception for me is here you are, Heard's team. Here's the bundle of goods we're going to sell you that you have to essentially get back to the jury, and you have to go down the tiers of professionalism until you arrive at the level of the person that's willing to do this for you at the Heard team. I mean, that's literally what I'm thinking in the back of my head when Entertainment Lady is talking, or when Dr. Spiegler is talking, is that These were the only you go down the level. These are the people that are willing to say what we need them to say.
Yeah. What do y'all think is going to be the outcome of this trial? Does Johnny Depp win?
I hope so at this point, because the evidence just seems so absolutely overwhelming in every possible sense. I really hope he does. I mean, if this were, if this
I
were a
think he does,
criminal
and I thought
case,
there was
I'd
no
be,
chance at the outset.
I mean, if this were a criminal case, I'd be beyond reasonable doubt at this point. So I'm totally there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I think she really lacks proof, and it's incredible the SV stuff she talks about. I think the jury with the tweet in hand is gonna find that it was republished by Amber, and then I think some of the abuse conversation falls away at that point. So I think Johnny Depp will probably win, but I am concerned of a hung jury on this situation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd be concerned about a hung jury. That's the most that I would be concerned about. I'm not concerned about Amber Heard winning on her counterclaims at all.
I don't think total win
At
for Amber is
all.
that
That is
hard.
dead in the water as
The
far as I'm
counter, the
concerned.
counter's done.
Yeah,
Yes,
nobody thinks
yeah.
the counterclaim. Nobody thinks it.
Yes, and I think that when it comes to Johnny's claims, there are two things that will play a factor here. Number one is the definition of abuse that they decide to use. Number two is the way in which the jury finds what is a lie. Because is a lie an outright lie, or is a lie a misrepresentation? Is it enough that a misrepresentation is gray enough to be a lie to them? To say that there may have been some truth to it, that maybe even if the jury believes, in the beginning we were saying if the jury believes that he hit her once, it's over, it's done for him. But now at this point, you could also say, okay, maybe there was a little bit of abuse there, but she's talking about SA. This is what she's really talking about here.
Right.
And she's blowing that way out of proportion. So even if there's some truth to it, there's enough of a lie there that she's misrepresenting. She's lying. It's defamation. So that's what it comes down to.
She's been stone cold busted twice in a lie in the last couple of days. The first one was just these two photos, which Camille just stuck her with on cross. She's offering the same photo for two different dates of testimony. It's a lie. It's blatant. It's clear. Any jury will come to that conclusion.
Can I devil's advocate that?
And then the Kate Moss story absolutely blew her up. She proffered that as he's an abuser. He pushed Kate Moss down the stairs, and she comes on and said, no, he didn't. And that makes everything else plausible that Johnny's saying. It really does.
I agree with that, but I want to say this on devil's advocate for Amber Heard's side, right? Because we're talking about counsel. I think if we're not looking at Amber Heard, if we're not in a vacuum, just looking at her answers to the wine bottle photo, I don't know what my team submitted it for. I know what I testified to is a legitimate answer for they screwed up again in terms of what happened there.
I'd stick it to her in closing argument. She testified that this photo was what she was testifying about for this date. Then later she testified that this photo is what she was testifying for about this date. It's not the attorneys. She's saying it on the stand. She'll try, but she can't hide behind the attorneys there.
This is
okay. I mean, we can go reasonable minds can differ there on that one. I thought her answer of there's so many photos is actually, if it's not Amber Heard, if we're not otherwise evaluating, I think it's something that could have worked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
I'm never going to interrupt the host.
No, I was just going to say, it's trying to put in front of the jury. We have mountains of evidence.
Yes.
When the jury themselves has reviewed all of the evidence, trying to characterize what that evidence looks like, it's like, I'm sorry, but that is up to the jury to determine that. You're not allowed to try to tell the jury what this evidence looks like. That's up to them to figure out. So stop characterizing this as a mountain, or else like it makes her look like she's selling snake oil.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's
Go ahead,
bad.
Mark.
But remember, that's part of that audio, right? The Tell the Word Johnny audio has at the front end of it, there's mountains of evidence. And like she was going with what she said before, but it's a completely different context when you're in the last day of a trial and all the evidence is in.
Yeah.
Mark.
I don't remember where I was going.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I think, I think in a vacuum, I think this is, to me, and maybe this is my own experience, in my mind, hearing Amber's direct specifically, but some of those cross, I think her answers were not as unreasonable as we're characterizing them as. In a vacuum, if this is not Amber Heard and we didn't see 6 weeks worth of testimony, the fact that her and Johnny were constantly in drug binges and, wine being spilled on a floor is probably a common occurrence. When presented with a team being like, oh, is this from that date? And she testifies yes. And then she doesn't even recognize the photo and testifies again. Yeah, I'm not saying it. You're absolutely right, Mike. It is impeachable and it does go to credibility. But I'm just not saying that, I don't think that answer was definitely the worst answer or the most destructive to the case. I think Alita kind of hitting on a lot of the things that I think are going to be more persuasive to the jury, at least. Again, this is all vacuum, as in not we're taking out all.
I would agree that in a vacuum, her responses today, if that was the first time that I ever saw her, and I didn't see any other evidence in this case before I saw her with that performance, I would look at that and say, I find some sincerity in there. But there's enough that has transpired before that I'm like,
and it's not a vacuum. Is an accurate is an accurate answer to in a vacuum. I mean, I totally give you that. And what I was saying before Attorney Tom arrived was essentially that yesterday Johnny Depp gets on the stand and I say, man, this guy looks like he's really being deceptive with the lights coming from the side. And, oh, I didn't write that. And, oh, I think that's Photoshopped. And there's a sequence of events there. I'm like, man, he looks really deceptive. And I thought for the first time, this guy could be lying, right? We've proved him to be sincere, or at least in my head, I've assumed he's sincere because of what I've witnessed for the past 6 weeks, and that Amber's the exaggerating one. I still think Amber's the exaggerating one, but that was the first time I thought that yesterday. But Amber getting back on the stand and controlling her aggressiveness. There's a shot there pretty early on in the cross-examination where she has a full nose snarl coming back at Camille. That was as damning as what I saw from Johnny Depp. So bare minimum, in my head, it kind of neutralizes. And then I can bring in everything else that I've ever thought in this case. And I say, Amber's the exaggerating one. Amber's the exaggerating one. This is her. You kind of saw the mask come off a little bit in that cross-examination. And so, people get on me for talking about what I thought while this happened yesterday. This is what I think happened today. And honestly, I'm not even sure it's 4-dimensional chess. I think it's 3.2 dimensions of chess to put Johnny up yesterday. If you know Amber Heard, if it's going to be a requirement that she can't let Johnny finish off with, I finally got to tell my story in the world and get out of here with my head held high. If you know that Amber Heard's going to at least have a conversation with her attorneys about coming up and that there's a chance we get to blow open that cross, then some of what happened yesterday is more defensible to me as legal strategy.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Totally agree 100%. And I think we are in 100% in agreement that that decision, that sidebar decision to broaden the cross.
Have y'all indicated or picked up on instances where Amber Heard is difficult to control as a client? Is there some friction between?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah. We see it. We see it.
I can see it.
It's obvious you can see it. It's
I
crazy.
think part of it, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think a lot of it has come down to we've seen decisions that the attorneys made that kind of everyone on this panel is like, I can't imagine they think that that's the right strategy. So I think we've inferred kind of a control on Amber's part from those sort of decisions that we ourselves couldn't defend. I don't think we have more than that, right?
And let me just I'm going to interrupt real quick and then let you go, Rick. Dirk H, thank you very much for this very generous super chat. Anyway, just wanted to get that in there because they're going to be flowing.
I think it really became apparent to me, not just on strategy questions, but when Amber Heard is getting the direct questions from Elaine. And there's a moment in that direct testimony where it seems like Amber loses all faith in Elaine because they're fighting. Elaine gets objected to 7 times in a row at one point. And Elaine gets mad at Amber because Amber is taking the answers and is going off in directions and is getting hearsay called on her, I don't even know, 15 times. And Elaine is like effectively trying to communicate with her psychically. We talked about this, that it just seemed like it was a very kind of fraught, tense relationship. You get some looks in court and whatnot. And then the strategy comes in after that where you say, this can't all just be these lawyers, because for the most part, Rottenborn seems good. Elaine had some like organizational problems, like when she tries to admit evidence and like all these various things and get some glares from Amber. So,
It looks
all
like
of
a
it's
lack of
speculation and
preparation.
inference.
Yeah.
But it seems to line up with everything we saw.
And regardless, y'all were just talking about this 5 or 6 minutes ago. Regardless of the verdict, this is probably a win for Johnny Depp already, just for
Period.
the publicity. And she probably is not even solvent. I mean, if the jury comes back with a $40 million verdict, can Amber Heard pay a $40 million verdict?
Nope.
She can't
I
pay
don't think
what
so.
he can't pay her pledge, right? She can't pay her.
She donated it.
Yeah. So
That is
To
one
herself.
Of the things one of the things that's been speculated is if for a verdict for Johnny, when we were talking about damages, people are going to suggesting that the damages be reflective or metaphorical of the pledges that weren't given, etc.
well, what did the damage experts say? When was the last time Johnny Depp was in a movie?
Minamata just
Well,
came out.
What do you mean by a movie?
Well,
right? Because that's the difference here. Because Pirates and Crimes of Grindelwald is different than Minamata.
True.
Or whatever that one's called.
Very true. Minamata, yeah.
And Transcendence and Mordecai and
Yeah.
I mean
Transcendence. Boo.
I think they have a decent damage argument. He lost 2 major roles that everybody knows because of this.
Yeah, Pirates and the other one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty easy to argue.
And you saw his decreased in income right after his income went crashed right after the op-ed.
Yeah.
So it was pretty clear he's been damaged.
Right.
Felicia Lim, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. She says, question, how do all of you think this case will affect the Me Too movement and future DV and SV cases and victims trying to move forward? This has been the main worry of many of us. Also, thank you for allowing us to learn from your discussion. Of course, thanks so much for joining our discussion. I love the fact that there are so many people joining us. So in order to answer your question, there's a lot to unpack there because it's so hard to know what the impact is going to be of a trial or a case on a social movement, right? I think that one of the things that is happening here is on kind of a social conversation kind of level. There's a lot of people that are considering the possibility that there are more male victims of domestic violence out there than they previously realized. There's
Which
a
is
lot of
good
that.
thing.
It is absolutely a good thing. It's a very good thing to re-examine that, and also to re-examine allegations that come out when they hit the news. Do you believe them right away just because it comes out in some kind of a newspaper article, or are you now questioning those kinds of things from time to time and asking, is there something more to this story before I jump on a bandwagon? There's always that possibility. As far as it goes for domestic violence victims trying to prove a case, trying to have themselves be heard, that is a much more difficult question because that is on a much more individual kind of microcosmic level that is a bit more difficult to predict.
And this question might be way too open-ended, and this is certainly not my specialty. I'm like, maybe it is. But do we think and do we know whether the OJ trial was affected the underlying politics because of its verdict? I mean, certainly we heard about it in the culture a lot after that. I mean, Norm Macdonald made his entire career in the mid-90s or the late 90s off of that. But there were absolutely underlying political movement things that were associated with that. Do we really think that OJ ended up, the verdict one way or the other ended up changing it, or the televising of it ended up changing it?
I think it influenced things.
I'll say OJ changed the lexicon, and I think there was a racial divide with OJ, right? Because OJ
that was the political.
The divide, the political divide was the police, and especially Furman, they are sloppy and they do all these bad things when it comes to Black people, but then on the other side, and it's kind of manufactured evidence. So at the end of that verdict, you remember there was such a divide. If you go to a Black neighborhood, people were cheering. You go to white, and people were like, "What the hell?" There was DNA, right? It was like this huge divide. Yeah. And I think coming out of OJ, that was the kind of the theme. Can we trust the police? And I think you kind of also then had the kind of the Black Lives Matter movement and stuff, where now police became from we trust what they're saying to hold on, we got a racist cop who lied and said that he couldn't say that he didn't plant evidence. So I think that is kind of what led us down a path of just opening up to say, hold on, maybe the policing in these areas should change, or maybe it's too heavy-handed, or maybe we should do something different. Because how can now you convince if you can't convince a black jury with DNA that a black guy did this, there's obviously something's wrong with the system. And I think that's what kind of that's the political thing that kind of happened out of OJ. Us looking at law enforcement in a different way after that.
And one thing I will say on this to that question is, not to plug my channel, but I am going through headlines and cultural stuff. And that's the bent that a lot of folks are taking is, what does this do to Me Too? What does it do to female survivors? What does it do to male survivors? And we're talking about those things. And I hope to reschedule the interview that got canceled with one of the authors of those pieces and hopefully more. But I will also say personally, and I know you've heard me both in that space and this space say, this is a case about whether somebody was kicked on a Boston flight. This is a case about whether there was a headbutt in a penthouse apartment. Exactly what happened in various places around the world with actual evidence and actual facts. So I always caution people to start saying that a verdict for Amber will do this for Me Too or not for Me Too, or verdict for Johnny will do this, because I think that's the wrong way to actually look at the judicial process and what trials are designed to do. That's the right place, potentially in opinion pieces and policy discussions and in the halls of legislature. But we should not be asking the jury to make a referendum on the value of Me Too. That's all I'll say on that. And you can find more on my channel.
Yeah, I think
but I do want to make.
Let me get this in real quick, and then I'll go right back to you, Nate. Craig Furman, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Did you guys catch that she admitted that the op-ed was about Johnny? Yes.
Yes, she did.
She did say
she
that's
definitely
exactly
said
why I
that.
wrote it about him.
She
All
did.
right,
She got it. I mean, that was the most. That was the strongest version of that we have heard in the trial, even though Heard's team isn't really fighting it that hard. But
I think they know.
Of course, I wrote it about him. You won't be on that wall.
They know they like that element. It's like, what's so I do? But I want everybody to recognize this. The two top cases in the past 30 years in America, right? OJ and I'm going to say Johnny Depp are both domestic violence cases. Right? OJ was a domestic violence case that led to murder. This is a domestic violence case, but the two top cases. So it just shows you, after 30 years, we still have a problem with domestic violence. And who's to be believed? Because back then it was whether OJ was the abuser. Remember, whether OJ did all this. We had the 911 calls, and it was a whole big thing about him being an abuser. And remember, if he was arrested before and all that stuff, and whether he was an abuser or not. Now, fast forward. It's the exact opposite. It's whether the wife is the abuser in a civil context. So it's just fascinating how we've gone 30 years and we're back at the same place we were at before in a different context, but essentially it's the same thing. Now, instead of losing bodies, we're losing fingers.
Well,
so it just shows you that we still have, this still shows an underlying problem with domestic violence.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. But I think that depends on how you're defining top, right? Top is in most famous, most watched, most popular.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking.
Because domestic violence and family law and these intimate personal dramas continue to be the most. I don't want to necessarily say salacious, but the ones that people are most interested in, the most sensationalist. Nancy Grace made her entire career making hay from domestic violence claims, right? Like, so I certainly agree that it is proof that domestic violence is still a huge issue. So somebody ran a lawnmower through.
That was the court feed.
Yeah. But it's just if we're saying top is in most popular, most watched, and most televised, it's because it's about a celebrity,
most
right?
Popular,
like
most
we got
popular,
cameras
most
in
watched.
because the celebrities,
Well, right. Well, what's the most likely dispute is celebrities are likely to get in, and they're going to look like this. Something like this, not private islands and writing on the wall and all this stuff that went into this. It wasn't just celebrities. I said this at the top. It's that it's salacious in and of itself. I'll say salacious, Mark, which would get eyeballs anyway. And then it's celebrities as the parties, and you have this.
What we love,
I disagree with you guys.
Takedowns or like seeing celebrities as real people too. We love that, right? As a culture, and so it's not surprising that this would.
I agree in part, but I disagree. All right, I agree in part that yes, the story is going to be sensationalized. But I'll say this, and I'll make this argument: if the genders of these two people were reversed, this case wouldn't be this big at all.
No.
If their genders were reversed, it wouldn't be this big at all. It would be something we'd watch and something to be, but it wouldn't be, I think, at this much of a bomb, because I think the fact of the matter is everybody believed Johnny was the abuser and Amber was the victim, and it fit all the narratives. And now I think the wake up part that blew this up is that we found out that that wasn't true. And now the social movement that was behind that seems to be kind of in a reverse. So even though I do think this may have been a big case, I think it's bigger because of the reverse gender. I think if we switch those genders, I don't think this case gets nearly as much attention.
Well, to me, Nate, all you do is you move the timeline, because it might not be the case that gets the big deal. It's the Washington Post article where Johnny Depp tells the world that he's abused by Amber
He's
Heard.
abused by Amber Heard. I mean,
You just move the timeline of where this would have happened. But yeah, this was always going to be of high level of interest to people. I didn't expect it to be. I have to be fully honest. I didn't expect it to get to this point where we're not laughing. Is it like OJ out of the room? Because if anybody that was there or following it in that summer, that was the craziest thing you've ever seen in terms of a court case.
It was my 6th grade class. I was in 6th grade, and they were wheeling in the TV to watch. Why would 6th graders watch a murder trial with a football player?
I got a TV wheeled in for the jury verdict. I did.
I remember walking. We were in New York. I was walking because I think I was going to school, but I had like a doctor appointment early, and I remember they had announced the verdict. And New York is always packed. There was no one on the streets. Everybody was like at TVs, and I was like, "Where's everybody at?" Watching the verdict. It was that crazy. It was insane.
I won't comment on where I was during that verdict because
I
make Rick mad every time.
The twinkle in my father's eye.
I was going to say,
I was around. I was around. I just wasn't. I let's just say that my school, my version of school had half days.
Get out of here.
I was in elementary school, just anyhow. Geekstar says, Geekstar, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Says, hey guys, followed the whole trial with you and actually started fairly skeptical of Johnny Depp, but over time I turned more to his side. There are just too many holes in Amber Heard's stories. I really wish JD all the best for the verdict. Here's a little for your work. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we have not, okay, so I've been very, very open that since the beginning of this trial, I was pretty convinced for Johnny Depp's side. I've been very open about that. Much to some surprise from some of my counterparts going into this. And I like being able to say I told you. But anyhow,
you did.
That's neither here nor there.
You can go watch the clips of me reacting to, especially the redirect to Johnny Depp, and Alita's doing a dance in the corner, being like, I told you these were coming in. I told you this stuff was coming in. And I'm like, this is stunning. Tell the world is still stunning to me.
Tell the world this is a crazy one. That's how bad is that?
But I will say that even despite that, my goal with this stream was not to convince people of this trial, of any side of this trial. I mean, that's why I brought in people that were purely objective. I mean, also because they're great people and very great legal minds as well. But I loved having people that knew nothing about the case so that we could really get the fresh take from people that haven't been already tainted like I was with information. I wanted to see really what the jury could possibly be thinking if they had, some legal experience, of course. But the whole goal with this was just to make this open so that people could see for themselves the court process. And I also, on a more selfish note, I just wanted an excuse to be able to watch everything myself so that I could say that I'm working.
You wanted to expense it. You wanted to psychologically expense it. I like it.
Yeah. Exactly. Because I knew that I wanted to see it for myself. After everything that I had heard about the UK trial, I knew that I wanted to see it for myself and to make up my own mind based on the facts, because I was like, I still wanted to keep at least 10%, 15, 20% of my brain open, in case something came in that was insane that I hadn't already heard about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You always got to keep that in mind. You can hear me pushing back on you real hard the first 2 weeks or so. I mean,
definitely, you definitely were. Well, we were all though, even Uncivil. I remember me and Uncivil laughed at it. We were like, "You really think Johnny Depp's got a chance on a defamation suit?"
I remember Viva on Eric Huntley's stream. He's like, "Do you really think that it was a good idea for him to bring this case?" I'm like, "Yes."
We all had our doubts.
Well, I think as Attorney Tom said, he's already won. I mean, he really did already win.
Yeah, he's won. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Jill Sanderson, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, can you go around and get the panel's percent win versus loss and how much awarded, please?
Technically, I still get closing statements, but
Yeah, I mean, well,
although the evidence is in.
I think we got a peak of closing statements on the cross-examination, and the peak of the court, and that peak was they're going to play it. This is not a he said, she said against Johnny and Amber. This is a she said versus everyone else. Here is the guy from the trailer park. He said this. He's lying. Here's this
Another
person.
liar
She's
on
lying.
the
Here's
stand is coming back.
another liar on the stand, right? Everybody's lying for Johnny. So you could, and I thought that was she let us peek behind the curtain and say we're
she's already
closing
writing it,
hard
right?
with all of the lies, right? And we're going to say to believe her, that means you can't believe these 50 people. So that's where it seems like they're going with close, which I think is going to be extremely
Now,
effective.
Nate, you have to admit, Nate, you have to
pulled it
take
away
a
from
second.
Johnny.
You have to admit I'm right about one
You
of
are
the
right.
directions that the herd team is going. You have
First
to admit
Amendment,
I'm right.
baby. They're gonna
All
be.
right.
They're gonna have a Captain America
was such a
shield up there.
The
Such a
giant
weird-
American flag. Ben Rottenborn is going to come out. He's going to drape it over him like he just won the 100-yard dash.
You can't
I
spell
almost-
that.
He's gonna be the
I
law
almost
hawk.
wonder. I almost wonder if like that was maybe part of their.
Don't
part
don't
of their,
diss
like,
Law Hawk, fellow
I
Texas
love
lawyer.
Law Hawk.
Okay.
Hold on, sir. Who's the biggest fan of Law Hawk on this channel?
You are, Nate.
I love Law Hawk. I play them all the time. Oh my god.
I part of me almost wonders if they were like, all right, fine, we'll put you on the stand, but you have to say something about being an American or something about the First Amendment if you're going to go there, because we forgot to check that box and we really want to be able to talk about that in closing so that they can go tomorrow and say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you even heard her say that she is an American.
Yeah.
She has a
I'm
right.
not sure all the battle
She has a
him
right
for
to
the
speak.
Republic can solve this.
No,
at
it
this
is.
point.
It is. What is America, jurors? I'll tell you what America is. It's the ability to tell your story. Let's talk about it.
In the face of the patriarchy.
In the
right
face
to
of
get
a
$7
powerful
million
man,
for a 1-year marriage.
a powerful, abusive man bent on making sure your Americanness is
Stop. You're hurting.
Richard should join the Tesla litigation hardcore group or whatever it's called.
I got that DM'd a bunch to me.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh yeah. No. And when I say, in the face of the patriarchy, there are legitimate, cases, in fact, where women have been discriminated against. I have litigated those cases myself.
Of
So
course. Yeah, I have too. So.
so I just want to make that very clear for the folks that are watching. When I say that, I'm talking about Amber Heard's version of that is a farce. So in case that was lost on anybody.
and you know what? Yesterday I said we got to give credit to Amber's attorneys for the crosses. Dennison, he did a hell of it. Can we give him can we give it up?
Agreed.
He did a hell of a job today, crushing Hughes. He crushed Hughes. I'm talking about I think he crushed Hughes, especially with as soon as she said she didn't read the directions. He's like, oh, we're talking about
Let's read the directions.
and then going right into the directions. I was like, oh my
That was a
god,
good
he
moment.
just blew her up.
He destroyed
blew her
Data
up.
Guy. He destroyed Hughes. I'm going to be honest. You
It's
go
like
look at the batting average of Wayne Dennison. It's pretty damn high.
Well, I will say this. He followed the rules of cross-examination today. He did follow the rules.
He was asking some open-ended stuff.
But he was controlling the witness too. Was that a yes or no? Is that yes or no, ma'am? Strike with everything she said after this. So he was watching us. He was like, yeah, I got to tighten up on the fundamentals.
Him
But
objecting.
we give
to
him a lot of
Elaine.
crap. He did very good today.
Him
And
objecting to
was
Elaine
all right.
misrepresenting the testimony after she was clearly struggling with
Yes,
saying
she was.
the certification properly. I'm like, oh, that's a baller move right there.
Mhm.
She just couldn't
But
find
she
her
laughed
shoes.
about
all
it
that
though.
was
Credit
happening
to
is
her though on that one.
a lot of what Elaine's problems appear to be organizational, right? She can't find her sheet. She doesn't know what evidence is in and that kind of thing. So it's clear that she was trying to remember it in her head and she can't find exactly what the qualification was. And Dennison can tell, and he's probably looking at it right in front of him. Oh, didn't get that right. Objection.
But you know why she's having that problem? She's having that problem because 99% of the time in court, it's not going to be this hyper technical stuff. A lot of things slip by because it's a regular day of practice, right?
No, it doesn't
like
matter.
when I was at the DA's office, right? We're doing arraignments or something. Things are moving so fast and so quick. If you're doing a calendar call, It's just like a lot of that stuff
Different.
is slipping through. But when you're in a trial like this, where everything is so technical and everybody's watching everything, then if you're not used to that, it's hard to change from the everyday, I know the judge is going to be okay, to now, and even this judge's objections. Like, this judge is a hearsay purist, right? He's a purist when it comes to hearsay. It's like he's not letting anything through that's even close to it. But I think in her normal in everyday life, she's probably a little, less strict with the hearsay. So I'm assuming that's why Elaine is performing the way she is, because I don't think she's used to performing under these strict guidelines.
Well,
Totally fair.
Okay. Well, yes, but I will say that you still have to prepare to the judge that's in front of you. You still have to prepare for the
Facts.
case that's in front of you.
Facts.
So it's like you have to be adaptable to the case and to the circumstances, because otherwise, if you just say, well, this doesn't play to my strength, so I'm not going to adapt, and whoopsie daisy, too bad, so sad. You have to in order to succeed in a case, when you understand. I mean, that was like Johnny Depp's side. They were struggling early on those objections because they didn't have like the argument back to the other side when they would object on foundational grounds. They learned eventually that that Judge Oscarate is a stickler on foundation. That's one of those that she's a stickler on, and that's one that is very ripe for objections for her. Lahava, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, if nothing else, the trial shows the public that they should be skeptical of claims. Also, that false claims destroy lives and obliterate careers. The only difference here is Johnny had the resources to defend himself, still was damaged though. Oh, facts. So many facts. Absolutely.
Oh, and I didn't hear you guys talk about the picture, but we got a new picture today of no bruises. The bruise picture,
That
the
was
picture.
new,
And
right?
her claims
Oh,
of I'm
my
not, or
God.
I am wearing makeup. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
No,
that
you're
was a
not. No,
really
you're not.
effective picture. That was
That
a
was
really
such a-
effective
yeah.
picture.
Hold on.
I know we're not going to bring in too much outside of here, but it seems like something just happened that people have been paying for the super chat to happen. So it looks like Ray Liotta has just passed for all entertainment
Yeah.
people.
Oh.
If you hadn't heard,
Yeah.
Blue
yeah,
eyes.
he's a
I was-
fantastic actor and a great guy too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
at least to me, he's a great guy to me. I don't.
That's a
Yeah,
bummer.
don't-
Really,
love
yes.
Ray
No,
Liotta.
I
I
was
love
your
his stuff. I
mentioning
don't
that
know
too.
him,
Because
My God.
sometimes folks in the chat will say something like that, and it turns out that they're like trolling. So I wanted to like verify before I
Yeah.
like jump on that. But I was looking that up too, and it does turn out he's passed away.
You do. Chad has
Um,
a tendency to kill Joe Rogan
Yeah,
for
yeah.
some reason.
Rule
Oh yeah,
one
he's
is
always
never
dying
trust
every
chat.
stream.
Yeah, Ray
They also
Liotta
like to say
had
that the judge is back. The
The
jury's
judge is
back.
always
yeah.
back. Yeah.
They have no
Verdict
dog in the
then.
hunt about
Verdict
Ray Liotta. I figured that was kind of like a an odd one to just.
No. Yep, absolutely. We'll go watch some Goodfellas tonight, along with Aquaman.
I
Quite
think
the
now
combo.
that we have some time, yeah, I might
Goodfellas.
actually be able to.
Goodfellas is better than Godfather.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Fair
Yeah.
claim.
Did
Both
I
good
get
though.
You want to hear the real hot take though? I think Irishman is better than both of them. So
That is a
Irishman
hot
is
take.
haven't
good.
seen
Irishman
That is
is
a hot
good.
take.
Who just said that?
Jesus
I
Christ,
love
Mark.
the Irishman. The
You got to
Irishman
give a
is really
warning
good.
when you're going to throw those bombs.
Irishman went on too long.
But
it was,
it's not.
it was good. It just went on too long.
It's not better than
I-
Goodfellas though.
No, the
Goodfellas
plot
is
of Irishman
Goodfellas
is-
is I think
Okay,
the best.
we're going to go off on a tangent. You know what? We'll talk about this in a different place.
talk about it later. Let
Oh,
that
yeah,
hot
yeah.
take simmer for everybody.
Damn
Let's
it.
set up a poll. What is the best movie? Godfather, Goodfellas, or The Irishman? See where this chat is.
Yeah, but you
want me to
got
set
a
up
lot.
a
You got a
poll?
lot
Also,
to
Yeah,
do.
might
set
as
up
well
a poll.
include-
What the hell?
You might as well
Set up a
include
poll.
Casino in that list. What else
You got
do you want in
Casino.
there?
Yeah,
Such a
we can
great
do Casino
movie,
as a
oh my
fourth.
God.
That's fine.
Sounds like an
And then
uncivil
don't
law
forget you got
hangout
Scarface,
stream.
but
And we're gonna say Godfather trilogy, right? Because
Yeah,
it's
well,
not.
the trilogy.
Like,
yeah,
If you're
but
picking one Godfather,
Well,
you
at least
gotta
parts
pick
1 and
two.
2.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
two you got to pick two.
Okay, then that.
If you have to
okay,
pick one
glad it
Godfather,
clarified.
it's two.
Okay.
Yeah, parts 1 and 2
Godfather
we'll
2,
say, not so much 3.
Goodfellas, The Irishman,
What?
and what else?
Damn it.
Casino? You guys like Casino for the fourth?
Casino, yeah, Casinos is definitely top.
All right.
It's in the top.
All right.
Casino's
Cool.
fine. It's like slightly
All
worse
right.
Goodfellas. I'm sorry if I'm influencing the chat.
Yeah, Goodfellas. I think Goodfellas is still number one. I don't.
This
think
is a
it's-
chance
wait.
to see if the
But
chat
the
has taste.
If we're going Scorsese theme, it should be Taxi Driver.
Well,
But-
we
Nah.
wanted it.
Okay. All right, fine.
Brick Cormier. Oh, sorry. I think we may have.
Let me
that
see.
may
I
have
got my
already
picture
evaporated.
of all of them, of all the movies. Trying to say, we got
Zane.
Scarface. That's not been mentioned.
So about this super chat, Justice for Hogue. I'm sorry, Rick. I completely cut you off when you were
No.
answering Colonel
Okay,
Kurtz
Alita,
earlier.
by the way, I think you know that I'm capable of getting my voice back in front of the microphone, right?
This is also true.
So we're cool, chat. We're cool.
Hey, I gotta say, it made Alita some money. People have really
I was going to say,
been
Alita,
spending some
if you're getting
dough
paid to
for
cut me
Justice
off,
Road.
I would recommend it.
Yeah. Ray Liotta. JD Trial Award stream. Hottest take, best cross.
This has nothing to do with what we were talking about, but if we're going to show drawings of movies, here's my Big
Ooh.
Lebowski drawing.
Big Lebowski.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Another good
nice.
movie.
I like it.
I like it. I like it.
it.
We'll have a
That's
stream
good.
where we just show our movie paraphernalia.
That would take a whole video.
Relevant.
Oh man. And then I'm trying to. We got a lot of responses over the Godfather, Goodfellas. Court is back. So I'm trying to
Court is
capture
back.
some super
Judge is
chats that are
back.
flying.
Oh,
The
yeah,
jury's
it's
returned a
50.
verdict. They haven't been handed the case, but they've returned a verdict.
No, they're talking
Where's the
about the
first?
jury instructions.
No, just
No, I actually saw them leaving,
talking
or
about
at least I saw Amber Heard and Johnny Depp leaving anyhow.
they're televising the jury instructions. Please put the court back on. Come on, chat.
Yeah, right.
Well, one
Um,
thing we do know about the jury instructions, so both cases are going to the jury, and we got the agency thing, whether they prove agency. So,
Well,
see.
there'll be an agency instruction. Well, I mean, if the chat isn't aware, we're gonna hear these things read. This is gonna be the boringest thing you've ever heard. So get excited.
I don't know if it's a troll, but the chat saying court's back. I don't know for what it's
They
worth.
said they were coming back at 12:50.
Well,
She
if
just
they're
said-
televising
Court
the
tells
jury
lies.
instructions, that would be a
Chat
surprise.
tells
Alita,
lies.
are you
Okay.
checking?
Oh, they actually are not lying. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
but that's when she said the break was over. 12:50.
Yeah, we
Oh,
just didn't necessarily
they
think
weren't
they
trolling.
they
I'm
televised
so
it.
sorry, guys.
Yeah, we didn't
I
think they were
should've-
televising the motion stuff.
It's so funny. We were talking about chat trolling, and then
Vince?
court actually came back.
This is what happens when
They're
you
like,
call
no.
so often.
I'm sorry. We
Wait,
should have
and-
listened and investigated.
And I took those under advisement. Do you still have an objection to the self-defense? All right. So what evidence do we have in trial that would allow to have these two jury instructions?
Sure, Your Honor. So I think there's evidence in the record showing that, Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent, that, he was retained in connection with the UK litigation and with this litigation. There's
they got a
evidence
baby
that he
Ben too out
engaged
there.
with third parties in that capacity, that he met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Depp, and that he believed Mr. Depp's version of events. And so I think all of that, is relevant evidence to a self-defense, that Mr. Waldman made those statements in self-defense on behalf of Mr. Depp,
All right. So you're saying if agency is found,
if agency is found.
We believe they're inappropriate, Your Honor. First of all, we have not been able to locate case law, but
we
I
found
would-
one from 18.
That might have been
1887.
and I know I had seen one a
We
while
said it was
back.
reversible error if you didn't give the self-defense one. So
Well, I know I'd taken a look at one a while back. I think, but I don't have a case site for you. I think it's a question of law as to whether it applies. So at a minimum, I think we should figure that out, I guess. But the reason we don't think it should apply is these were statements that were made by Mr. Waldman in 2020. I guess it was before Ms. Heard's counterclaim. So if he's saying that
it goes to the op-ed, I think.
Understood. So if he's saying that this lawsuit was a statement in response to the op-ed, statements that were made a year and a half later by Mr. Waldman, and it doesn't, I mean, again, Your Honor, the key words are fairly and reasonably. So obviously both sides are going to argue defamatory implication and what did the op-ed really mean, and did it say these things? But saying, even under their theory, 2 years ago I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, to say that then it's fair for Mr. Waldman a year and a half later to make public statements that Amber and her friends roughed up the place and spilled a little wine, all the things that he said in those statements, that's not fairly and reasonably. Ms. Heard responded fairly and reasonably to Mr. Depp's case through her counterclaim. The parties can speak to each other in the courtroom here, but saying that if someone makes a statement in an op-ed, that then you can go and do whatever you want for 2 years, say whatever you want.
And obviously, there's only 3 statements that comprise the counterclaim. But as the evidence has shown, it was part of a pattern by Mr. Waldman. It was, I mean, it's the opposite of proportionate. It's the opposite of fair and reasonable response.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's opportunity for a fair and reasonable response, well, we don't believe it was either, but he had the opportunity to file a lawsuit in this court.
Right.
To have Mr. Waldman be his attack dog and to say anything Mr. Waldman then says as his attack dog is somehow fair and reasonable and entitled to the privilege is inappropriate. And I do think that before Your Honor gives it, we need to confirm whether it's a question of law.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Rodmore noted that this lawsuit was a response to the op-ed, but I think there could be multiple statements in response to the op-ed. So I think that's not dispositive of anything. And the statements were clearly a direct response to Ms. Heard's allegations on their face. And whether that response was fair and reasonable is a jury question.
I don't, what do you say is the matter of law? The privilege of self-defense is a matter of law?
I think it could be whether it applies.
Okay, I don't think it's a matter of law. I think it's whether or not if there is any evidence that a jury could find it being protected speech, not the weight of the evidence, but if there is any evidence. And I don't think it's my role to weigh that evidence as far as how long it was made afterwards.
I think it is, Your Honor. I mean, it can't be the case that anytime there's an alleged this is why this doesn't come up often, because this just isn't given. If it were appropriate here, every time there's a defamation case, this would be an instruction. Even the person who's the defendant in the case, you say, well, all I said, I was responding to something that was said before.
So all your evidence that you say goes to the jury are just the statements? That's why this should be given? That he made the statements, that's the only evidence?
Well, I think
you gave me evidence of agency, but that's just agency. Do you have any evidence that of self-defense, that he actually said these statements because of what she said?
Well, I think there's circumstantial evidence, at least, that so it's agency. He's an attorney who's retained in connection with this litigation and the UK litigation.
That doesn't automatically give you self-defense, though, a privilege of self-defense.
And that's
you have to make them, I have to have some evidence that the statements were made in response to the direct accusations of Ms. Heard. Some evidence.
On their face, they appear to be a direct response.
Not the statements themselves, but is there any other evidence? The statements fairly arose in response to Ms. Heard's accusation. Did anybody testify that he made these statements in response to her op-ed?
No.
He didn't testify to anything, but it's the same problem you have with agency, Your Honor. Come on.
Your Honor, just one small point there. There's no requirement that it be in response to the op-ed in particular. The question for self-defense to apply is simply whether it's made in response to an allegation against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Waldman's evidence is clear, I think, that he was responding to allegations against Mr. Depp, and he believed those allegations to be false. There was extensive evidence in the record on that, in fact, I think.
That he was responding to, so if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground. If he says, well, I was responding to what she said in 2016, that's...
What Mr. Munez is saying is that you take it as a separate case. You take it as a separate case, their claim and then your counterclaim. So your counterclaim is a separate standalone case, right?
Okay.
So the standalone case doesn't, your claim doesn't deal with the op-ed. So they're saying in defense of your case, that's why this comes in.
But he couldn't have made the statements in defense of our case because these are the basis for our case. So what he had to have been, what was he responding to if it wasn't the op-ed? And if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground because there's no, plus Your Honor, a couple points. To your point, there's been no testimony that he made these in self-defense to anything. Two, the defense doesn't apply. And this is, this is under the Haycock's case, 1958. It doesn't apply if we prove malice. So it has to be made in good faith and without malice. So it's coextensive. I could bring the case up if you want, Your Honor. So if the malice inquiry incorporates this, this is the,
that's a good answer too.
Let's see,
This is my
200
favorite thing we've
Virginia
seen.
212, Haycox versus Wilcox Dunn. And it looks like on page 231, they're discussing a Massachusetts case, and that says statements made in an honest endeavor to vindicate one's character or to protect one's interests are usually regarded as qualifiedly privileged, even though they are false, if they are made in good faith and without malice. So the malice inquiry takes care of this. In addition, I don't think I need to remind the court, but for the record, Mr. Waldman was not allowed to answer any questions about this. So to say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something, they could have let him answer questions and get that evidence on the record. They can't say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something now.
And when I say, just looking at your case, you're claiming these alleged defamation, the three we have allegations. Well, they're saying in response that they made them because of something she said that maybe is not the op-ed.
Then there's no evidence of what that is. She was sued. She said 2016 when she made her then 2018 she has the op-ed that have a couple words that they're trying to turn into what we've just seen for the last 6 weeks, and then she responded to the lawsuit.
Okay.
So it can't be the case that by trying to defend yourself in a lawsuit that was brought against you, if it's not the op-ed, then it's got to be her statements in the lawsuit, that somehow trying to defend yourself through judicially immune statements in a lawsuit entitles someone else to go out and say whatever they want and then try to veil themselves in the privilege.
Counsel for Ms. Heard made a point of making clear that there was extensive allegations about Mr. Depp circulating. They repeatedly brought up the UK action, which was in fact the context in which I believe these statements were made based on the date. It was very close in time to the UK action. They brought up the Dan Wooten article. These allegations date back to 2016. These allegations are out there, and there's there's evidence, from which the jury could find that Mr. Waldman was acting in defense of Mr. Depp.
Acting in defense against Ms. Heard's accusations. So what are Ms. Heard's accusations that would be defense that are in evidence?
Jamie,
Your Honor, there has been extensive evidence of the accusations against Mr. Depp going back to 2016. For example, the Dan Wooten article that they raised in evidence prior to the op-ed, which included the word wife beater, and was essentially,
But it has to be.
That's not Ms. Heard's statements.
Ms. Heard's statements.
I don't believe that's correct, Your Honor. It doesn't have to be
against Ms. Heard's accusations. It is correct.
That would be crazy, Your Honor, if they get a jury instruction because he was responding.
I understand
that. Again, the number of allegations made by Ms. Heard, it's been very well documented in this case.
I don't think that's going to get this instruction in, but
and it doesn't have to be just it doesn't have to be any one particular allegation. But you have the op-ed, you have the People magazine article, you have the republication of her statements through the wife beater and the Dan Wooten article. You have the fact that she was giving testimony in the UK action about these issues.
Well, then would you agree that actual malice, you don't get the self-defense if there's actual malice in his statements? If the jury finds actual malice, then you don't get.
If the jury finds actual malice,
then it's not protected.
That may obviate the privilege, but that doesn't mean that the privilege is not applicable or a valid.
But the only way they can find in this case is if there is actual malice. This goes back to their defense, slap defense as well. The only way they find defamatory statements in this case is if there's actual malice. And that's unique to this case, I understand that. But so if they find actual malice in defamatory statements, you don't have protected speech privilege.
And if there's no actual malice, they win.
Yes, correct. The same with this. That's why we're not giving a jury instruction on the slap defense because there's no basis for it.
I think they got you.
Yeah. Judge is right.
Yeah, just yield it.
If the instruction is not being given on the understanding that it's essentially moot.
Which I agree. I think what's what happened with the slap defense as well. We found out after we went down that legal road, we found out that was moot as well. Okay. So do you want me to deny it or withdraw it? I'll do either one.
If you don't mind denying, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. I'll deny.
Preserve it. Why not?
Instruction 28 and 29.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Welcome to law.
1887, baby.
It may seem boring, but for anybody who's watching, jury instructions are incredibly important. This is a big part of the case, and
Okay.
you know the cases are often won or lost in
So-
these little details.
Yep.
I see both of them dueling paragraphs
speak
for
to
the
this, Your Honor, if you'd like.
republication. Yes, sir.
Republication
And,
instruction, big fight.
I understand last time we spoke that you added, you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes a republication. And you just would rather have just the 3 sentences as yours for republication. Is that correct?
Hey, Rob.
Correct, Your Honor.
That didn't,
No,
well,
I
you
think
must
it's
find
split.
that she read, or you want to add that into it? I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how I'm reading it.
I think, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth. I think we want the whole thing at the top.
Right?
And they just want the 1 sentence at the bottom.
Okay, that's correct.
And Your Honor, we talk about not going backwards. We went
No,
over
I
this on
understand.
Friday. Your Honor said that on page 92 of the transcript, I don't have a problem with the republished jury instruction. I just think it has to be accurate with adding the language. And
Right.
that language was on page 89. You said, but you also have to say, but adding content to it may establish republication. So that's what we did in the sentence that starts with merely linking.
Right.
It did say merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, period. And then we added directly from the transcript, but adding content to it may establish republication. So now they're going backwards. They just want you to strike the whole thing except the first sentence. And that's different from Your Honor's ruling on Friday and also doesn't fully capture.
No, it
the
doesn't
republication
capture the whole
doctrine.
legal
Well,
argument.
And
doctrine.
if I may just make our argument for the record here,
I
Your
think
Honor.
what you did on Friday, but if you want to do it again, that's fine.
Okay, just very quickly. So I think the issue with republication is whether it reaches a new audience, which is what we
And that's there.
what we propose. Right, it's included in their instruction, and that is basically the full extent of our proposed instruction, and we believe it should be limited to that. Lakova is a case that they've repeatedly cited in support of this republication issue, and that's a case where there was a defamatory New York Times article that was hyperlinked in a more recent New York Times article, and the court said that that's not directed at a new audience. It's the same party tweeting to the same audience, so there's no republication. And that's not the case here, where Ms. Heard has retweeted a Washington Post article. So that, Ms. Heard's audience on Twitter is different than the Washington Post. And so
But if she just retweeted a hyperlink, that's different. But in this context, and that's why I took the motion strike under advisement, once I got it, there was more content to it. And that's why I'm putting it in the jury instruction, because it is accurate that a hyperlink alone is not enough to reach a new audience. But I'm willing to, what I think would also add to it, though, is after you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes republication. And let's see, I would say then you must determine whether any added content republished the op-ed to a new audience. I could say it that way. Or I could say, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. I could say it in that term. Add that to the end of that paragraph.
I think that's fine if
Do you have
that's
any-
the court's inclination.
Do you have any objection to that?
I'm thinking, sorry,
Shakes her head
I'm
no.
Okay.
slow on the, yeah.
Do you have any
Sure,
objection?
okay.
Counsel?
Let's see. All right, let's see if I can incorporate it into it. Okay, so merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
I mean, if that's the instruction, they're getting republication. I mean, there's
Yep.
no
We would
question.
prefer just to say, just that first sentence, merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may establish republication, period.
Well, that's what you already had. This is
No, because we had you must determine whether any added content that was added constitutes a republication. I think it'd be better to just delete the last 2 sentences than to add the sentence at the end.
Your Honor, I just want to note, I don't think that adding content is a requirement for republication. I mean, we've found a number of cases that when somebody repeats a defamatory statement, that they're as liable as the original defamer.
We're not
And,
going back. We're not going backwards. So either it's his language or my language. What do you want?
I prefer the court's language.
All right, I'm going to put my court's one. Okay.
I like her. I like
We're
her
not doing
last
that.
very
Here's your
good-
options. Option A, option B.
Judges in the house.
Okay.
we're happy to, or
Sammy, can you do it?
I do like this judge.
You gave him to
We did.
Word format?
we did.
All right.
Now, to answer this question,
The
this
only
was
other thing I
Johnny
would
that
note is
wanted
I
to
think
use
the
a
word
self-defense type
retransmitted
claim
in the
for his
second line
statements,
was
right?
Mm-hmm.
In the second line.
Yes, and that was
For,
always a it was
You're
always a
that.
long shot, I would argue,
adding
but it was a good argument that ultimately folded under the actual malice, I think, properly. Might be a better argument if it's not a celebrity later on.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, and we'll clean it up and just take out the box.
Have you heard
Okay.
from the people in the
We'll
courtroom?
get that done.
They're right here.
All right, takes care of that one. Next one.
Yeah,
Is, I
Ian is-
think
Ian is
instruction
chilling.
FF.
He's enjoying every bit of this.
Defamatory meaning, consider the publication as a whole. We have dueling answers here. I know the defendant just has op-ed in it. The plaintiff just has it as plain, which, I mean, it does say that it means you may not seize any word, phrase, or image. So it would appear that, so it could apply to both of them in that context.
The problem, Your Honor, is that we believe that because the counterclaim statements that the jury will be presented with are redacted, so the statements are in isolation, that there's a risk that as they're phrasing it, the jury may read the phrase, "you must read the statements in context as a whole," to say, well, we can't do that, so therefore there's no liability. We think because it's impossible to read those statements in the context of the whole piece. And so that's number one. Number two, the op-ed was all Amber's statements. So the whole thing was her words. The counterclaim statements were Mr. Waldman's quotes in another article that we don't believe, well, that's not in evidence. So there's no point arguing about that other than you just have these one or two sentences from Mr. Waldman. So we believe that the jury's going to be confused if we give their instruction and say we cannot read it as a whole, so therefore we can't, follow the jury instruction.
Okay, I can see your point with that. Yes, sir.
I don't think there's anything in there's a lot of instructions here. I don't think there's anything that would indicate they can't find a liability if they're not able to take statements in their proper context, in the context of the entire article. Just thought it would be more appropriately phrased to be mutual, as opposed to obviously applying only to one party.
Well, because yours says you must read the statements, which is true, but you also can take the content in the context as a whole, but you can take the context of the op-ed as a whole, which is accurate. What I could do, if you want, I could keep the op-ed up top for their claim, and then for your claim, we can, in determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false and defamatory, you must read the statements. I could keep that in there as the second paragraph. That way they can't just pull out, because it's accurate law also, that they just can't pull out the word hoax and say, okay, this whole statement.
Agreed.
Okay?
That's fine.
Good solve.
Okay.
That's fine in concept. I guess I would ask if Your Honor does that to add a clause saying disregarding any redactions on.
Well, it says the statements themselves, statements. In theirs, you must read the statements in context as a whole.
Right. So I think, could we say in determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements or whatever are false and defamatory, you must read the text of those statements as a whole, the text of those statements in context as a whole or something.
That's kind of, you must read the statement in context as a whole.
You must read, can we say you must read those statements in context?
You must read those
because I just don't want
statements in
them to think
context.
It's the full context of the statements.
Any problem with
That's
putting
what you're looking
those instead
for.
of the?
I don't think we have a problem with that.
Okay,
Your Honor.
in determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Does that sound correct?
Great.
Yes.
All right, we'll add
Sold.
that as a second paragraph. Keep Sammy busy.
I quite like this
I
judge's
love,
demeanor.
I love live editing legal writing, like.
All right, the next one I
That's
have
what- I was just on an all hands call yesterday where we're trying to do this.
is the objections,
Contract, not
assertions
jury
of
instruction.
privilege.
Which 32.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's
Sorry.
Dep 32.
You hope to get to the point where red lines can solve that and you don't have to get an all
It's a
hands
new,
call.
a new instruction.
Hey guys, do you mind unmuting
yeah,
yourselves
right,
so I can
right,
adjust
right.
mics?
Yeah, this is
I
the
had
new
turned
one.
them
Do you
all
have
up
objection?
because for
We do.
me they were balanced, but I've got mods
Um,
in the chat saying that they're not
The
balanced.
objection, Your
My
Honor, is
StreamYard
that
just tried to grab it and make it automatic again, so I just turned it off.
Ah, okay.
the objections
StreamYard's
made
audio.
by counsel during the course of trial, we have no problem with something on that. But instructions, what they're trying to do is to direct the
All right,
jury
I've
how
adjusted it,
to,
everybody.
what inference to draw from Mr. Waldman's instructions not to answer.
Well,
And
the only
they're-
legal
it's
inference they
attorney-client
can draw, they
privilege.
can't draw any inferences from that.
Exactly, and that's my point. Is
Well, and
that
that's what this says. You may not draw any inferences from the fact that objection was made.
yeah, but saying sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness
Right.
and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any. So why do they need to be told this? I mean, I think this risks confusing the jury.
Because to be fair, the depositions you wanted to keep in all those objections when we usually would take them out, but you wanted to keep them in. So I want to make sure the jury doesn't have any improper inferences from leaving those objections in. You wanted to leave them in because show that, hey, I asked the questions, they weren't answered, fine. But you can't infer from
That's
that,
what they
oh, well,
told you,
they're
baby.
hiding something there. It's attorney-client.
Understood. I mean, just like you can't infer when someone takes the fifth in a criminal case. I get that.
Right, which
but-
I would give an instruction for.
Of course, I know, I understand that, but I think that the jury
You're wasting your effort here, Ben.
is entitled to draw their own conclusions and not
No.
inferences. They're not entitled to infer anything from that. But I just think that this risks confusing the jury and getting the jury to think, if they stand up in closing and say they haven't presented any evidence that Mr. Waldman was doing this, then that's using this instruction as a sword. If they get up there and say they haven't, do you understand what I'm saying? They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was acting as his attorney. They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was authorized to make the statements. Then they rely on this to hide behind that. And we're not allowed, and
That's
I'm not
literally how
saying
the
that we
privilege
will,
works,
but
Ben.
I'm not going to say you heard him instruct him not to answer, and you should infer that he was acting as his agent. I know I'm not going to say that, but if they're going to argue in closing the converse of that, then that's prejudicial, and
you're wrong.
All right, yes, sir. Mr.
Your Honor,
Rose?
this is just an accurate statement of law. They chose to play about 30 minutes of Mr. Waldman being instructed not to answer.
Yep.
Without this instruction, that's prejudicial.
Boom.
Yep.
And it would also be
Well done, baby
prejudicial if
lawyer.
they're allowed in closing to say that we haven't presented evidence of anything about the parameters of Mr. Waldman and Depp's relationship.
That doesn't follow from this instruction.
does.
This instruction is simply saying that the jury is not to draw any inferences from the objections and instructions inserted by counsel. They can consider the evidence. They can consider whether evidence was presented or not. The instructions and objections are irrelevant to that question.
He's right.
All right, I understand your objections, but it is an accurate phrasing of the law.
Baby lawyer
Yep.
killed it
And,
there. Oh, Ben,
I
you
wanna make
got a
sure
shoulder
that
pat from the
the
senior
inferences
partner. My
are
God,
taken,
the chill.
This is where that you calling that deposition being improper and asking those questions comes back to bite you.
You guys wanted it in.
You got it.
Seriously,
No,
there's
I
no reason
can
partner
grant it
to
over
touch
your
you on the
objection.
shoulder, man.
Sorry.
Good, Freudian
I
slip.
meant grants. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Can we get some direction for the arguments that they're allowed to make on closing on that, Your Honor? Because I don't think that's appropriate for them to point to a lack of evidence when they.
You can absolutely say there's not evidence. What are you talking about?
Pointing out that instructions are not evidence is not to say there's no connection here between these issues, Your Honor.
No, I'm not going to do that. So
Mike
we're
Scott,
going
thanks so much
to
for your super chat.
Depth 32. I just need to clean up the top part of it.
Yeah, they can absolutely say there's not evidence. You haven't proven it.
All right.
What are you talking
Over
about?
objection.
And then because you didn't prove it, you lose. That's the law.
All right, then I have instruction JJ,
The lawyer's sole job.
which is the model.
Right.
So why would I not give the model?
I appreciate the effort, Ben.
We believe you should. I think the only looks like the only substantial difference is that rather than saying as it's written, it says clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements. It's confusing and misleading to say that
if you found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp, we already have a principal agent instruction.
Right, if they find principal or agent, I mean, that would be the only
Right.
basis for it.
Well, first of all, Your Honor, if liability is entirely vicarious, which I think is the position of the counterclaim plaintiff in this case, I don't think there's any evidence of direct liability. If liability is entirely vicarious, then I don't think there's a basis for a punitive damages instruction at all against Mr. Depp, because vicarious liability generally doesn't result in punitive damages as to the principal. Punitive damages are only applied where the person against which punitive damages are being assessed actually engaged in conduct that was wrongful, and that's not the way they've pled and sought to prove their case. I think that's the first.
So they're correct, okay? They're saying you're not entitled to a punitive damages instruction.
Well, I disagree with that, and there's no case law that they've cited in here on that, and I think that's going backwards. That's an argument that we've already, and I just think that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp. I mean, I'd be okay with something that said that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made statements with knowledge. I'd be okay with that.
Is that okay?
I think we would maintain our objection on that. On the basis previously asserted, Your Honor. And then what's the other? I'm sorry, could I have counsel's language again one more time?
Sure.
Yeah, if you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly, I think it's so reckless. There's a typo there, sorry. We'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, we do maintain the same objection, Your Honor, that principal liability, and we do have case law for that proposition.
I'll overrule that objection. We'll go ahead and, can you type that up real quick for me?
Sure.
And get that to me. If you email it to Sammy, we can print it out.
Yep.
Okay, you're in charge of that one. Okay.
So what just happened?
That's fine.
Did the instruction get dropped?
I think that was it, correct, as far as?
I think it was.
It got revised.
Other than the verdict form.
Perfect. Let's go to the verdict form. Look at this. Do you have the other ones coming up, Sammy?
That one didn't sound like it mattered too much, honestly, but I mean, we'll see.
All right, let me get the verdict.
Certainly not as much as the attorney-client privilege instruction.
All right, I think with the verdict form, it was just the first page. Am I correct with that?
In the punitive damages.
And then, well, the punitive damage, you didn't have a response, right? Do we have?
I think there was a comment in what we got from them that we changed.
Okay. All right, well, in the, put here. Oh, thank you. All right, I think it was in 1A, the statement was about Mr. Depp. I think the plaintiff wanted that out because we already have the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp, and the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Hurd, which I think is.
If you look at the, I think it should track the finding instruction, which is jury instruction C on page 4 of the jury instructions, and that's what the verdict form does.
Okay, let me take a look. And that was C, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So the way it's been written tracks the
all
finding
right,
instruction.
tracks the finding instruction.
Yeah, we don't have a
Okay.
strong objection here, Your Honor.
Okay.
I thought it was maybe cumulative, but
It does match the finding instruction, which would be clear to the jury, so we'll keep that in.
that's fine.
And then the punitive,
And so
So
that
on
would
the
carry
last-
through to all of the.
oh, you withdrew all those?
We'll withdraw that, Your Honor. Their proposed language is
All
fine.
right, so the verdict forms as written are the verdict forms good to go, correct?
No, I'm sorry, did they withdraw the punitive damages? Okay.
So we're good with the verdict forms. What I have is the verdict forms, correct?
Your Honor, I think yes, but I do just want to make sure, and I understand we don't go back, but I just want to make sure that for the record, we do maintain that the verdict form should state that the defamatory implication was false and not that the statement was false, because under the Pendleton case, that can, a facially true statement can still have a false defamatory implication.
And I think we had that on the record on Friday, but thanks for doing it again. It's fine.
And y'all, the
All right,
reason
so
why they're
verdict
doing
forms
that
are
is they're
good.
preserving that issue for appeal.
print out
So it's
the-
important to make a record. You have to pretend, you have to speak like somebody's going to be reading the transcript. So if you
No, you can print it out.
fail
that's
to
how-
say those kind of things,
So
well, if the issue goes
which
to
ones are we
appeal,
missing
there's
then?
no
We're
evidence
missing
for said
the
appeal.
jury instructions.
That's also why
You're
you saw
looking at
them
two
saying,
of
if
them,
you could
right?
please deny it earlier.
Yeah.
Rather
Correct,
than
correct.
withdraw it.
32 and FF.
It was kind
And
of
you
a
have
kind
one
of
jury instruction for me, right?
a baller
Yes,
question
they're
would be like,
writing it right now.
do you want to deny it or do you just want to withdraw it?
Okay,
You know?
JJ is coming in. And did you do the other one yet or no? Here, I got that one. Here, could you guys do? Michelle, or could you, on depth 32, could you take off disputed and send that to us too?
Yes.
Thank you. And that would just leave us, we'll get those two printed out and then I'll tell you the order that I'm going to do them. While I'm doing that, I do have the laptop. If both sides would like to look at the jury evidence on these, they're gonna, they'll stay up here at the bench, but all we did was we put two files on here. There's no password for it. As soon as you open up, it doesn't have any internet, and there's just two files. One's plaintiff, one's defendant. They just click on those two, and then they can watch all the audio and the video, okay? So if you want to take a look and make sure it's been downloaded to everything that we put on our website, which is all the evidence. We didn't receive any new evidence today for audio or video files, so that it's everything on there. But if you want to take a look and make sure that everything is there, you can do that. Also, all the tangible exhibits JB will have, except we need to get those other ones. So oh, you have them? Perfect.
Yes, if I may approach, I have
Okay, sure.
1301.
Okay.
And then, Your Honor, I just would like some clarification.
Sure.
I understand that Defendant's Exhibit 712 and Defendant's Exhibit 713 were initially moved into evidence in redacted format.
Correct.
Today, we offered them and put them in an unredacted form, so that's the
712A and 7.
and then
713A.
713A.
Yeah.
I believe Your Honor should already have those in unredacted form. I believe that's how they were provided to you all.
Oh, they're in our binders down here?
I believe so. I will. Yes, so I believe those, you should actually have those in unredacted form
All right.
from defendants.
All right.
Um,
We have a few binders down here. Hold on.
Yes, I think they would be in the binders. That's correct.
712 and 713. All right, we'll take those. Yes. Do you want to go ahead and make a proffer now?
Yeah, but it included 712 and 713, so I can give you copies of that.
Oh, you can? Well, that would make Jamie happy since she's down here digging through binders.
Right. So I can give you copies of that.
Okay, perfect. All right, now we have those in evidence. Okay, so are we missing any more from over here? Or did you find out about the one that you thought was in evidence?
So, Your Honor, defendant, I believe, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 120D. I believe actually Sammy and I had a number of back and forths about this exhibit. I believe that Defendant's Counsel provided a redacted version of that exhibit to the court, but based off of our reading of the transcript, that exhibit was not actually offered into evidence.
Okay, so it's not in evidence then?
It's not in evidence, Your Honor. I thought, and I believe I emailed it to Sammy last week.
You gotta take disputed off.
If you don't have it, I'm happy to bring it tomorrow, but it's not in evidence, so we can go back to the jury.
Okay, all right. So I just want to make sure, because it was checked off on somebody's list that it was in evidence. And I just want to make sure. I don't know, but it's not. We're good.
And
We're
then I heard the exhibits 711 A and B. I'm not sure.
No, I think
Is that
711
wasn't
was
added?
wrong. It was 712 and 713. So we're good.
All right.
So Jamie, are we missing anything else? Sammy, did you print out the ones that they sent you to? The email, did you email Sammy the?
He's just double checking right now.
Oh, okay, okay. We'll get that in a second. Let me just put these in the order. All right. Get that one without dispute on it.
Hey,
Kurt, have you hit 100K yet?
No, I think I'm still waiting for 90.
All right, everybody,
Okay, sure.
get Kurt to 100K. You should do it if you want, or don't.
Oh,
but you should.
That's,
'cause Kurt's
that's really great. Thanks, Tom.
Kurt's been to my blimp. So
Yeah, it was a great blimp.
yeah.
You have a
Best blimp on the law tubes.
You say you have a blimp?
Yeah, I have a
Yeah.
blimp. Well, that's where I am right now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
I was like, there aren't many blimps in the world. If you've got one of them, that's pretty awesome.
I mean, you know,
His last name is Goodyear. Oh, I see.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God. Movie magic right here.
Wow. I mean, that's the top quality dirigible as far as I'm concerned. Hey, while we're waiting here, but while something is not really important, I don't want to take up anyone's
The one that
important
Sammy
time.
printed off.
This is my
I'm just
favorite
gonna give you
movie piece
copies
of
to make sure.
memorabilia I have,
Yeah.
which
Okay.
is Nicolas Cage's actual leather gloves from Ghost Rider,
My
given
goodness.
to me by the director, Mark Steven Johnson, with a little personal note that he wrote to me as thanks. So,
Wow.
just saying, nobody's a bigger Ghost Rider
So
fan.
you're
than
sending
me.
FF?
also Richard, I need to preserve for the
Did you take the
record,
disputed
like a
off the
trial
top?
lawyer, I take offense to you calling my blimp like movie magic. It's real. So
Of course. No, of
Yeah.
course. I didn't mean to impugn. the
yeah,
blimp.
okay.
I do apologize.
Yeah.
Fully understood. I have to say, I really do like that. Choose team strategy here was to let the baby lawyers fight the jury instructions. It's really cool.
Well, it's good to
Yeah.
give them experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he's sitting right there, you saw him whisper about the one that was the big fight. So I mean, I don't know. He's right there.
Yeah, it's really nice. And it's also probably a sign that he feels a little confident in the case as well.
Not to sound like a typical lawyer and tell war stories. For anybody who doesn't know, I started my own law firm solo when I was 24.
Somebody-
I had my very first trial
print me out
when I
another
just
one
turned
of
25,
AA?
all by myself.
There's a mark
it
on
was,
this one.
baptism by fire, to
Just
say the
email it
least.
to. Just email that one to Sammy. Something in the paper and it just doesn't look right.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Like, yeah, I'm glad you're okay now, but I'm sure that was traumatizing at the time.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. Yeah. It was my first trial was a bench trial. I lost, but it was a loser case to begin with. But my second trial, the jury trial, and I won.
Look at that.
That's impressive. To win your first jury trial. I mean, especially since they're so
Well,
they can be so unpredictable.
I was not the only lawyer. My bench trial, I was solo. My jury trial, there was other legal team, other lawyers.
We didn't.
But we
think that
won.
you were.
But we won.
Yeah, that's the important part of this story. You know, Matt Damon had Danny DeVito too in Rainmaker, but doesn't mean it wasn't Matt Damon's case.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna get sick of your references, Mark.
I think my first video is probably going to be about my favorite legal film that nobody cares about anymore.
My Cousin Vinny.
Oh no!
Your
Everyone
favorite
cares about
legal
that
film
movie.
isn't My Cousin Vinny.
Then
You
what are
might
you
be-
doing?
You might just be wrong. Yeah.
You should listen to my Screen Drafts podcast that I recorded where we drafted the top courtroom films of all time. That might answer your question.
Yeah, I mean, I think my favorite. Yeah.
Anatomy of a Murder is my favorite.
12 Angry Men has a special place in my heart.
I was gonna say 12 Angry Men's right up there. I already advocated for Measure of a Man, which I know isn't a film, but I'm cheating.
I don't think I don't like about 12 Angry Men. It's like that's not what I want out of a juror. I don't want.
No.
I want Hank. I don't want Hank Fonda doing that in my jury room.
You don't want anybody learning any lessons from 12 Angry Men.
No, don't act like that guy.
Juror number 7 was wrong.
And the made-for-TV remake was actually pretty good too, for the record. I think William Friedkin directed it, which
I don't
is
think so.
pretty interesting. Yeah.
Someone in chat is trolling me through super chat. That's
Oh
nice.
no!
Right now.
Well, that's a good note to
Yeah, troll. Yeah, we'll
to
take
say
the
that we
bullet.
should get you to 100K.
Yeah.
Well, he said he made it, and I'm like, I decidedly did not.
Well, maybe it's aspirational. And
Okay,
on that
well.
note, guys, if you haven't already,
Make
subscribe
Terry
to Kurt.
make Terry
Subscribe
tell
to Unsolvable.
make
We've got to
Terry
get
be
it to
truthful.
100K.
Yeah,
Yeah.
make Terry's troll statement come true. Yeah.
Yes.
Will we,
Troll the troll.
Yeah.
will we be
Drive it
getting
down.
just a paper printout or an electronic copy from the court?
All I have is a paper.
Okay, so we can
So
scan it.
You can
and-
scan
okay,
it and
that's
do,
fine.
if you want to do it electronic, that's
Um,
fine.
And will these be posted on the
Not until after I get
not till
them.
after? Okay, wasn't sure. And then they're read before closing.
They're read
so-
before closing. All right. So we have
Thank you.
that.
Okay, so I guess we just replace.
Real question: are we allowed to send the judge flowers when this is over?
Yeah,
you
why
could.
not?
She may or may not get them.
When it's over, sure, why not? Because the case
Yeah,
is over.
yeah.
Thank you.
So
No improper influence. So when it's
Nate just-
over,
Yeah,
Nate, the
don't send it
lawyer's
from
recent
FTD
tweet
tomorrow.
says that they're planning to recast Amber Heard's role in Aquaman
You want to take a
2.
look at that instruction and make sure it looks okay before I add it to the stack.
get wrecked.
I mean, I'm sure that that's been in the works for a while now.
Yeah, if they are doing it. I mean, they've already, even
So
the
you said the actual
even the
mouse
person who was
one.
talking about it says she's not in many scenes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're looking to recast means they're floating the trial balloon to see how Variety and the
Sorry,
Deadline
David.
audience reacts.
Mm-hmm.
And Your Honor, was it?
Is there?
No, I think it's fine. Does the court want to leave the Heard C, Depp 7
No.
sort of things in there? Because like otherwise we could.
Oh, no, well, yeah, the numbers at top can stay. I just
Okay.
don't want to say disputed.
No, I don't think any of them say dispute.
Okay. No, the numbers, I tell the jurors to disregard the numbers in the heading. That's better for the record if we keep it that way. Okay, so are you still reading the publication? Okay.
Your Honor, can we get, sorry to bother Sammy, could we get one more printout of the actual malice instruction?
Sure.
Thank you.
Jamie, could we get another actual malice?
AA. So these are only copies.
Okay. So hey y'all.
Hey. You know, Chad hates it when we talk over things. So, we're just trying to respect the process here.
So I stepped away for a little bit. What jury instructions have we gone over? Is there anything to sort of recap for folks in the chat or no?
Sure. Johnny Depp tried a fairly novel argument to get a Adam Waldman
Right,
statements
objection
are
to
in
the
self-defense
republication.
instruction in. They lost that
As
because it was
typed.
essentially baked into
Your
to
Honor.
actual malice.
Which was the right call, I think.
It was the right call. They fought a little bit about what reproduction instructions
Is
look
there
like.
a typo?
Having heard that live, I have no doubt in my mind the jury will find reproduction on the headline, but don't guess juries, but my God. And then the most important fight that I heard was they were fighting over whether on a no negative inference on attorney-client privilege
Your Honor, I just have a
instructions
very
belonged in the
quick
instructions at all.
question regarding closing arguments, if we may.
And the judge gave it to Depp's
Does the
team.
court have any objection to us playing very small clips of?
As long as they're in evidence, you can play anything, show any picture.
Well, that's my question. So
Okay.
obviously,
Uh-oh.
depositions were by video. Many witnesses, especially for Ms. Heard. Do you have any objection to us playing video depositions, portions
If
of?
it's not in evidence, it doesn't get.
No,
played.
of course, just what's in evidence.
But there's no video depositions in evidence.
Oh.
Because it's
I
the
see what you mean.
testimony.
Right.
Okay. So
Do we
It
have
can
our
only- the only
predictions
thing that
on
can be
who
played
is
in
going
is
to give
what
the
is in
closing arguments?
but their testimony.
Yeah, we know.
It's witness
It's-
testimony.
Well, yeah, but
It's the two main
like,
lawyers
the
on
depositions are witness
either side are
testimony that
giving
you
their
have during
closing.
trial. That doesn't go back to the jury as evidence. And video depositions are
Who's
the
talking
same.
right now is Camille Vasquez. She's going to
That would give more
half
weight to
of the
video
closing statement for
depositions
Johnny
than
Depp.
witness
Well,
So
so
you're
my
gonna split
question
it?
is.
That's what we do.
It's a
We
follow-up
usually
question to
split
that. Obviously, this trial was televised, so there are videos of witnesses testifying.
No,
So-
none of that comes in.
Okay.
The
Good
four
try.
walls of this courtroom is what the jury decides this case in.
Okay.
Period.
And just so we don't have a problem tomorrow, also, we can't put in front of the jury written deposition or
That's
trial
correct.
testimony.
That's correct.
Understood.
Only things that are in evidence. But
Understood,
you
Your Honor.
can show pictures in evidence, you can show video that's in evidence.
Or audio that's in
Or
evidence.
audio that's in evidence.
Okay.
and all
You
that's
can
fair game.
tell the world, Johnny,
No
right at the
display
end.
of written transcripts either.
No written transcripts, just only items in evidence. And,
No, I'm on the same page. I was-
okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Thank you, Your
And
Honor,
you
for the
have-
clarification.
And you have
Don't
2
you
hours.
surprise me,
And you have 2
counsel.
hours each,
What-
And you, 2 people over here and 2 people over there, is that what's going to happen?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to split our.
Sweetheart Z, thank you
we're
so
gonna
much
split
for
our
your generous
closing,
super chat.
And then only one of us.
I know.
will do
I know.
the
We
rebuttal.
talked about
Okay,
Amber
and that
Heard's the
has-
theme of her
it-
case,
that
or
has
what
to
we
just
think
be
the
on the
theme of
rebuttal
her
case,
argument's going to be.
correct,
What's the
right,
theme
on-
of Johnny
right,
Depp's
the-
case?
We have that
closing
down.
argument?
We've gone through that a few times.
Understood.
I
Did you
I
have
think the
something on
theme is
that?
going to be
Yes,
that
I
she's
just
saying
wanted
that in
to
order
make
to,
sure
or
we
that,
were
not that
all on
she's
the
saying,
same
but
page.
that in
So
order to believe
plaintiff
her,
goes
you have to
first,
literally
correct.
disbelieve everyone
then
and
the
everything
defendant,
else,
counterclaim plaintiff.
Right.
including
They do
her own
their
witnesses.
defense to your claim and also they
Including
do
her own audio of
their
her own voice.
offense to their claim.
And then plaintiff.
Plaintiff gets to do their defense to their
And they
claim and
respond
rebuttal.
only with respect to the
Rebuttal.
to the
To their
rebuttal.
rebuttal to their counterclaim
counterclaim.
only.
And so it goes 1-2, 1-2, and plaintiff gets 2 hours, they get 2 hours.
Total.
Is it fine if it's not exactly 1 hour
Oh,
for each?
that doesn't
That's
matter
up
to
to us.
me. No,
Okay,
as
thank
long as
you,
your
Ryan.
time is just 2 hours, it doesn't matter how much anybody does. with
Thank
it,
you, Ryan.
Okay.
If you wanted to shorten that to about 15 minutes apiece.
I would want to shorten it to 2 minutes, but that's not my take. I
We
gave you
got
2
pretty-
hours. I thought
We
that was
got
good.
pretty efficient at the end of this
Well,
case.
it's amazing how that happens. It's kind of like with physics, you make a circle and if the people will fill that circle. Well, that's what happens. I made a circle. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let me just go ahead and read into the record the order that I'm going to give the jury instructions. I'll also read in the record the instructions that were denied. And I will read the instructions that were withdrawn, just so we have a complete record, okay? All right, here we go. All right, so for the jury instructions, I'll read them in the following order. Number heard I, number 3, number 10, 1, B as in boy, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta,
That's the way.
E as in Echo,
Oima, this is why
F.
we're low.
G, H, 12, 13, Y, FF, AA, BB, DD, that's David, DD, TT, CCC, 20, Z as in zebra, T, U, V as in Victor, K, L, 5, 6, 7, 32, 8, 9, 16, I
like that this is a preview
30
of this being read to the
KK,
jury tomorrow.
Yeah,
and JJ. All right, those are the ones that will
it's
be
gonna take
read
over
to
an
the
hour
jury
to
in
read the
that
jury
order.
instructions.
Oh yeah, look at that stack.
The ones
Absolutely.
that were denied was instruction 22, 23, 24, CC, NN, both as in Nancy, OO, PP, RR, SS, S as in Sam, SS, 28 and 29 were the ones that were denied. The ones that were withdrawn for the record was instruction A, 2, 4, 11, 14, 15, 17, 19, 21, 25, 26, 27, X as an X-ray, 31, W, EE, GG, QQ, DDD, Q, 18, J, M, N, O,
Look at all that legal work.
P, R, S, H, H, L, L, U, 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 V, V,
These are all the denied
W,
instructions?
W, X,
These are the denied
X,
instructions or
Y,
withdrawn, I
Y,
think.
Z, Z, A, 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 and B, B, B. All right.
Now imagine paying lawyers thousands of dollars an hour
We will,
to come
I will
through
get you
all of
copies
these. in-
now. I'll get you hand copies of the jury instructions I'm going to read in that order, so you'll have copies when you leave here, okay? And I'll give you copies of the verdict form as well. And you can have those while you prepare for your closing arguments. Other than that, if you could come up to see Jamie after I leave the bench, just to make sure you go through the exhibits and everybody okays the exhibits, so we don't have to do that tomorrow. And also if you can have a look at the laptop with Sammy, just to make sure all your exhibits are there that are going to go back to the jury, okay?
Your Honor, one quick question
Okay.
about closing to make sure
Sure.
we don't have any issues tomorrow. Understand the jury only sees evidence
Yes.
that they've seen in the trial. If that evidence is displayed through like a PowerPoint or whatever, are headings allowed, or do you not want the jury to see any written text or anything other than just evidence?
I mean, I've seen PowerPoints in cases before in Med-Mals where they have their other items up there, but I think in this particular case, I'd rather just have no writing and just have your arguments orally.
That's fine. I just wanted to, make
Okay.
sure that there wasn't
Just try to keep it clean.
or paraphrasing of witnesses or anything like that.
Okay,
It's just,
that sounds fine with everybody. Does anybody?
that's fine with me.
That's a good question, though. Are you going to have a PowerPoint?
Probably with evidence.
Okay.
You know.
Did you want me to have the big screen up as well? For
I think
PowerPoint?
so. Yeah, I think that would be great.
Thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
We'll do that as well.
And starts at 9.
Starts at 9. Closings
Interesting.
start at 9.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Nadelhaft has a proffer still on some
Oh,
things.
yes,
Do
okay.
you want to do that now before we?
Sure.
As does Ms.
Everybody
Myers.
wants to hear your proffer.
As does Ms. Myers at the end of Mr. Nadelhoff's.
Yeah, okay. All right, they have one.
Proffers.
That's all right. Go ahead. If you can just get to the microphone. So I can-
For those of you that haven't been around for the explanations here, what you're about to hear is a recitation
be
of
shorter
things that are
than
not
the other
in the
guy.
case.
Okay, this is for metadata. On May 16th and May 17th, 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence photographs from May 21st, 2016 that included metadata on the photographs. Ms. Hurd testified that the metadata was included on the photos by pressing a button on her phone. The metadata demonstrated the pictures were taken on May 21st, 2016, along with the times they were taken. The exhibits were defendant's exhibits 700 through 726 and are exhibits A through AA of the proffer. Tabs N and O of the proffer are now blank as defendants 712 and 713 were admitted with the metadata on May 26, 2022. Mr. Depp objected to the metadata on the document, stating that the metadata was hearsay and there was no foundation for the hearsay. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the metadata was hearsay and that there was no foundation, and admitted the exhibits but redacted the metadata. And then separately, we have a proffer for Stephen Duders. On May 20th, 2022, Ms. Heard moved to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Stephen Duders, who was Mr. Depp's personal assistant. Mr. Duders testified that he was on the Boston flight and sat in a seat facing Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. He further testified that the day after the flight, Mr. Depp told him he wanted to, quote, smooth whatever issue, end quote, existed with Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp asked Mr. Duders to, quote, write a text, end quote, to Ms. Heard and to say, quote, whatever she needs to hear, end quote. Mr. Duders then sent a text message to Ms. Heard about Mr. Depp stating, quote, when I told him he kicked you, he cried, end quote. The testimony is contained in Exhibit A, Mr. Duders' deposition. Ms. Heard moved to admit the text message into evidence, arguing it was not hearsay under Rule 2:803, which provides for the admission of statements of a party opponent and his agents. Ms. Heard argued Mr. Duders was acting
Pretty good text
as
they didn't get in
agent
there.
when
Interesting.
he sent the text, and the text message was therefore not hearsay.
Yeah.
The text message is Exhibit B to the proffer. Mr. Depp objected to the text message as hearsay, arguing that although Mr. Duders was Mr. Depp's employee, sending text messages to Ms. Heard was not within the scope of the employment. The court denied the motion to admit the text message in testimony, finding that Mr. Duders was not acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text message. And I have copies to provide.
All right, fine. We can add it to
The
the other.
list. Yeah.
We have a box for you. All right, we will
Here's this.
add that.
Oh, sorry, Eric.
I think he has more.
And this is the other one.
All right, we'll make them part of the record. Thank you, sir.
Thank
All
you.
right, yes, Ms. Myers?
Thank you, Your Honor. On May 25th, 2022, plaintiff intended to call Dr. Kim Collins as an expert witness in forensics pathology. Defendants objected on the basis that Dr. Collins had not been designated as a defensive witness and was designated only to rebut Dr. Jordan, which was defendant's forensic pathologist who had not been put up at this trial. Dr. Collins intended to testify as to whether Ms. Heard's descriptions of violence and injuries allegedly sustained by Mr. Depp were consistent with the photographic evidence at issue in this trial. She also, for incidents where there was no photographic evidence, she would have testified as to what injuries she would have expected to see based off of the violence that Ms. Heard testified to. And finally, she would have testified as to her opinion as to the cause, or as to Mr. Depp's finger injury and what she observed, consistent, which was similar to what Dr. Gilbert testified to today.
All right, thank you. Any other proffers? Okay. All right, so just don't leave here until you check the laptop and you check all your evidence and make sure we get your checkbox on that and everybody's happy with it, okay? Anything else for the court?
Thank you.
Really?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you in the morning.
The look of relief.
End of another day.
One day more.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
So, jury instructions.
That was so cool. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was. I'm glad. Y'all. I'm glad the watchers got to see that. It was a lot of. I mean, for part of it, I'm not speaking for all lawyers, but for definitely lawyers like me and Rick, that's kind of what we live for. Is these sort of minutia. But we're also contract lawyers, right? So like, we really love hashing out how to be influential with very minute word changes, or getting advantages on the edges.
Well, what I say to clients is, we send a Christmas tree back. We send a red line that looks outrageous. We're going to have major problems. The idea is to be efficient. And what can we change with a comma? What happens if we put a not in right here? And having those conversations is what I do. So having Ben Rottenborn try to draft on the fly, like I've done so much in my career, is really interesting. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if it's explosive as both Amber and Johnny taking the stand again, in the last 2 days, kind of surprisingly, but
surprised everybody.
Yeah, we don't know which one was more exciting
Yeah,
for you
who's
guys. We
to
can't read
say?
your minds.
Who's to say?
Who's to say?
Don't put it to a vote, Alita.
So, but speaking of votes, so the
Yeah.
end poll is 41% is the highest one for Godfather Part 2.
Yeah.
Goodfellas came in 34% right after it. So,
And agreeing that my take is in fact hot and not what people think.
I think your take is
Irishman coming in
plausible.
third.
Yeah, well, not that take. I'm sorry. I rescind my backing of you, Mark.
so let's get some super chat questions, shall we?
Let's do it.
All righty. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, everything is updated. Malou Blue says, "Why do the jury instructions have such weird names? What do they mean?"
The letters and numbers.
Oh.
They came from both sides, right? You probably heard this referenced by the court. I believe they probably use differing numbering patterns so that you could put them in one way or the other. But they don't actually have those names. They won't be read that way to the jury.
Gecko Gamer says, "What's the difference between denied and withdrawn in jury instructions?"
The party withdraws it, decides to do it on their own. Denied is we still wanted it in, and the judge tells them that it can't be in. So it preserves the issue for appeal.
Exactly. And that's the difference, is in case they want to fight about it later. Then
That
that's
huge
it.
pile of withdrawns, by the way, I would be willing to bet is since they both submitted jury instructions in full, wherever they agreed, somebody's gets withdrawn and goes in that pile.
Camilla Perez Music says, "Question for the entire panel. If Amber would have contacted you to defend her, would you have taken the case? Thanks all for the coverage." If it was before the counterclaims, I would have considered it, but not after the counterclaims, because that is a sunken case, in my opinion.
I know I'd have to say I'm not a litigator. You're in the wrong office.
Yeah,
but you know,
especially this panel right here, right now. We've had a better panel office here for that, but
that's true.
I would, of course, I would. I mean,
everybody's entitled to a zealous defense.
Yeah,
fair point. But I think you need to find the right person to do it. That doesn't mean that they're entitled to every lawyer, or that any lawyer is the right one to do it. Truth Seeker says, "When given a chance, could you explain the Depp-Waldman arguments? I tried to follow, but D-U-H in my head. Duh in my head?
I think it's just duh.
Okay.
It's an acronym.
Oh wait,
did you not want to answer that one?
No. I did. I think that one may have been withdrawn from me a little bit fast.
Well, it's explain what's happening with the Waldman arguments.
Oh, explain what's going on.
Counterclaim.
Oh, this question follows the same question. Okay, sorry. I just got a note from that.
All
okay,
right.
and then Michael Green says, "Even if JD's attorney was acting as JD's agent when he tweeted, isn't the truth a valid defense?
Yes.
Doesn't that mean Amber Heard has to prove JD was never abused? Not even once."
Different statements.
Right.
And
we have
counterclaims
Ron
from the Washington Post. Hey, Ron.
How's it going?
Practicing law.
All right. We got to I don't know what just happened here. We got to just witness some jury instruction arguments, which was really interesting.
They're doing it in open. They're having jury instruction, totally in open court on the record.
Not totally.
Yes.
It was just the very end.
Yeah. So it was very interesting to watch. So the I mean, I guess that other super chat just kind of answers the previous one.
Yeah, the Waldman statements are about Amber Heard committed a hoax with her friends. And so everything that goes about whether that's true or whether it's defamation, all that goes to those statements, not I was abused in 2018. So they're similar, which is why people get confused. I think they're similar cases on different statements that go against each other in opposite directions.
Correct. Sammy DC says, "Never done a super chat before due to income. I think I chose the right group for my first one. You all have given me new perspectives. Thank you." Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you.
I don't understand the connection. She's saying that by virtue of watching this group, she started having more money, or you're cheaper. I don't understand what.
Don't lawyer the first super chat. Come on.
She didn't have money.
So nice, and then Ron came in.
Withdrawn. Withdrawn.
Abby Tech says, question, forgive me if this was already asked. I'm a little behind with watching. I thought the AH claimed the op-ed wasn't about JD, but during cross with Stevie, she claimed he was the reason she wrote it. Wasn't the op-ed about being about JD the reason he sued her?
So they went too technical with this.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Heard's defense here.
Yeah.
Heard's team has never said that the references aren't to Johnny Depp. Their fundamental argument is that the op-ed is about government lobbying, about broad terms, big circle. So they have argued it isn't about Johnny Depp because Johnny Depp is effectively preamble to what it's about. I don't think that works at all. But they've never fought that the references aren't to Johnny Depp.
Right. I think, the way that I was thinking about it is, David Lynch could say that his marriage was the reason he made Eraserhead. But that doesn't mean that Eraserhead is about his marriage, So that's kind of how if you were Amber's team, that is how you would split that. I'm not saying it's a winning argument, but that's
yeah, I think it slices the onion too thinly.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what they've advanced. And then yes, Amber Heard on the stand saying effectively, I wrote this about him, somewhat harms the cause.
Yeah. It does. Fievel Greenberg also wants to know from Ron, is that I cannot read this word, beard?
Sphere of beard. No, it's not a sphere of beard. The sphere of beard, if you look back on the earlier version, last week's appearances by me on this panel, you'll see that I look like the Wolfman. That was the sphere of beard. This is the beard that my wife hates every bit as much as the sphere of beard. But at this age,
there you go.
I need to stimulate a chin, and the beard is what is going to do that for me. We'll talk about what a sphere of beard is some other time. I won't chew up everything.
All right. Jamie Nelson, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, what, if any, liability do Amber's lawyers have in presenting and sharing into evidence the same photos as different events? Liability? No.
There's no liability ever.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You literally gun to the head. I mean, there could be malpractice, and there could be an ethical complaint. Sure. Even that, almost unheard of because of the way something is handled at a trial. Sorry, you're going to have to leave a dead cat on these lawyers' front doors, which is what that seems to be what we're after.
The views of Ron Coleman do not represent the views of Legalbytes or Legalbytes Media.
Kira Nichelle says, how long do you guys think the jury will deliberate? Do you think they'll finish Friday given the mountain of evidence or lack thereof? Yeah.
Kurt, take it away.
Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, they're going to finish Friday. I think they're done. I think they were done long ago.
I just don't see them doing it in one afternoon. It would be very interesting.
30 minutes.
They're going to walk in and be like, yep, and walk out.
I appreciate the Babe Ruth point of it all. Like,
yeah, pointing right out there. All right.
So everyone good? All right. What number sounds good to everybody? All right. Can we agree on this much? All right, great.
I got a boat in the lake waiting for me.
Exactly so.
Elizabeth B says, how likely is it that the closing statements will tag team like the opening statements?
100%.
I think about 99.9%. Because I'm uncomfortable saying 100.
They just announced it. It's 100.
Oh, they did. They did.
But we would have said that before the announcement, I think.
I would have gone with no. I wouldn't commit to 100 if I hadn't heard it out of their mouths. I would have been right there with Alita at 99.9. Lawyers. I can't.
Lawyers, man.
It has been so ingrained to me, either from malpractice videos or otherwise, to not guarantee things. I can't. Nope.
Amandiris says, question, sorry if covered, but in AH final testimony was asked, did Mr. Depp abuse you physically, verbally, emotionally, psychologically? Conspicuous absence of sexually, i.e. op-ed title. No?
When he did the list last time, it included sexually. I think he just forgot it. Honestly, I mean, it's live.
Could be.
Yeah. Mark doesn't agree. You think it's deliberate? Well, they're going to lose then.
Well, that was in the final. That was in the final questions to Amber.
Yes, right? Just now.
Yeah.
Just now.
I don't know. I'm unconvinced either way.
Okay.
Nate, how's it going?
Hey, Nate.
I'm all right. I was like, had to go take a shower, eat some lunch, and I said, I'm coming back and yell at Ron because we're in New York and we yell at each other in New York.
Checks out.
We do not. We just disagree a lot.
You disagree a lot. That's true.
Because I'm disagreeing with you. You think I'm yelling.
No, it's wild. I saw a judge just maybe a couple of days ago. It was a judge who I saw we were at the supermarket buying milk or something for my daughter, and she recognized me because in one of my first cases, it was a stupid criminal case and one of my first defense cases. So I go up there and I make this motion. But I write 15 pages. I go into the case. So it's a misdemeanor case. It's a Mickey Mouse case, right? So I do all this research. I get all this case law. I submit all 15 pages in time, under the page limit. I'm like, yes, it's going to be denied. We got it. We're going to be we're going to be good. We get in the court. Judge picks up the motion and says, I haven't read this motion nor any other. Counselor, you got 5 minutes to tell me what's in these 30 pages.
I've never been involved in the criminal practice, but I could have even told you.
I was like, what?
But you don't write stuff down in criminal cases. Come on.
Yes, but in my even though I got him, I won the case. But it was one of those moments because they always say when you're a professional, if you're a doctor, you're not a real doctor till you go into you have a patient. You open that patient up and it's like, what the hell's going on, right? Because you got to think on your feet. And they say that's the same thing with a lawyer. You're not really a lawyer until you were in court and everything goes well. And then you get punched in the mouth. And you got to think right there how to do it. And I had to, in that moment, take 15 pages, hours of research and give it a 5-minute elevator speech to a judge who wasn't trying to hear it.
If I can,
that's being a lawyer.
Can I just play with that metaphor a little bit? My wife's father was a thoracic surgeon. He operated on people's chests, hearts, lungs. And she's a law school graduate and practiced law for a short time in a public interest, New York, white shoe firm for a while. And when we got married and she began to see the work I was doing as a litigator, she never, first of all, no Jewish husband is ever as good as his wife's father. But at least if I could prescribe like her father could, I would be in the race. But I'm really useless. I can't prescribe. I can't diagnose. But when she began to get a sense of what my work was, she said, "Okay, I have to admit, litigators are the surgeons of the legal profession because." Exactly. You're in the moment, you're there, it's do or die. And Nate, I always say after telling this story, and criminal lawyers are the brain surgeons. Because to me, the responsibility that you guys have with someone's life or liberty, all the money in the world doesn't compare to, especially when you get into obviously felony and capital cases. I just don't know. I can't imagine how you do it. So, bingo. I'm here to reinforce your point.
Thanks. Are we talking about the Chewbacca defense, huh?
Yes. So next super chat panel. At this point, only the Chewbacca defense from SH can help AH, right? Please reenact it for us as if used for Amber Heard's closing, please, and thanks.
Listen, Amber Heard has already given us what she's going to close on. That she's a patriot, that this is about the Constitution, and that she is a Me Too victim, and this is what Me Too is about. It's That's not weird. About it's don't believe powerful rich men, believe women, and believe her. And she is not a perfect victim, but she is a victim, and we all know it. And in any other case, we would believe the woman. But people just want to believe. And everybody else is lying. Let me make sure. Everybody else is lying or misremembering. But believe her. That is what she's going to hammer it down. I'm not saying it's going to be effective, but I'm saying and I'm calling that the Hogue defense.
Help me out, guys.
That's Richard Hogue. That's exactly what he said day 1 and day 2. He said that is how she should go. She's going out. So Got to give him all the credit.
What's the
That is
Chewbacca?
what they're
What's the
gonna do.
Chewbacca?
Ladies and gentlemen of this supposed jury, I have one final thing I want you to consider. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Chewbacca. Chewbacca is a Wookiee from the planet Kayashk, but Chewbacca lives on the planet Endor. Now think about it. That does not make sense. I could keep going.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Basically, it's a non sequitur and saying it doesn't make
I
sense.
get it. I get it. Okay, so yes. Okay, I hear you.
But what else can they do? What else can they do?
Really, at this point, I mean, what? Because even the best closing argument cannot supplant bad facts.
Well, yeah, what they have to lean on, and I think, Nate, you hit on that a bit, because we know that Johnny Depp's close is going to involve, like, is just everybody lying but Amber, right? I mean, like, you know, and so
Amber and her relatives.
Yeah,
Amber and her relatives.
So the only way to plausibly try and rebut those claims in some way in a closing, which she can do with non-zero effectiveness here theoretically, is look at how much positive attention Johnny has gotten all the time. Johnny has all this power over people. He is very charismatic. He is a better actor than I am and a more successful one. People want to be in his orbit. All of these people are siding with Johnny because it benefits them to side with Johnny. Now, is that true? Not saying it's true. I'm saying that gives us a framework that, which you alluded to, Nate, is I think they have to put that in there because they know exactly what's going to be in Johnny's closing. You know? Yeah.
And they should ask the judge if they could play "I'm Proud to Be an American" lightly in the background during the middle portions of their closing, of course. But yeah, I mean, thank you for the credit, Nate. But we knew they were going to go in the direction of grand pronouncement because the facts on the ground don't work for them.
Yeah.
So they're going to go right into the op-editorial version of this case.
Send a message, ladies and gentlemen.
Give or
Send
take.
a message.
Yeah, give or take.
I think that send a message. There's some case somewhere that send a message closing was found to have been grounds for a mistrial.
Who closes, Elaine or Rottenborn? Who closes? Because it's going to be one of those two.
Rottenborn needs last sentence. He's going to have the more powerful hammer.
Right. Agreed.
But it could be like Rottenborn, Elaine, and then Rottenborn's the one on the final closing, which is technically only their countersuit. But you know, your mileage may vary on what that last line will be.
Camille versus Chew.
Yeah.
Do you think who do you think hammers home the goal with that one? Because they both are very effective. But I think Chew is more of the let me speak up in court guy. But
yeah, I'd go
for them.
I think I'd do the same configuration, right? So I'd go Chew Camille in the first closing, and then I'd give it to Chew to again technically rebut, but also be the last time you hear from me.
Yeah.
All right, next one. Nina A says, wasn't the rebuttal supposed to be about her counterclaim only? Why did the experts respond to his rebuttal then?
Oh, well, like
It's
the
so
metadata
muddy.
guy. So like,
Yeah.
if you think about her countersuit and whether she committed a hoax and these kinds of things, you're in the universe of, are the photos real? That matters for every aspect of the case. So he's fine. Amber's the actual party. So she's fine. I'm forgetting a person in the middle. There was data guy. They did 3, right? There was a doctor.
Let me see here. Dr.
Data guy
Richard Gilbert
Hughes.
and Dr. Don Hughes, and then Amber Heard. Oh, Julian Ackert. Julian Ackert, the metadata guy too.
Hughes.
The metadata guy.
I forgot. I blacked out on Dr. Hughes. So they were permitted to do that because who's going to object to them bringing Dr. Hughes back? No, that's the real politic. But yeah, no, her mental state is at issue on her countersuit. So
Spooky Bien or Bayan. Is it possible for this to end up like the O.J. Simpson trial, technically perfect and morally wrong, with Johnny losing?
I mean, think Johnny's won. Johnny's won. There's no way. Right, no matter what the jury come, they can come back and it's Johnny has won this case because it's public opinion he's trying to get. He knows he's not getting money from it. The win here would be icing on the cake, but Johnny's already won.
Oh, I thought you were committing to a legal win there, Nate.
Yeah,
well, as it goes for the legal case itself, I mean, yeah, anything is technically possible. I mean, the jury could take a different interpretation of a lie or abuse. Those are the two big wild cards here in this particular case.
Of course.
That was the beauty of the cross-examination of Camille, was because it wasn't, she's not saying what Johnny's saying. She's not saying what anyone else is saying who was there. So it was nice to test her credibility against other people instead of just Johnny, to expand that. I thought that was a real nice touch.
Brittany Epps says, thank you so much for covering the trial. Well, thank you so much for such a generous super chat. I've been doing very tedious work recently, and this has been a lovely addition to the day. What has been the most intriguing part of the trial for you all thus far? The most intriguing part of the trial.
Intriguing.
I mean, intriguing to me. I can pick it out. It was just when we heard that Johnny was going to take the stand again, and then after Johnny took the stand and didn't do great, then the other team decides, yeah, on the last day we're going to bring up Amber again, which was also, to me, that was just
It's so bad.
It's just
my
people in a
brain just
shootout.
went all over.
It's just people in a shootout in a Western town firing at their own feet. But I will say, for me, the case basically turns on Amber Heard's 2 days of direct testimony. Because I'm open-minded. I'm like, okay, talk to me about what happened to you. And by the time that ends, well, specifically, I guess by the time she's crossed, by the time her entire testimony is in, I'm like, okay, well then.
Michael Herbert, thanks so much for your generous super chat. It says, I'm 50 minutes behind on the live stream watching the jury instruction arguments. As someone who loves logic arguments, 178 on my LSAT, that's insane. That's a really good score.
Yeah, that's
this is
good.
fascinating to me. Wonderful.
LSAT score party foul, but that's very high.
Yeah. I mean, that's that's real high.
Yeah.
Clivey says, can you explain why JD team didn't use all their time? Confused. Isn't that a good opportunity to drum their message home without Amber Heard being able to cross? Well, you can also end up using that time in a way that is going to end up hurting you too. Think about it this way. You have the primacy and recency effect. You want to land it on a good note. So if you try to just use up your time just to use up your time, then that is
waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, you run the risk of burying good evidence in not so good evidence. So you want them to remember the good stuff. Keep it short, keep it snappy. You don't need to use all of it. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, question, how many lies have you caught by either party? Well, it does. That Orient Express photo did seem that came out on Johnny Depp's cross at the end. That did feel like that was disingenuous based on the way that came out. I don't know if that was an outright lie. I mean, that's the thing about this case too, is that, well, in any case, really, I mean, the determination as to whether or not something is a lie is up to the jury. Whether something looks misleading or whether something looks suspect, that's another question. So yeah. Anu Botton says, how is any of this fair? Multiple times lawyers were objecting and wanting yes or no simple answers, yet they want to try and cram as many words into things they say. Shouldn't lawyers be character or word limited like tweets? Well, that would probably interfere in someone's ability to zealously advocate for their client. So I don't think that there's going to be any character limitations for anyone anytime soon. Anonymous says, a man was falsely accused of SV. Though the university investigation found me completely innocent, accusation was enough to ruin my life. This has been cathartic. Thank you for listening to Facts. Oh, I thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'm so sorry that you went through that. And I'm sorry that it caused so much destruction in your life. It unfortunately is not the first time that I've heard of a story like that. And that is awful, awful, awful. But I hope that this case has actually been cathartic for you, like you say. And I hope that it has helped to give you some measure of peace, at least, in your life. Paige Frawley says, what is the number one thing you would have done differently if you had been the judge?
That's a good question.
I wouldn't have allowed What If Any as a backdoor.
Yeah, that was a lot.
That's the right. There's no way I'm going to top that answer. There's no way any of us are going to
Yeah.
top that answer.
Yeah. What If Any was a horror show.
Yeah. Kai says, does the jury get a printed copy of jury instructions? There are so many. How are they supposed to remember them? Yeah, they'll get a printed copy, each of them. Crown V says, with Amber's side claiming free speech, wouldn't that also apply to the Waldman statements? It seems like their argument directly contradicts their counterclaim. Thanks for the great coverage.
Speech
Hey,
for
no
me,
problem.
not for thee. No problem, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Shampasta says, do lawyers take a lot of Adderall? If not, how do you pay attention for so long? Are there any tips?
We get paid to.
Yeah.
There also might be some Adderall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get this one in between. Crazy Cat Queen, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, if AH loses and has no money to pay Elaine and Rotten, can the firm fire AH and deny working for her appeal specifically? Do lawyers ever confront their clients for misleading them or for perjury? Seems like that is also grounds for firing a client. Love you all.
Objection, compound question.
Ian, how's it going? Can you
I
hear us?
got out of court.
There you are. Okay.
All right.
Ian.
So I just got out of court, and it's been an interesting day.
Wild.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Well, at first I was like, okay, this is, not going so great for Amber, because they called that metadata expert who just kind of got annihilated on cross. The whole thing of, hey, do we believe this expert or do we believe the obvious implications of the metadata, which was done with a beautiful reveal. That was some showmanship. And I was like, okay, that's bad. And then they bring up Amber Heard, and why did they do that? I mean,
she asked them to.
She asked them to, or it was an absolute desperation play because they knew where things were going. But man, the jury was not having that at all. And I mean, you saw, I'm sure to you guys, it looked like a slaughter. It looked like an even bigger slaughter when you can see the jury's reaction.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They were rolling their eyes at her direct. And sort of tuning out. But when Camille gets up to cross, you just watch every juror kind of get up, sit up, and lean forward because they wanted to hear what was coming next. Yeah, I knew she was done on direct because she's sitting there and there was not a wet eye in the house. Nobody was shedding any tears. And
oh no.
I mean, that's a really bad thing for Amber Heard and the jury to have in common. But
You're just brutal.
But I mean, so if you're wondering why she's not getting, movie roles, it's probably because she couldn't move anybody to tears there.
Oh God.
But yeah, it was just, people are just sort of watching her do her thing. And when you think about what she's talking about, and just, this is the moment that's supposed to be super compelling. This is a moment where you should expect jurors to be, tearing up or, struggling with emotion, not just kind of watching her like, are you finished? Which is kind of the expression, is just like more of this. And yeah, they were really excited for the cross. They were really keen on that. So that's a real bad sign when you've got people getting psyched up for this cross-examination. They were really enjoying that, and it was really, it was evident that every time she was making these weaselly answers, the jury was ahead of the game in terms of going, this is not good. So my read on things is that when they go for deliberations, it's probably, unless they can pull off a really good argument in terms of sort of slicing the pie on on abuse on one end in terms of like verbal, and maybe it wasn't republication. They might be able to convince, but I think that's unlikely. She's pretty profoundly disliked in that room. But I think it's most likely that the deliberations are going to be about how much, not if.
Wow.
So.
Wow. Here's a question for you, Ian. Super chat here from Igari says, Ian, what if any was the jury's reaction, what if any, to Amber mentioning the op-ed was about Johnny? Remember how she said, like, I don't know if you caught that she said, and that's why I wrote the op-ed was because of him, because of the things that he's doing. I essentially saying I wrote it about him.
Not much movement. I think that was not a new point for them. I think that they'd already decided on that because I didn't see much movement among the jury at that particular moment. I think they'd already said, yeah, we knew it was about him because who else was it going to be about?
Right.
And let's just keep in mind, she earlier testified, well, it's not about him, it's about me. So if that's not a big moment when you get that sort of change there, they were not finding her super credible to begin with. I feel bad for, the Amber Heard legal team right now because they're going in there to argue vociferously for Amber should be paid money. And were you guys able to watch the arguments on jury instructions? Was that being broadcast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. We saw you sitting there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because it's they didn't broadcast everything on the previous discussions on that, but they're still arguing for here's how we want, here's our theory for why Depp should have to pay Amber. And I'm going, that ship is sunk. Like,
here's another question for you, Ian. From Apple Pie. You said before number 5 seemed like an Amber Heard sympathizer. How did it seem today?
I don't think I said that. Number 5 is really hard to read. Number 5 is wearing a mask, and that, of course, makes it really challenging. I would not say, I don't think she's super on the sympathizer end. I think I was more thinking, I don't know where she is. Number 4 might have been listening a little more closely to Amber's stuff, but I think if anyone is going to go in there and hang a jury, it's probably 4, but I can't say. I don't think there's a lot of sympathy there. And the jury was kind of shooting looks at each other. They're not allowed to talk to each other about it, but there were moments when they were sort of looking over and going kind of like, do you believe this? Like, it's not like, do you believe this? It's more like, can you believe the audacity of this? Is kind of the expressions I'm seeing. It's
Ian.
Okay.
They're pretty poker faced, but it was slipping badly with Amber. So
Ian, if Johnny's team can choose 2 jurors to kick off, which 2 jurors would you suggest they should kick? Obviously, it's a lottery, so they're not able to. But if 2 jurors can be removed to get the 7, which 2 jurors would you say they should go for?
I'd probably kick 4 and 5 just because they're the hardest to read, or possibly 4 and 6, just because they're difficult to read. And the ones who seem to be leaking the most information seem to be kind of on side. So at that point, just kicking unknowns is a win.
This is same for Amber. Who would Amber kick if for the 2? If we hear those 2 jurors are gone, yeah, everybody.
She would definitely want to kick juror I or 9 because he is very clearly done with her crap. He will nap during her directs. Like when Amber's team is presenting evidence, he's just outright tuned out to the point of like closing his eyes and having a little nap. During Amber's testimony, he was the world champion of side-eye. And, it is 100% that he is, I can't see him being super on Amber's side. Okay. Other than that, I mean, it's kind of tough. Just not because I don't think that there's like a wealth of options. It's just which would be the best option for the second one for the Amber team. I don't feel it's going well for them.
Here's another one for you, Ian. Legit question. Can the jury not see her? I think talking about Amber, or does she think that they can't, or does she think they can't see her because she was literally laughing and smiling all day yesterday?
They can see her. I mean, when she's sitting at council table, she's a little bit far away because it's actually a really big room, but they can certainly see her. And I am fairly certain that I don't think she realizes like how much her emotions snap on and off and how disconcerting it can be, because she'll have moments where she goes from like crying to, okay, I'm good now. And the jury, I'm sure, sees this. She was having some moments of noticing all of that. So, or where it was super noticeable. As soon as she was done being super teary, except no actual tears, but super like weepy about, Johnny's done all of this stuff to me. As soon as the questions were not being directly asked, she just kind of sat and was back into like waiting contemptuous mode. And that was not, not really the greatest thing. You'd expect her to be broken up for a while over something like that. Not just, it's not just a light switch.
Andrea Voynia wants to know, as does actually Olivia M. I'll show the next super chat afterwards. They have the same question. What is happening in the gallery when Judge A got mad? She got very mad about the gallery.
I actually stepped out of the courtroom just before that because I was trying to, you can't touch your cell phone in the courtroom. I very strongly suspect that it was just because people were being noisy generally. There was a lot of people who were not listening to directions to keep their mouths shut. And I think the judge has lost a lot of patience for that. But the sheriffs were sitting there going like, you guys need to be quiet. That's my suspicion. I don't think that there was anything specific going on, but I'll have to try to check.
And then Ilana Michelle says, Rhetorical, I'm the lawyer in the steampunk black dress who is next to you in line. Thank you for your kindness and insight. It was such a treat to meet you.
And awesome. That's an awesome dress, by the way. That was a fantastic dress, and it was nice meeting you as well. It's we were sort of line buddies for a good long while there because the line is its own special level of misery, and
And then Holly 11, this was a question that we just answered before.
Or sort of answered.
Yeah. So we'll sort of address, I guess. Did we get a confirmed jury instruction about the sanctions for Amber Heard and her team for not turning over the photos to JH team?
We only heard about like 3 or 4 today. Ian, do you know any more?
It might have been just in that big long list of approved ones.
Yeah.
Because the ones I've got notes here on the ones we actually heard. So there was a jury instruction on self-defense, which was denied. And this is not self-defense in the like criminal sense, but in the you can publish statements to defend yourself against a defamation kind of angle. And the instruction on that was denied on kind of an interesting point. If you're studying for the LSAT, this was a logical puzzle kind of point, because the judge said, well, if there is malice, in terms of publishing the statement, then there's no self-defense instruction that would be appropriate. But if there's no malice, then the jury must find that there wasn't defamation there, and therefore they would have to drop that claim. So therefore, in all situations, we don't need a self-defense instruction, so you don't get one.
Because of malice,
yeah, and it just hinges on the malice. Either there's malice and you can't use it, or there's no malice and you don't need it. So
it could be that self-defense defense became irrelevant after the actual malice standard was promulgated by the U.S. Supreme Court, because that made it part of every defamation case under every state's law.
Yeah,
for public figures. There's still the non-public figures who would still have it as an option.
No non-public figures are spending this kind of money on a defamation case. That's for sure.
There might be some really rich guy who's not well known. It could happen, I think. Yeah.
There was an interesting battle on republication, because the plaintiff side wanted simply, if it reaches a new audience, which the test for that would basically be yes at that point, because, and I kind of was like, that seems a little too broad. The defense wanted that a specific instruction that simply hyperlinking doesn't equal republication, but adding new content may constitute republication, which kind of seems too weak. And the judge sort of split the baby and said, if it was intended to reach a new audience, then it can be republication. So, or then it is republication rather. So that I thought was really interesting, and it was kind of a fun moment of, I guess we got to see a little bit more of Judge Ascaroti's personality once the jury was out of the room. She was kind of more willing to be a little more playful, and it was kind of funny because the plaintiff side was going, well, we still think our instruction is good because of, she's like, well, you got an option. It's either their language or my language. Which do you prefer?
That was a nice moment.
Yeah, so they pretty clearly preferred the court's language, and that was the right call on the Depp's team there.
Yeah, on the republication of the link, I think she was right though, because it would essentially be, if let's say if it was a physical newspaper and it's being sold at a newsstand, then that person at a newsstand, because he sold it to somebody else, he'd be charged with republication. So the link, they're treating the link as the paper. Yes, even if he sells it, if he takes that paper and says something like, "Hey, did you see this?" Blah 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 blah. That would be the republication, but him giving somebody else the paper wouldn't be. So I'm thinking they're treating the links like that to say you now have to add some context to it or point somebody to the defamatory statements for it to be attributed to you, which makes sense.
They had a back and forth on the defamation instruction, and this one I thought was a little overly technical. Basically, they wanted to vary the instruction to indicate that it was basically you have to look at it in its entire context, and they were saying, well, we redacted a bunch of the context, so we don't want the jury thinking that they have to refuse this just because there's a bunch of redaction.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. And the judge kind of split the baby on that one, but I think everyone at the end of the day agreed that that one made some sense. It was just a matter of language.
Yeah.
The privilege thing was fun.
Yes, it was.
Privilege thing was good too. Yeah.
Rottenborn was like, well, the jury already knows about privilege, and so we don't need to do this. And Judge Ascaroti's face on that was like, seriously? And it was it seemed to me that he was saying without saying it, listen, I actually do want the judge or the jury to be able to make the forbidden inference here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And he's saying, well, nobody would actually do that. And the judge was pretty clear. It was like, no, that is actually going to be a thing that the jury might do. And so they are getting the instruction. The other thing that I thought was really interesting is they asked for a limitation on the closing arguments. Did you guys notice that?
A limitation in what way?
They wanted to limit Depp's team on close to be able so that they could not argue that there was no evidence of.
They acted for a direction.
That was so stupid.
That was BS.
That was a nice little moment of stupid there.
The evidence.
That one was dealt with fairly quickly, so it was easy to miss because the judge is just like, I'm not doing that.
I forgot that. She says, I'm not doing that. Yep.
Nelly Peskovsky says, question, weren't they supposed to discuss the motion about delivery? Isn't this crucial for the jury to know devices were not provided by AH?
We only got to see this much of that big pile of jury instructions they read. So
that might have already been fought over at some other point.
Could be.
Yeah, there was something like 50 numbered letter jury instructions. And she actually held up the stack of them, and it was a big stack. So for the people thinking that they want to come tomorrow to see court, keep in mind, I don't know if Depp and Heard are actually required to be there for the closing. But you're going to hear a lot of jury instructions, and jury instructions will probably they test the patience of the average person.
Well, I will say if Depp or Amber are not there for closing, that's really bad. That's a bad look. It's a horrible look on the jury, right? You're not there when they're making the final push. So I'm assuming they're going to be there. If they don't, even if you don't have to, you got to.
Yeah, I mean they got permission to not be there for the verdict, but that's kind of a different thing because the verdict happens when it happens. You can't schedule that because.
Yeah.
Although I would not be surprised if we see a verdict same day.
You're that confident in this jury, huh? Wow.
I think she's playing real bad.
Oh no!
We lost Ian,
no.
but that was a
Right
vote
in the
for
middle
Kurt.
of a great point too.
I know.
I'm going to tell you the secret. It's.
I guess it does
is.
answer this question. Does Ian think the jury will make a decision tomorrow?
I could certainly see them not doing so. But I think it's within the realm of possibility that they come back with a decision and say, listen, I kind of.
Okay.
Oh, no.
He tells us how he kind of feels.
Oh,
he did that on purpose.
He was hedging at the end anyway.
Yeah.
I like Kurt's declaration of just
It was
happening tomorrow.
We're facing the weekend problem.
Yeah. 3-day weekend. 3-day weekend.
If they're as baked in as everybody who's from inside is telling us, I don't think they make it past. I think Friday is probably going to be the last day. I think tomorrow's the last
Now,
day.
how
How
long does it take to go into the jury room, walk around the table, and just walk right back out? That's the only question, right?
Well, it depends on whether we all understand that they haven't discussed anything about the case.
No,
right?
of course not.
Right?
No, that would
they've got to work their way through all that stuff. So I think the answer to your question is about 4 minutes.
Yeah, it all depends on if they go in and take, because sometimes you just go in there and take a vote, right? Let's just take a vote and see where everybody's at. If everybody's in the same place, then we're good. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next issue. How much money you guys want to give? Great. End of analysis. Let's go home.
I don't know. I think they might at least want to make it look like they took it seriously.
OJ trial, they didn't look like what did they get seriously with thousands of hours of testimony. They came back in 2 hours? They were like, they didn't prove it.
I forgot that I was on the courthouse Wi-Fi, which is pretty awful. Yeah, I think that there's a real possibility that they come back with the nice round $7 million number, which has a certain poetic irony to it. And I mean, it's less money than Depp might want, but it's certainly got some. It certainly sends a message.
Ian, are you afraid that you may be baked into the crowd? Because I know for a fact from what you said, Joe said, everybody in that courtroom is essentially it's a pro Johnny courtroom, right? Everybody in there who's in there is generally pro. Or is that in any way affecting your analysis of the jury? Because it could, you guys are all in there pro Johnny, and you're looking at the jury, and you're, can be imposing your same feelings of the crowd and your own feelings now to them.
I mean, it's certainly possible, and I mean, you can never really identify necessarily your own biases 100%. Some of the body language some of the jurors have really blatant body language, and some of them have less so. I am assuming that the ones who have less blatant body language are probably along the lines of the people who have more tells. But it is certainly possible I'm wrong. And the other thing I will say is that Heard isn't out of the fight in terms of getting a 0 verdict. Based on my read, I don't see that she's going to be walking away with money. I would be very surprised to see her walk away with cash. But she's still got a real fight for 0. And the thing I sort of keep emphasizing is that if they actually make a smart play on this and can convince the jury to, in terms of what the legal implications are, they could very well push a 0 verdict. And there's also plenty that the jury may not like Depp about. as much as, this is the whole justice for Johnny Depp thing, some of his statements are obnoxious. And you could very well have a juror who says, listen, I think he's an ass and I'm not giving him any money. That is certainly and so then you end up with a probable compromise verdict of, hey, nobody gets any money, so everybody walks away. Or you might see a verdict of $1. I think is another possibility if you start looking at like compromise verdicts. We don't want to give him millions of dollars because we think he's a jerk, but we'll give him $1.
That's a loss. That's a loss.
That's a loss. That's a major. You
That's
guys
not
lost
a
for
loss for Johnny Depp.
Oh, that's a big win for
yes,
Johnny.
it is. The reason is because they're saying you were defamed, but your reputation is worthless.
No, that's what it means in normal life, Ron.
It's still a win.
You're not a domestic abuser is way more important than anything else.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Right now,
you're a dollar.
That dollar,
domestic abuser.
Yeah, that dollar, if they get $1 on this, is the most valuable dollar on the planet.
Oh yes, automatically. But Ron, I disagree with you because this was I would agree with you if this was about the money. If he's looking to get money, yes, Ron, you're right. But he is not looking about money.
If there were a real business loss here,
yes,
I understand your point. But I was saying the same thing about the nominal damages 2 weeks ago. But now, as I think about it, again, they're saying, yeah, you were defamed, but you're a shit.
No, because I can easily read it as, yeah, you were defamed, but you own an island.
I
want
to
give him another island.
And if they think he's a shit, it's pretty easy for them to return a no defamation verdict. If they want to, if they really think he's a shit, then they're not going to say he's defamed.
True. By the way, Ian, Rob is saying go back to the house because there's Wi-Fi there.
Fair enough.
$2
that would probably result in me getting disconnected in the meantime. But it's been really interesting as the day goes. I've got a whole pile of notes here just in terms of this. There was also some interesting discussion on the close. They've got 2 hours for 4 sections of close. 2 hours each, and it's plaintiff first, then defense splitting between responding to the plaintiff's initial response or initial arguments and their own offense on the counterclaim, then plaintiff reply to the counterclaim, and then defense or then the sort of reply to that. And only for things that were brought up in that reply. It's an unusual kind of 4-step process with 2 hours to split. And it was kind of amusing because they're asking the judge, well, does it have to be evenly split? She's like, nope, that's your problem. You got 2 hours and sort it out. I also really love the line Elaine said, we got pretty efficient at the end.
They did. You got, and I know people in the chat's gonna hate me, but they did. They got so much better at their exhibits, at their questioning, at their time management. Granted,
they should have been doing that from the start,
right? But they should have did that from the start. But
they were
very. They didn't run out of time.
They were very efficient at setting the pyre for their client. Right at the end, it was very quickly done, maximally effective.
Hey,
it was weird watching Amber Heard just nuke herself that quickly.
She got destroyed. It was just, again, I'm assuming that those lawyers probably went and told her, listen, we're losing, but this is a risk to put you back on because Camille is still going to go after you. And this is going to be a problem because we don't want this to be the last thing. So I'm assuming they went on and he knew he had 15 minutes left and said, listen, I'll try to rehabilitate you, but you're going to go through the gauntlet. They just have so much time. They try. And at the beginning, you saw they had that huge argument about limiting the scope. He lost a lot of that and she got hammered. And, it was a high risk maneuver. I got to give credit, no risk, no reward. But I think it was excess. I would have put her back on, nor would I have put Johnny back on. I think those were 2 strategic errors by both sides, except I think hers hurt her side more than putting Johnny on.
Which
in fact, I think all of the stuff that was gained from her side by the problems with Johnny, she erased them by being even worse.
Yeah.
Because if you're sitting there comparing the two, Johnny didn't look great in his cross-examination, but she looked so much worse.
Yep.
And, she just, at the end of it, he comes away looking like a saint now in comparison. And I kind of was reminded of Monty Python's Black Knight, where it's like, okay, well, you've cut off both my arms, but you know what? I'm good for another go. Like, how do you get slaughtered like that in the first cross-examination with Camille Vasquez and go, you know what? I think I'm down for round 2.
Yeah.
This time it'll be different.
Here's a question for you, Ian. Andy On wants to know, how did the jury react to Hughes?
I don't think they cared for her much, but I also don't think that I don't think Hughes today really moved things either way. She made some points, she lost some points, and I think at the end of all of it, it's just kind of a wash. If you thought that Hughes was a good, witness before, you probably still think that now. If you thought she was hot garbage before, I can guarantee you still think that now. I don't think any juror was persuaded on that point.
All right, listen, guys, let me get out of here because I got children to pick up. Wonderful
All
guys
right.
talking to you guys about this madness. But before I go, just to ask everybody, I'm assuming everybody here believes Johnny is going in for the win. No? And anybody believe he's losing?
I don't think he's losing. I think it'll be a question.
At most, a hung jury.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that just shows you, because I know. Well, Ian was on our side too. How everyone's opinion changed from day one to day. Because I remember us having the same argument on day one, and we were all thinking the exact opposite. But now, and this is what trials do, right? So they lay out the evidence, and you make your own decision. So, with that said, I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right. See you, Nate.
Always great to see you, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, my take on this is basically that Depp walked into court having lost and has carved out a very probable win at this point on a very difficult standard. It's been really amazing to watch this.
I think a couple of things have happened that, seem obvious to us now, but would not have been obvious before the case started. I don't think people would have expected that Amber Heard's lawyers would be as mediocre as I think they showed themselves to be. I'm not sure that everybody agrees with me on that, but what I saw, which is a fraction of what you guys saw, but what I saw was very unimpressive, especially for a high-profile case like this. Preparation in terms of presentation skills, organization of materials, organization of questioning, and witness prep. And I know they have that their own client is probably a very difficult client to deal with. But it still is your job to prep the witness. And the other witnesses, including the experts, were not well prepped. And boy, that's gigantic, part of the job. And then I think also we would have not necessarily have known, because we didn't know her as we know her now, that Amber Heard would come across as poorly as she did. But interestingly, it's very likely that Johnny and his lawyers did know these things. They might not have known how badly the preparation would be and how, but they might have known these lawyers are not, they did their research on the adversaries and they didn't think, so they weren't going up against, David Bowie's. And Johnny was probably able to get across to them. And of course they had to pose to Amber. We hadn't all watched the depositions, but I'm sure they were able to operate on an understanding that this is someone who is not going to come across well at trial. And maybe they did a jury, a moot jury, which they exposed to deposition videos. And the research may have come back and said, people are not going to like this lady. So, and to some extent, I'm answering my own question, which was why on earth this goes, when Alita was first explaining to me what the hell this case is about, which was, luckily it was a cozy moment, which is you and me, one more of us.
Yeah,
that was you. why is it like, why on earth why would Johnny Depp even want to proceed with this case? It might very well be that his team knew we should win it. She's awful. She's awful, and she's going to come across really awful. Now, again, here we are counting chickens that have not hatched, but on the premise that Johnny does indeed win it, that answers my question.
Yeah, I mean, she came off as insanely awful, and to a degree that was just baffling. She was picking fights today on stuff that she had no business picking a fight with counsel about, because it was things like, just, I think if Camille had suggested, well, Io was your friend at one point, she would have said no, just to be, just to say no. It was very strange to watch.
Here's a question. If the jury comes back with a ruling, would that seem better for JD or Amber Heard's side? I think Johnny Depp's side. I think so.
Yeah.
And then also Joseph Dinsmore says, Ian, tell them about the judge glaring at Rottenborn. Did she glare at him? Did I miss something there?
She glared at him.
Oh, wow.
And I want to be clear here. This is a judge who has been her expression has been very studiously neutral or pleasant, or cheerful the whole time through. And so he's up and he's basically saying that there's no evidence, or that he elicits from, or he asks Amber, did you fake any of these photographs? Something along those lines. And the judge sort of snaps her head up and looks at it. And my thought was that the judge really is, my thought on that sort of interaction is that the judge has to think that some of these photos have been faked, and that it's pretty clear at this point that that's the case, which means that would be a very bad question to ask, right? You don't want to ask your client to, tell a lie in court. She had a real unhappy expression as she was looking at him when he asked that question. And I was just like, ooh, that's something. So.
Wow. Crazy. Okay. I'm just looking for any more questions specifically for Ian. And then we're probably going to do some lightning round super chats if that's cool with you guys.
It's cool with me.
Okay.
Reply. Well, that's how cool it is. I'm going to let you do it because lightning rounds tend to slow down when Ron's around.
It starts as a lightning round and it gets thunderous. Nope.
Okay. Well, cool then. In that case, we will do let's do some lightning round. Okay, from the top. Dunstan R. Alexander says, Hogue Law, any great law-related movies that you recommend? Is Rick here or did he step away?
Give him a
Should we wait
chance
until he
to
comes
respond.
back? Okay.
I'll do
I'll
one
wait
quick.
until he comes back.
I'm gonna make a video on my favorite one of all time, Anatomy of a Murder. It's Jimmy Stewart, directed by Otto Preminger. It is a case that is Jimmy Stewart is a defense attorney, and the movie starts when the client walks into his office and ends at the end of the trial, and you only get Jimmy Stewart's perspective the entire film. So it really gives you this incredible look at how a defense attorney goes through. You don't know whether Jimmy's client is innocent or guilty. He doesn't know. And at some points, he kind of doesn't want to know. He's not sure. But it really gets the perspective of a defense attorney incredibly, and it's Jimmy Stewart. There you go. There's one. We can still answer when Hogue gets back. But.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a pretty good sale, I gotta say.
Which one?
That's a pretty good sales pitch for it. I'm like, I want to watch that now.
It's really neat. And Duke Ellington is in it too. It's weird. It's a weird little movie.
Here's one for Ian. Darcy Sharon says, Ian, didn't she call a sidebar right after Rottenborn made those remarks?
It wasn't like people went and said, oh, can we approach? After Rottenborn was finished, she said, and I'll see counsel now, and called the lawyers up.
Interesting.
I found myself wondering if she didn't have some words about what about that, because it was an expression for sure on her face.
All
I
right.
kind of think, yeah, I think there's a real possibility that she was like, "Are you sure that's a question you want to ask your client?"
All right. All right.
Yeah.
And here's another one that just came in from Newt. Says, question, can you ask Ian about when Amber Heard admits op-ed was about the JD? Oh, yeah, we did talk about that. You said that they didn't really seem to notice, or it didn't really do much.
Didn't seem to really bother anybody, which to my mind suggests that they already reached that conclusion themselves.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Ian, jury reaction to baby and microwave comment. Oh yeah.
Oh, that when there were people rolling their eyes at that. And when she said, there are people who want to kill me, there are people who want to put yeah, that got some eye rolls. Juror 1 or A, sort of, he's got a very expressive eye roll because he'll actually move his whole head to look at the ceiling. And yeah, he had that reaction.
Alrighty. So let me get the next one here. Okay. Don Hinton says, could JD have trolled AT by going early enough to entice her into testifying again? And thanks for the kind words. I'm doing fine and go back to work in 3 weeks. I'm glad. So I think that is maybe actually what he did.
I think it's a genuine possibility that, in which case, if Depp knew that would be her reaction to him testifying, then the guy is playing, and his lawyers are playing some 4D chess, because whatever Depp lost, they regained today with substantial interest. And yeah, but I don't know that was necessarily their plan. I think it might have been the effect.
Yeah. Camila Andrea Blanco Bernal says, she is a copycat. I can see how they might want to tempt her. Do you know if jurors receive psychological support after their decision?
Depends on jurisdiction, but I suspect the answer is no, because that's the case in most jurisdictions.
Yes. Yeah. Dr. Industry Rajan says, so what's the consensus regarding the overall positives or negatives regarding JD's case yesterday? I had to leave LB stream early and couldn't watch Beyond JD's Cross, which was so awful in my opinion. Thank you so much. Love your stream.
So much of yesterday has been wiped away by today.
Yeah. Yeah. I think overall, I think it still was a net positive yesterday for Johnny Depp, even though his cross-examination was pretty tough.
His cross was bad. TMZ was good. Dr. Curry was good. There's a lot of strong stuff for Johnny yesterday.
Yeah. Here's another one for Ian. Ian, reaction to the fact that she didn't know the Hicksville guy.
I thought that was really
so bad.
It was so bad. Camille did that really expertly. It's basically everyone has to be willing to come into court to lie on your behalf or to, against you, including random manager of and you got to think, if you're running some, trailer park or whichever, wouldn't you have all the more incentive to, shake Johnny down for some real money and not $68 for a light? It was bizarre. She's just I never saw him. What? That's really your argument? Is you never saw this guy? He's got to be making it up.
And I know it's the wrong question to ask, but as a person that was interested in what she was going to do with it, I did want to hear who do you think the manager is? You said the manager is trashed. Your manager said that the trailer was trashed, and then you just say, I don't know who that is. I don't recognize that guy. Who do you think you talked to about the trash trailer? I know you can't ask that, but it's because it's implied and you don't need to. And the jury's like, asking it in his head, but it was just a funny sequence.
Yeah, it was real weird.
Batman on a bike.
Like of all the arguments. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
Of all, like, it was one of these examples of her responses just being bizarre. Because of all the things I thought might come out of her mouth to try to justify this, I don't know who that is. He must just be some rando who isn't the real manager. Was not on my list.
Right.
Like, her responses were so weird.
Yeah, they were. Here's a question for you, Ian. Batman on a Bike says, does Amber seem oblivious to the fact that her acting has on the jury? Does she know she has little credibility? I don't know if you can glean all of that based on what you can see.
My guess is that she doesn't. My guess is that she thinks she's doing well. If you've watched the Firefly episode where Mal is getting his butt kicked in a sword fighting match, and there's the, oh no, he thinks he's doing quite well. It kind of has that, because I think that some of the decisions I'm reading these as her decisions through Elaine. They're decisions that you only make if you think you're winning. Like when they call Waldman, Elaine isn't dumb. Elaine has to know that that the counterclaim is a long shot. I think that's Amber going, no, we're going to walk away with money, so you got to make the money happen.
Well,
good reference, Ian.
Jay Watts says, question for Ian. Personal take as Amber Heard as a person thus far. Ooh.
She creeps me out is kind of the thing on that. And I don't want to get into too much armchair psychology as to the reasons why she creeps me out, but she creeps me out.
Okay.
And the thing is I actually suspect that she would present a much different impression if it was a situation where, like, we were sitting down for coffee and she was able to sort of relate in a different way. As it is, the only real interaction I've had with her are some glares she shot my way. So, yeah.
Okay.
That's, I guess, all I can say about that.
All righty. Let me see. I've got to just capture some more here. Oh, here's another one for Ian. Justin Wood says, Ian, do you think Depp's team has had Dr. Curry counsel the whole time on how to manipulate Amber? It seems like they knew how to press Amber's buttons. I don't know that Johnny would need Dr. Curry for that after how many years of a relationship.
I kind of suspect that Dr. Curry would refuse to do that.
Yeah.
I think that Amber is not that hard to figure out how to manipulate in some respects. Like, I think Camille is just good enough to play Amber's strings on that. I don't think Dr. Curry would agree to manipulate somebody's method.
Oh, did Ian cut out? Was that me or was that on Ian's end?
I think it's Ian. It's not you.
Oh,
I can hear you.
Yep. He disconnected, reconnected. Okay. Oh.
While we're waiting,
Ian, you
for
there?
Ian to
Can you
come
hear
back,
us?
There was a
Yeah,
whole
I can hear you.
Okay.
My cell signal was not that great. I think I answered that question substantially into the ether, but yeah, I don't think Dr. Curry would agree to that sort of thing of, I'm going to help manipulate somebody based on their mental illness. I suspect that just Johnny knows her. Camille's got a pretty good read on her. I think that's really what's going on. I think I think Camille's better than she is.
Fair point. Brian Hickey wants to know, Ian, any reaction to Kate Moss when she came out of the woodwork? Did the jury, I guess, recognize her or anything like that?
So the Kate Moss, I think, was yesterday, wasn't it? I'm just checking here.
That was Yeah, it was yesterday.
So
Jesus,
yeah.
it's been a long day.
So my reaction is,
Oh, I guess you were with
just
us. Yeah, you were on the stream here.
Yeah, I was like, I don't remember being in court for that moment. I think I was in like an airport lobby or something.
That would be correct.
They did mention Kate Moss today, and I mean the jury was really enjoying the cross-examination. So I think that's sort of where that lands. Just
I think it's possible the question is saying when Amber mentioned that Kate Moss came out.
It was a fun line.
Oh, okay. So I guess, yep, a different question. Ian, was there any reaction to that? Do we lose him? Oh no. We may have lost him.
Poor Ian's cell phone.
And I think I don't know if you guys can hear me, but it sounds like my connection has gotten too bad to really be helpful here. So
Okay.
All right.
Alrighty.
It's a cute puppy that I've been looking at, though.
Yeah, it is though.
Yeah.
It is. It is a very cute one. Alrighty. Well, Kurt, you're muted.
You know, I hate it when that happens. But I'd rather be muted when I think I'm live than the other way around, right? I'd rather not know. So if you gotta pick one, then I'm looking at you stupidly while you're saying.
We can just get a clip of Judge A saying "turn on your microphone," and you can have it to play when anybody tries to talk while they're muted.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, they just said sound clip just play. Turn on your microphone. That'd be good. I don't even know what I was trying to say at this point. Well, let's move on.
Okay.
Hey,
I've lost the plot.
Rick, are you gone? Did you just leave again? I did. I just wanted to make sure we didn't forget the movie question. I kind of like, as long as it's in the queue, it's back in the queue, but I hope I didn't take it out of the queue by answering it myself. That's all. Fairness for all.
Okay, well, we've got to get some questions in here. So here's one from Camilla Andrea Blanco Bernal. She has a copycat. I can see how they might want to tempt her. Do you know if jurors receive psychological support after? Oh wait, we answered that one. We answered that. Oh, Rick's back. Hey, here's a question for you. Dunstan R. Alexander says, Hoaglaw, any great law-related movies that you recommend?
I'm with Kurt on 12 Angry Men being awesome. I've already said the Star Trek The Next Generation Season 2 episode Measure of a Man, which is just a very short movie. It's like 40 minutes long.
Sometimes called an episode.
Well, you call it an episode. It's a short movie. They actually delivered like 24 of them per year. It was very, very efficient. I would say outside of that, I don't tend to love legal dramas in movies. You hear me quote A Few Good Men a lot. I like that one. But I would stick with that. I really would stick with 12 Angry Men, no matter how much Mark doesn't want a jury to act that way.
I hate 12 Angry Men. No, shit. A Few Good Men was what I was going for. Damn. I am so tired. I hate A Few Good Men. That's what I wanted to say.
You hate it? Why?
I think the movie is absolute trash. Okay. Well, there's so many problems with it on so many levels. But there's two major problems with it. First of all, the whole scene with the cross-examination of Jessup on the stand is so unrealistic on so many levels.
It's wildly unrealistic.
It defies things. But the most annoying part of the movie is the woman lawyer on who's starring with Tom Cruise.
Yep, I know.
Right? Okay, so whatever her name is, like she's horrible because she basically spends the entire movie baiting, basically saying, "Can I use a little bit strong language at this point?"
It's not my channel.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So she basically is spending like the first part of the movie basically saying, if you don't call Jessup to the stand, you're a pussy. All right. And so this is the whole thing, right? It's like, so Tom Cruise comes in drunkenly after, their witnesses. Well, it's like their own people were like, oh, yeah, I wasn't there when the order was supposedly given. Well, that's a bit of a devastating. Their other witnesses now killed themselves, so they're not available. So Tom Cruise has a perfectly logical reaction of, I have nothing left to do. I have no more witnesses. I have nowhere left to go. He's right. And then she tries to just basically, well, you call him on stand and you get it from him. Oh, you get it from him. Oh, okay. Well, once I do that and, with no evidence, I'm going to be tried for the court-martial, blah, blah, blah. Right. So basically she just prods him. And then he's like, finally like, okay, I'm going to do it. And then I believe it's the next morning, the day of the trial. Right. You see them in some sort of adjacent room to the courtroom. They're in some sort of room together. And she basically goes back on everything she said. She basically says, if you can't get it from him, I'm telling you, as assistant counsel of whatever, I'm telling you, you could get into a lot of trouble, Kathy. And he says, are you saying that I should go easy on a material witness? She's like, yeah, if you can't get it from him, you should. I'm like, well, which way do you want it, honey? You can't have it both ways. You can't the night before, and this isn't like the first time either. You can't the night before just badger him into calling Jessica, like, you asked for the order, you want to see his reaction, you calm this down, you get it from him, and the next day be like, oh, you got to be careful, Kathy. You got to be careful if you can't get it from him. I'm like, I hate you so much. You're so duplicitous. You're a horrible person.
All right, Kirk convinced me. I'm changing my answer. Devil's advocate, no further questions.
Devil's advocate is pretty good. And then there was actually another one that came in.
There was one about BSG that I saw.
Yeah.
The BSG court system is way too far afield to be like,
yeah,
terribly useful. Love those episodes, but that's essentially a drumhead court, which you can also watch a Star Trek: The Next Generation episode called, creatively enough, Drumhead. So enjoy that one.
Brett Cormier says, are you really saying that AH is fighting Atherton Wing? I don't know that reference. Does anyone else know that reference?
Mark,
oh, you're muted.
Atherton Wing is the name of the Firefly, the guy in the Firefly episode, the fencer in the Firefly episode that the captain is fighting.
Malcolm Reynolds.
Mal, yeah, thinks he's doing well. So Atherton Wing is his name. He's like the posh guy.
Mal means bad. Sorry, Firefly.
All right. Let's see here. Just want to make sure that I've got everything here. Okay. Hogue, any news on EA sell or merge?
Not that I'm aware of as of right now, but they're definitely shopping themselves.
All right. Dr. Indushri Rajan, the conscious psychologist, says, so what's the consensus regarding the overall wait, I got this one. We talked about this earlier.
We did talk that one.
Yes, we did. Okay.
Through.
Okay. I'm not okay. Good. Miss Page says, question, have you all still been practicing law while doing this coverage? These streams go for upwards of 11 hours. Do you still have time? I have decidedly told the lovely people for whom I do contract work that I am not going to be doing contract work during this trial. And for the reasons that you stated.
I have very much been working during all this.
Yeah. Yep. And I'm also, as you know, studying for the Texas bar on top of that. So
there you go.
I would flash a picture of my task list, but let's not beg for that trouble.
Don't do that.
Sergey says
you can come with me on stream. We'll do questions together.
All right.
I've been doing it periodically.
Oh, no way. That would be fun.
Sergey says, did Amber Heard ever submit her text and friends' text as evidence? We've seen a lot of private communication from JD, but not from her. That's a really good point. I thought that we were going to be seeing some text messages between Amber and her friends. We don't really see anything. It's interesting. There's been a lot of metadata issues coming from her phone, though. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Anyhow, next one. Interesting question. Allison Bond says, could the jury see all the Depp fans and support for JD and find he's more popular than ever, i.e. no damages, no defamation?
They certainly could, but I would hope that wouldn't be the reasoning.
Yeah, I would hope not.
Johanna Flores says, I have a question. Why doesn't our system choose experts like we do juries so as to limit to the fullest extent possible claims of bias because they're being paid?
Like you'd have to submit to being a pool of forensic data analysts and just be dragged into court from time to time.
Yeah, and then there's the issue of like qualifications. Like, how do you know that people are actually qualified well enough?
You're gonna run into the slavery element of the U.S. Constitution.
Well, don't some other court systems do that?
Drag in experts?
Well, not drag in, but I mean, there are approved experts, or there are people who apply for it. I mean,
Go be an expert for a court system. I don't know if it's voluntary. That's something different.
Yeah, I think they get paid too.
Because doing experts like we do juries is, here's a notice. Come into court 9 a.m. Tuesday the 16th.
That's fair. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, okay. I did not read the full extent of that question of treating the experts like juries. Yeah.
But no, I can imagine there's better ways to do experts. No system is perfect.
Okay, next question. S Painkiller says, Alita, will you be doing a video recap of the entire trial? Good things and bad things, new taglines for those that did not have time to watch daily. Maybe. I hadn't thought about an overall recap. That's a lot to do in one video on demand, like a pre-recorded thing. Maybe a live stream to kind of go over everything. I don't know.
We could do a live stream where we react to the playlist of your recaps.
That's
we'll go 3 levels in.
That's a lot. That's a lot of time.
It's like 20 minutes a day. It's 23 days. It's a long live stream, folks.
It is a long live stream. Bo Mama 8 says, question, why do they keep bringing up how much the expert is paid? Are they implying theirs weren't?
No.
It's something that happens with every single expert witness. They always want to point out the potential for bias because of the fact that they're being paid.
It's the equivalent of Elaine asking you if you're looking for fame.
Yeah.
It's just the standard.
Which I'll admit, the reason it keeps happening is because the whole thing, everywhere, I'm not just saying in this trial, but the reason it keeps happening is because if one jury just randomly is prone to distrust an expert for some reason, you want to give them a thing to hang their hat on. And so that thing to hang their hat on is like, if you already don't like this expert, you're like, oh, and they're getting paid for this? It's not logical at all, but there's a reason that those questions keep showing up at trials.
Okay.
All right.
Next.
Should we go faster?
Yeah, let's go lightning round because we've got a lot of these that have piled up here. And God bless it, they have. Donna says, how does she know that what colors he's wearing every day? Do you think the jury notices this and that she is only incriminating herself? Proof that she has psychological issues. I don't know about proof that she has psychological issues. I think that mostly what she's been doing, or at least what it looks like she's been doing, is that she's been wearing what he wore the day before or something similar. Usually, but today wearing the same thing was a little interesting. Right Focus says, lots of love from Ryan, Mary, Winston, Hunter, and Elsa. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Timmy D, question, what do you guys make about how Amber Heard refers to disagreements, specifically as fights, not arguments? It stands out to me. It's interesting usage of wording, isn't it? Might mean something, might not, but she does tend to call them fights. Mark.
Next one.
Mark, you read this.
I find it so annoying how Amber Heard's witnesses all answer questions directly to the jury. Curry answered, lawyer only addressed jury to explain things. Oh, okay. Sorry. Missed the question mark. I should not read these ever again.
No.
That's part of the fun.
Yeah, it is. It is absolutely kind of, it can be a pet peeve that when you appeal directly to the jury, sometimes it can work, but it often comes off as a little hoity-toity, and nobody likes being lectured at.
Bunny Fufu says, why didn't JD's team ever ask AH's witnesses how I totally just skipped over Kurt, how they're getting paid or who's paying them, just like they asked JD's witnesses, i.e. Elon Musk. They did though. They did with their expert witnesses. They usually just didn't lead with that. They would start with other issues in their testimony. Kurt.
Is it just me, or does it seem like defendant's expert appeared more disheveled and less professional than the plaintiff? Looks do matter. Are we talking about crazy guy with the 1.21 gigawatts?
I was going to say, the easiest one is the psychologists, right?
Yeah, which one of them? They're all kind of bad. Are we talking about Karen with the haircut? Are we talking about the guy with the crazy hair? Or which one of them? So many people.
Johnny's experts seem more polished. They did.
Natasha Berner says, question, how did you find tech expert? Sorry.
Wrong for all of us here.
I'm a systems engineer. I find him compelling. He's very well spoken from an IT view, but he's telling me a cloned image to a cloud won't have the same data like geotags, etc.
You really should.
You find them through a network, I guess.
He sounded very competent, and no one has any idea what he said. Ben Hutchinson, question.
Craigslist expert witnesses.
Can the jury stipulate what happens with money awarded? For example, Johnny Depp gets $7 million, but it must be donated. No, that's the difference between law and equity. The court has the power to do things that aren't money. The jury can only award money. Mark.
How can we ensure the jury isn't contaminating the case by not following the judge's orders on keeping off from news and social media? Love to all the panelists from India for educating on legal matters.
Hey, India.
Thank you, Flutterfly.
We made them pinky swear.
To be honest, we can't really do anything to prevent them. It's just an honor system.
In what circumstances can a court appoint independent experts that aren't paid by only one side? That is actually a really sharp question. It's basically a matter of discretion by the court. It most often happens on really technical matters where the court feels like they don't have enough competency to adjudicate issues between them. And so they need an independent expert appointed by the court to help advise the court on issues to get neutral information so they can understand things. So it's more used for subject matter expertise is the most common reason, but it's a really good question.
In inquisitorial systems, legal systems, they're used much more often, but in adversarial like the U.S. system.
It's rare.
Miss Tatercake says, it seems like all of the witnesses for AH looks at the jury. Were they directed to do so? Does it help? If so, why wouldn't JD team do the same? Thanks. Seems like all of the witnesses for AH looks at the jury.
AH's experts talk to the jury. Johnny Depp's really don't.
Yeah, and the question, I mean, does it help? It can. You kind of got to read the room, but in my experience, talking to a jury, you run the risk of acting like you're lecturing at them. And people, if they're not enrolled in school, tend to not like to be lectured at.
Yep. Scanner Clip says, question, is it me or is AH's team impeach point you are paid by Depp, while JD's argument is you're doing it wrong? I hope the jury is seeing it this way.
You probably.
Could be. All right.
Mike, quickly, are Dr. Hughes and Elaine the most annoying duo in this trial? The combo platter? Maybe. Mark?
Anyone else think they purposefully chose to sandwich Johnny Depp between other amazing witnesses to cover up for what could come up in cross? Most of my friends didn't even know he was crossed yesterday. So, first part, it's possible. If Johnny Depp definitely wanted to take the stand and they knew it was going to be the least positive, then yes, that sandwiching could absolutely happen. Most of your friends not knowing that he was even crossed yesterday, I would hope that would mean because they're not following the trial. Because if they had forgotten about it, then I think that'd say more about your friends than it would about the Johnny Depp trial.
Somebody would have a cognitive test to give, I suppose.
Okay. Star Wars fans, how come no one ever asked why no mandatory reporters ever reported abuse? Also never asked her if they knew why this way, why just don't marry him? Well, probably a couple of combination of reasons. Depending on the jurisdiction, they may not be mandatory reporters, but I don't know the law everywhere. To the extent they are, the issues are so tangential to anything. You don't know necessarily that they didn't report it for that matter. So it's so tangential to the issue, it's just kind of irrelevant, would be my answer.
Yeah, and also they did ask a number of the nurses.
Deborah Lee says, are lawyers ever called to be a jury member? Yes, but we almost never make it.
All the time.
Yeah, we never make it.
Question, I sent this during AH's direct. Did the panel find her to be believable at all? The direct? I feel like she feels put upon. I mean, I feel like she legitimately feels put upon, but that's it from the direct. Mark?
If the jury aren't allowed to be influenced from outside discussions, media, socials, how can Amber basically tell them what is being written, etc.? You know? Anyone else want to answer this one? Because, it does bring up an issue in my mind. But I mean, that would have to be.
If the other side doesn't object, then they don't
that would
care.
have to be objected to, is the issue. And they didn't.
Why do I care about them?
Yeah, they were in full let Amber talk mode.
Yeah.
Penguin.
Could I have the right to tell my story? Is there a way around an NDA so she can do a book movie? Does the NDA still hold up? So the NDA deals with the issues in the marriage, and so the NDA is still presumably binding. The NDA may not cover everything, and also the NDA might be mooted at this point because the subject matter has been so widely discussed. So even if the contract still technically exists at this point, I could go into court and be like, yeah, we just need to void the contract because there's nothing left to protect. So it's over now.
It was breached and then it was public info.
Yeah.
Ron John Biffy says, she seems like such a narcissist. Do you have anyone in the room seeing how Amber Heard's speech landing with the jury? And also Amber Heard's first answer was regarding damages. IMO, this could/should be long.
And it was. And Ian said they weren't buying it.
Yep.
Don Miner, question, when the record of the sidebars comes out, can we get an analysis of it? I think it would be a valuable lesson about how to argue before a judge.
It'd be fun.
Yeah.
It might be a while in the future, but it'll be
pretty
fun.
Technical. All right, Mark.
Finally getting to watch live after catching up for 4 weeks. Fun question for Hogue. Mass Effect 3 ending. More or less disappointing than Amber Heard's case?
Well, the Mass Effect 3 ending let me down massively, no pun intended. Amber Heard, I really didn't know which direction would go, so I wasn't disappointed. It was interesting throughout. Kurt.
Yeah. What about the verdict with Paul Newman? That's fine.
And Primal Fear before. I think they're both wonderful.
Primal Fear is awesome. That's it. You get Ed Norton in full force there.
Primal Fear is an interesting one.
Question: Why was Amber Heard not in contempt for not providing her texts and pics, etc.? JD gave all his messages and emails. Jury has the right to see hers too. No, well, that's why they filed a motion for actually multiple motions for sanctions. Yeah.
Jordy, have you noticed how Amber Heard's lawyer asked Amber Heard if she'd suffered all types of abuse except sexual abuse? We did, and we definitely would have noticed it with chat telling us either way. I think it's an accident. Reasonable minds can differ. Mark.
Have you noticed? Did you notice when Rottenborn was on redirect, he asked about all forms of abuse except sexual? Isn't that what the title of the op-ed says? Did we get that question already, or is it
just? Well, we got variants. So yeah, I just answered a variant to that, but you can give your opinion, Mark.
If we basically just got it, then yeah, let's Alice Ralph.
What are your individual? She keeps going over me. I don't exist.
I'm sorry. No,
I'm a phantom in her mind.
Oh no.
What are your individual opinions regarding when the case finishes? What will happen to either of them after trial? I'm still betting on Friday, and what will happen to them? I'm pretty positive that Amber Heard will continue going on the tour of "I was wrong," patriarchy. This proves women aren't believed. We have to come so far. Blah 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 blah. And Johnny Depp gets to just bathe in the righteousness that he has so richly earned.
Well, I believe he's probably already been working on deals after you see how this is going. So I expect him.
Since this question is for me, I'll read this one too. Can Kurt please explain what JD's team can do with Amber Heard admitting to the writing the op-ed? Well, yeah, it's a great thing for clothes. It's just another line in your clothes. It's like, and you heard from her, say it from her own mouth that thing was about Johnny Depp. It's a line in your closing.
Right.
Yep. That's how you do it.
Kristen Hottie says, question, since I enjoy when you play devil's advocate, what, if anything, was beneficial to Amber's side from her rebuttal witnesses?
The data expert, I guess, was okay.
He seemed competent enough, but you got up there and you show the demonstrative. These two photos, right? They're different. I mean, what does the testimony matter? So I don't know. They were all bad. There was 3 of them, right? 4 of them.
3, yeah, 4, including Amber herself. Okay, who's next? Was that me?
You are, yes.
Okay, Jeff says, during the entire trial, were the jury allowed to go home, or were they kept in a hotel to make sure they comply with the judge's order of not researching the case? They were allowed to go home. They have not been sequestered.
Crafting and Creating with Caroline. Question: do you think that the flaws in Amber Heard's counterclaim for damages have only served to highlight the validity of Johnny Depp's damages claim? Thank you so much. Heart with sparkles emoji. LawTube. Yes, I think the counterclaim was stupid for any of the number of reasons that Alita has said, but one of the biggest is that virtually everything they had to put up to help prove their case can be reversed if you're believing Johnny Depp more than Amber Heard at the time. Mark.
Yep. Cam M says, have you worked with people with PTSD in court? Because myself and others recognize that we hold stoic, but when we break hard. Amber Heard felt not right. I think that I understand completely PTSD claim that can happen to people, and when they break hard. Also, I just want to say people with PTSD are not a homogenous group.
Sure. Question is, India removed the jury system because of a biased jury verdict in favor of the KM, not the Vati case. It was like the OJ case. Political. Do you think the U.S. should revisit the jury system? Hell to the no. I don't think we should revisit it. I think we're much better off with the jury system than the alternative. So, yeah.
The Islanders says, some people undervalue the case because they're famous. Justice isn't less deserved because they're famous. Humiliation and impact is even higher with celebrities. Money and fame doesn't fix everything. Agree? I definitely agree. Alrighty. Here, Rick. This one's you.
Samuel Anderson, Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. Also, comments about the possibility of self-injury by Amber Heard. Comments about Amber Heard's vocal inflection during today's direct. Objection compound. I know. Mea culpa. Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. Very, very funny. Check it out. Comments about the possibility of self-injury by Amber Heard. Maybe I missed comments about that in the moment of today's testimony. Her vocal inflection, biggest issue I continue to have with Amber Heard, and I try to not value it too much, is that she turns it on and off very quickly for emotionality, and she goes straight from weepy to very angry at Camille and in between. So vocal inflection, I think she continues to sound a little robotic. Mark.
Yep. Props to Harvey Birdman. Also, double that one. Yumi404. Amber Cross made my B-Day. Love from Finland. Question, by the way. Finland, gorgeous country. Think you mentioned maybe covering the Manson case later. Opinions on dismissal of his abuse case. Alita?
Yeah, that's for Alita.
So it was actually, I saw this coming in and I looked it up, and it was apparently someone, one of his assistants had filed a case against him for SA, and that one was dismissed for statute of limitations, and I think other issues as well. So yeah, interesting.
Kurt.
Question for the panel. Does anyone wish they could jump into court proceedings and participate? Or do you enjoy watching from the sidelines more? I want to replace Elaine, because it'd be a lot less what if anythings, and we'd all be better off.
I think whenever you hear us comment in certain ways, you hear us wishing we could jump in.
I'll take one for the team.
Bullet in my beard says, shouldn't these talks take place behind closed doors and in private? If it's allowed and wanted, can you quickly explain why? Much love from Netherlands, I think.
Yeah, probably the Netherlands. I don't know which talks they're referring to, though.
I think maybe they're referring to the jury instructions.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, most of those were off camera, but it can be either way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Question, will we see Cross tomorrow? No, closings. And will we see the jury's verdict live? Probably. P.S. Thank you for all making the trial worth watching, for being respectful and honest. Team Johnny, heart emoji from Northern Ireland. Hello, Northern Ireland. Mark.
Hey. Hello, Daniel Chukri said, hey, thanks for all you do. Why is case law valued so highly in these arguments? I feel like rulings are fallible, and to me, they seem sort of like filler. Is this a culture of practice, or am I missing some greater nuance? So it's a very interesting question, because other rulings from equally low courts are not precedential. They are just persuasive. However, when you are a trial court judge, one of the things that you never, ever want to happen is get overruled. And it is very easy to be overruled if other people in your jurisdiction have ruled differently. So it's kind of easiest to go with the flow, so to speak, even if it's not actually something that you have to do, a mandatory precedent.
Sure. Where is the next one? Okay. Right here.
Why are there barely involved attorneys on JD's sides doing this and not more involved attorneys like on AH's side? Well, the split between the attorneys in terms of their role is just solely an issue for how they want to do the case. A lot of those attorneys in the back are doing work that's arguably more important in some respects than the attorneys you see forward-looking. They have to keep up with everything. They have to know where the exhibits are. They have to know where the evidence is for like impeachment, so that's right there. They have to keep track of everything. Doing research on the back end if they need to do research. It's a really hard role in a lot of respects, and it's just a question of how they want to split up the duties. Really, it's no more complicated than that.
And that's a firm building its talent pool. You don't start out as Ben Chu. You got to be somebody else first.
All right. Next one is Joe Zerlag says, any thoughts as to why Dawn Hughes had abruptly left the courtroom around 21:15, remaining in the live feed while Amber was under cross? Last I saw her was about 27:03, remaining in stream by E! News.
She's entirely unnecessary at that point, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Could have been out. She could have left.
Yeah, not sure.
I don't know. Jeannie B says, must a statement be false to be defamation? Yes.
Yes.
Lola D says, during cabinet vid questions before Camille says, another liar on the stand, Amber Heard says, it can't come from me, I was lying, then corrected herself.
I don't think that's what she said.
Yeah, I don't remember her actually saying that.
JD, so clearly Amber has lied and wasted everyone's time. What's your take on why she just refuses to come clean and take ownership? Would she get in legal trouble for coming forward on her lies? At this point, legal trouble? No, she's going to lose her case. We'd see. You can't come clean at this moment in time. Could she come clean later? Sure, if she's got a book deal. Mark.
Okay, first, someone directed me in the chat that Andy Fletcher of the Depeche Mode died. This is, and I've verified it is true. Depeche Mode, one of my favorite bands, and also one of my wife's favorite bands. So,
Wow.
Link.
Mark's going to become the "this guy died" guy on these.
I don't know.
panels.
Someone is literally saying, "Mark, did you see Andy Fletcher?" Andy Fletcher died.
No,
So I don't know what
totally.
to tell you. Yeah, question: is there anything coming up to bring the panel back together? Going to miss these on the day-to-day, if not petition to rename the panel the Law Avengers.
I'm never, I'm
as
never
something-
talking to any of you again.
One thing that I've said is we've discussed that my game, which will be released this fall, I Feel Attacked, that we could play that on screen. And Rick, I don't know if you've gotten your copy yet, but you are whining about not
but I
getting it, so I
did.
sent it.
I did, Mark. I have a confirmation that it's on its way.
Okay, good enough.
I
I sent
do
it
not
media
have
mail
that.
because I'm really cheap. So, yeah.
You're giving me a free copy of your awesome, I'm sure, board game. You send it by a snail if you'd like.
All right, Kurt.
Whose turn is it? Yeah, if I understand correctly, both teams see witness lists. Given that, is it possible plaintiff didn't send Depp? Defense could summon Depp anyway. Cheers and dig your commentary. Yeah, I think so. I think technically speaking, they probably could have called him up anyway because technically speaking, their cross of Depp is limited to the direct, so they could have called him up as their own witness regardless. So I guess, yeah, sure.
Sure, could have called him.
Megan Fritz says, I feel like I am watching a foreign language movie. Also, do lawyers hold resentment towards each other after trials?
Depends.
It really depends on what happens. You lawyers are human too.
Carolyn, has anyone checked the Vegas odds for this case? I'm pretty sure you can't bet on open litigations in the United States, at least
Not in the United States, but there are definitely places on the web that will let you bet on things.
Check
so.
out Pinnacle. Anyway,
Yep.
do you think the TMZ guy was TMZ's sacrificial lamb? Any thoughts? No, not at all.
Yeah,
This guy
opposite
is
to TMZ.
in the
The
wrestling
opposite.
in the wrestling business. We call this going into business for yourself, and that is what that TMZ reporter did.
Kill Gamer says, will you ever see any of you guys do a live travels as you'll be in court and we'll watch you? Well, I'm looking at shifting my practice, so maybe in the future.
If you see me in court, something has gone horribly wrong in my life.
Yeah, we did not do our jobs well. If we
Who's next?
You are.
Okay. Belongings. Oh, that's right. Belongings says, once the jury comes to a decision and the trial is over, are they allowed to share details of how they came to their decision? Love from Germany. Yes, they are, if they so choose.
Isaac Baruch's wholesome gabagool art question.
Great name.
For panel. Since we have movie talk, why is Heather's Leagues better than Mean Girls? Uh-oh, you're going to get Alita going. You all know it's true. Congratulations on getting through the trial and on to closing statements and hashtag jury watch. I can only tell you Heather's is too dark for me. I don't go for that level of dark comedy. Mean Girls, a little less crazy. I prefer that movie.
I've actually never seen Heather's Leagues. So, yeah, when did that even come out?
The 80s. Thank
Christian
you,
Slater,
Alita.
Winona Ryder.
I'm sure she wasn't born or whatever.
It is. You know what?
I have seen movies that came out before I was born. By the way,
all right.
many. I named Indy after Indiana Jones.
Well, we all know that your favorite Indiana Jones is Indiana Jones 4.
Oh God, that doesn't exist. There are only 3 of them. Okay.
Okay.
It's a question for you, Hogue.
Oh, sure. Which will come first? Half-Life 3, System Shock 3, or Beyond Good and Evil 2? Doesn't exist, won't exist, is a pipe dream from a French company that was trying to stave off a Viacom acquisition. So System Shock 3. Thank you for asking. Mark.
Okay, Simply Simple asks, Amber Heard's response to the HV owner makes sense when you think of Duder's testimony. AH ignored Duder till JD intervened. AH appears to have no use for who she believes are beneath her thoughts. Ooh, I actually have thoughts on this, and I didn't actually get to say them. Yeah, actually, that was a really believable part of her testimony as I was concerned. That, yeah, she didn't know who this dude was. And there's a lot of people in Hollywood who, look, they meet a lot of people. They meet a lot of clinger owners. They have a reason to kind of get defensive about themselves, but it also makes them kind of not great to interact with sometimes. So, yeah.
I just have to say to Hogue in his answer about doesn't exist, won't exist, fancy dream, Duke Nukem, Final Fantasy VII Remake, that the Security one, the third one that forever took like 20-25 years to come out.
Shenmue
was that was one I was looking for. Shenmue 3, thank you.
Oddworld?
Yeah.
Oddworld?
So yeah, so you know, live the dream. Simon McBride says, what do you think her chances are winning the anti-slap? 0. I want to slap her in the face. Is that what an anti-slap is?
No.
Come
What's-
on, come on, man.
Come on. Are you telling me you don't want to? I'm serious. Moment. You don't want to slap her in the face at this point.
No.
I'm not really violent.
No, I have no interest in inflicting physical violence on anyone in this trial.
Anti-SLAPP, by the way, is a set of statutes that allow you special rights and privileges for defending yourself from something that would otherwise affect your First Amendment rights, such as stating things in the Washington Post. Alita.
Shiro Nice's thoughts on what she said about Isaac at the end. It just seems so disingenuous, in my opinion.
Jenny X, is anyone thinking Amber is going to self-destruct, even literally, if she loses? I really sincerely hope not. I really do. But it's a possibility.
Greg
Mark.
Pending asks, do you think because the jury sees fans of Johnny support him, it will hurt his case that he no longer has a career from AH's statements? It is an interesting, whether the jury finds it interesting, who the heck knows? But to me, it is interesting that if part of your argument is like, my life's been ruined, and you have a lot of hashtags in your support and a lot of fans showing up, and a trial about you is the most popular trial, it is an interesting cut against the case, but I don't know if the jury is going to care about that at all.
All right. Next one. Did we do? Okay. Here.
Do you think
Tal
Amber's
says,
speech, especially the comment about smirking, may have been intended to get further sympathy from me too? I don't know what it was intended to do, but I'm pretty sure the jury saw her smirking at points, so I don't think it did her any favors.
Yep.
why is baby lawyer handling the instructions argument versus rotten, as opposed to Chu versus Rottenborn? Does that imply Chu believes baby lawyer can take on Rottenborn on those issues? Yes.
Take on, well, he's sitting right there. I mean, Ben could have stood up. That wasn't like open trial. He's training his young associates. That's how a firm looks. Sean asked, question, how have you felt the professionalism of the lawyers has been during the trial? Relatively good. Hello from New Zealand also, and thank you for your coverage. Hello, New Zealand. I think they've got organizational issues on Heard's team. I think they have a difficult client to actually manage. So that's not been great. You heard Ron Coleman say he thought it was mediocre. I think they're better than mediocre. I just think Ben Chu's team is better. Mark.
Next one.
Sorry, next one. Oh, wait, actually, wait, this one's actually for you.
Oh, given the chance, you would write for AEW. Okay, so for those who don't know, AEW is the rival company to WWE in wrestling. It's
W was wrestling.
Incredible story, which we can talk about another time. No, I probably wouldn't write for them because I wasn't a writer for WWE. I worked at WWE Studios, so I developed, pitched, and created some wrestling related reality TV show content and some movies for them. I did marketing for Fighting With My Family, the one with Florence Pugh and The Rock or whatever. And I also wrote lawyer stuff when they weren't sending me to Sundance or whatever. So chances I'll write for AEW, 0. Chances I'll work for AEW, non-zero.
Non-zero.
There you go. And also, I accidentally just deleted, I unstarred one. I'm so sorry. It was from someone in New Zealand asking about the professionalism of the attorneys in this case.
I answered it. No, it was answered. It was answered. You're good.
I answered it.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry.
No harm, no
I'm all
foul.
we're at the end of the week.
Plus, New Zealand, beautiful country.
Mr. DNA says, what's the worst strategy you saw? For me, it's got to be cross the forensics guy, where they had 2 major pieces of damning info excluded, then open the door to both. Yeah, there were a couple of ones like that that were kind of hilarious.
Jenny Wood says, my daughter is an indie, so I approve. Heather's was 1989, and Christian Slater's character was named JD. Coincidence? I think so. Thank you. Very, very generous of you. Thank you, Jenny Wood.
It didn't have to be coincidence. JD is pretty popular in 89. What was the worst strategy you saw from Mr. DNA in 1987? We just read that one.
Yeah, we just read it. Next.
All right.
LG, how much would you estimate Johnny's legal team cost him during this trial? $10 million. What about Amber's? $6 million.
Yep.
Mark.
Yeah, fair.
That may have been leading into the trial, though. It might even be more than that at this point.
Jose Rodriguez asks, coming from a layperson, everything that's been said by Amber and the totally discrediting of Johnny Depp's Entertainment Weekly.
Yeah, that's how I read it too.
Okay, yeah. Comes across as I'm the only one who's right.
Expert witnesses.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that we've talked about this. We're going to have to talk about this. Is we think that was ending up detriment to her case in chief. If she was not looking like the saint and saying that there's stuff on both sides, it probably would have been more beneficial.
If Team Depp was able to play the Australia audio with AH saying, I didn't mean to, and Kipper saying that's guilt, would that have been more damaging? Probably.
Well, that also would have been improper because to say that that's guilt, that's a legal conclusion.
Well, I don't think he's using guilt in that term.
Well,
he's showing guilt.
Expressing guilt as in expressing remorse or guilt.
Okay.
Like, yeah. But
she's capable of showing guilt.
Oh my God.
I mean, seriously. I mean, we've been watching it. I'm not even.
My Qualia, thank you so much for your generous super chat. It says, how difficult is it to pull a case out of a tailspin mid-trial? It is very difficult.
Why am I suddenly getting panel hate?
Okay, here's why you're getting panel hate. I'm going to do it. Here's where you're getting panel hate. Because regardless of whether you believe her her DV claims or not, suggesting that you want to slap her is probably not in the, like, greatest of sport. That's all. That's all.
I apologize.
John O'Dekeen, what was the gallery doing to be reprimanded by the judge? Appreciate you all. Ian told us that they had made some mild noises, but the judge was having none of it today. Mark.
Justin Wood, what does everyone think would be a win in Johnny's mind? Well,
piece of paper telling him that he's right.
But
calls for speculation.
But calls for speculation. But he wanted his WAPO article and he got it. He won.
Can decision be to pay all legal fees for Johnny Depp? I believe that's on the table in this. No?
Only for the anti-slap claims.
Yeah,
and
she's going after his. Yeah. She's going after payment of hers.
Alrighty. Sorry, this one's for me. Gino Riley says, I was a juror on federal trial in NNJ IBF boxing. It lasted 4.5 months and deliberation was 3 weeks. It was important to take serious and no note taking.
Wow.
That's quite a bit.
Question: if the jury comes back with a quick ruling, would that seem better for JD or Amber Heard's side? Everything we're being told, it would be better for JD.
Yeah,
but it's all guesswork. Mark.
Jennifer Smith, did any of you ever find out if Jennifer Howell's letter got entered into evidence for the jury? It didn't, right?
No. We don't think so.
Yeah, we don't know for certain, but signs point to no.
Is it weirdly symbolic that these closing statements are happening May 27th, same day as the TRO? There is some sort of synergy about the whole thing. 6 years to the day.
There is. Deep State Granny says, will Amber have to pay JD's legal fees if she loses? No.
Cheryl Ong, in your guys' opinion, what will the verdict be? I believe the verdict will be Johnny Depp. I'm still sticking with $7 million. Mark.
Blurry Lights asks, effect on jury deliberations of no dinner?
They'll exit earlier than they might otherwise.
Yeah.
Cynthia says, Amber says she should have a voice and be heard. Why then would she ask the jurors not to be able to talk about this for a year? Did judge grant that request? So why? Oh, no, that's not what she said. She said the names will be withheld by court order. The jury can talk to whomever they like. If they want to spill their own name, they can go nuts.
Yeah.
Francesca Parisi, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, hi all, thanks for your amazing work. The words "tell the world" are stuck in my head. I saw a man who had to make public all his weakness. And abuse is an abuse, and it is not less brutal if perpetrated by a woman. Isn't this equality too? Agreed. 100%.
MC Czar panel, do you know of a lawyer on LawTube that is on Amber's side? Will you consider inviting them for a discussion? Thank you for all your work.
I think I'm the closest you got.
Yeah. I have said that
like we can answer the second question, right? We would have the conversation.
Absolutely. I've been saying that for a couple months now that I would love to have folks from that camp on this side, but no one's
for what it's worth, at the beginning of this trial, I mean, I was much more solidly in Amber's camp. I think that it's not slanted to admit that this trial has not gone in a pro Amber direction.
Yeah. Mark.
Oh, just me, Mabel. If the jury comes back with a verdict within an hour, what does that indicate? Well, it can indicate that they want to get dinner. But we think that it probably means that a judgment for Johnny is a cleaner cut one. So if it comes back quicker, it's probably for Johnny.
Jay Watts says, how often do you think the JD case will be used in future case law for defamation? It might set a precedent somewhere, but it seems unlikely. It probably is more in terms of the zeitgeist of what cases will be brought than any sort of formalized reliance.
Alita.
Celtic Commando says, question for all. I'm thinking about law school. Got 152 twice on LSATs. Worth applying or retake LSATs and hope third time's a charm? Well, I will tell you, I took the LSAT twice. First time I got right around that score. Second time I did much, much better. because I was able to clear my schedule and just focus in rather than trying to do it in the middle of finals week. So taking it multiple times, so long as you figure out what it is that you did wrong in those initial times. But also there are some decent law schools that you can get into with that kind of a score as well. And don't get too hung up on the rankings of the law schools also. Remember, Camille went to a tier 3 school.
Yeah.
And that's, well, the big thing is the only reason you should go to a tier 1 school is because if you don't know where you want to live or what you want to practice, it gives you like a little more freedom. You know that if you go for that name recognition, but if you have any idea where you want to live or what you want to do, then that additional rank is nothing. I mean, it's something, but it is totally overcomable very much.
Bethel, question. Amber Heard said people are mocking her testimony. So has she been on social media? Yes. Why did no one catch this? Because she's allowed. Explosion emoji. Mark.
Fangirl of Justice. Is there any precedent being set that will have this case being referenced moving forward forever and ever? Amen. We just answered it, but I did want to read it because I think it's worded wonderfully.
All right.
Is it possible the JD team let Johnny testify again on purpose because they knew Amber Heard wouldn't like it and would be able to testify again? It depends how many moves ahead you think they're playing in this chess game, whether it was a happy coincidence or a master strategy.
It worked out in their favor, didn't it?
Yvonne De Silva says, non-trial related question. The feedback I got from lawyers in CH is that it's a man's world and very unfriendly towards women or poor lawyers. I got one friend who got laughed at on interviews for having a job while studying for the bar. I will say that there are some in the legal profession who are cruel and just terrible, awful people. Just because somebody is a lawyer does not necessarily make them or a good person, or a bad person for that matter. But so there definitely are douchebags and a-holes within the profession, but there are also good people. So keep in mind that the numbers also for law school are pretty. They've been skewing pretty heavily female in recent years as well. So don't let that stop you. If you have an intent to go and be a lawyer and to do good things with the law, go for it.
But that being said, I don't know how Switzerland operates. Do y'all? I mean, like,
is that Switzerland? Is that what CH is?
I assumed.
Yes, it is.
It was. Yeah.
It's Latinized.
Okay, all right. Devin Nelson, I made Hogue like and share bear, presumably a Care Bear, in Photoshop as requested yesterday, but seemingly can't share it. Our links not allowed. I think DMing it to Alita is probably the best way to go if you've got some kind of photo of a Care Bear. I sincerely hope you didn't graft my face to a Care Bear, but I suppose we will see. Mark.
Please do it. If you haven't done it, do it. Sweet Cheek X says, question, am I the only person who is scared that there's a good chance Johnny will lose?
No.
There's a material chance. It depends on where you draw the good line, but yeah.
Thank you for all your commentary and work on this trial. You guys are the best. Do I dare say I missed the whole what if anything phrase? Just kidding, won't miss that, but I'll miss you guys. We'll be back.
Syed Saif Udin says, Detective Seeds, ex-cop, a YouTuber, mentioned Legalbytes when discussing the case on his stream. Would you ever invite someone other than a lawyer? Oh yeah, I've had many non-lawyers throughout this whole trial. And also he is set to come on tomorrow.
Well,
so I'm already talking
okay. You kind of
that one
buried
in particular.
there. Also, yes. Chesapeake, doesn't Amber's statement why I'd write an op-ed about Johnny imply malice? No. Malice would require her to have knowledge of falsity or reckless disregard for it.
Yeah, malice in this sense is poorly named.
Yeah, no joke. Mark.
J. Watt asks, in both your personal and professional opinions, which will not be legal, should or should not these types of allegations be private legally till the verdict, or not, due to the ramifications of the parties because of public opinion? This is a constant ongoing debate. There is thoughts on both sides. I think in general, with public figures, I think that the line is a lot clearer. That it's okay if they put the TVs in the courtroom, but if it's a private individual, because necessarily this crime is salacious, I think that gets a little different. But
I mean, to execute on that, you'd have to get rid of public trials.
Well,
because it's like because the question, the way it was phrased, is shouldn't we not have allegations until the verdict is delivered? That was
did I? Okay, I read it wrong. Yeah,
I would think it's broader than public trials. I think it's First Amendment.
Yeah,
right?
There's that too.
Can you report on allegations? So anyway,
okay, we can. I mean, my personal opinion is, well, anyway, we're lightning rounding. This is a big.
Okay, if you had to bet all your super chat money on the day the verdict is returned, what day would you pick? I have to bet all of it. I don't feel comfortable in this bet.
Yeah, no, you have to bet all of Alita's money. It's not yours, Kurt. Bet it all.
Well, man, if I'm betting Alita's money, I feel really, really guilty because I don't know what to do here. Because I want to win for Alita. I don't want to. I feel really bad. I still think Friday's the best bet, but I don't feel confident betting off Alita's money.
Yeah, Kurt, you broke Kurt's brain on that one, but that's a good result from a comment, so it's well earned. So you'll put it on Friday. He puts it on Friday. Alita.
Kirsten says Rottenborn argued both sides of JD's eye. He said JD's train photo had the black eye photoshopped in. Then he presented the same photo without the black eye and claimed this was the real photo. What? It was the same eye on both sides that he was pointing to, though, and then is suggesting that there was he showed a photo showing a shadow on his eye from before the injury was alleged to occur, and so Johnny was saying that's a shadow, that's not the same thing. It was not the best moment for Johnny, though, I will say.
Cams, why would you advise your client to not be present for the verdict? The verdict, because they're like states away and you want the verdict to be read. I would advise them to be at the closing. Mark.
Freya Mitchell asks, TN versus Megan Boswell. Anyone on LawTube thinking about covering it?
Know nothing about it.
Nothing about it.
What was the turning point of this trial for everyone on the panel? Yeah, so I was pretty neutral and even slightly pro Amber Heard up until day 2 of Amber Heard's trials, where I really start to lost it, and it just kind of went downhill from there. So that's kind of, so I guess I lost it about somewhere into week 4, I guess.
Yeah, Amber finally taking the stand is when I finally said, okay, I believe Johnny more. Alita.
Kevin Hunts, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, question, is it a bad idea to troll lawyers? It can be. It can be.
John O'Rourke, question, did you guys already review jury reactions? If so, can you explain? Thanks. Ian went over that all. If you go back a little bit in the timeline, and we've talked to him, we don't have jury reactions ourselves because we're not in the courtroom. Mark.
Denise Rodriguez asked, didn't she sign a non-disclosure about talking about her marriage and divorce? If so, she signed away her rights to tell her story. Well, there's a lot that goes in there. You could, signing away your rights to ever tell your story is not exactly true. And also it can be court ordered. So there are times in which an NDA can be broken, not of your volition. But even saying that, you always can tell your story. There just might be consequences.
Missed AH's testimony today. What happened? Any gotcha moments? Thanks. She claimed that she never smirked, and she claimed that she never lied, and she claimed everyone else lies, and so forth and so on.
A number of them, yeah. Marie Vicarious says, can the judge say, regardless of the verdict, I encourage all parties to move on? No.
Sure. No, I'll say yes after the verdict's delivered. I mean, I think you could say, I've seen judges. I've seen judges write that once. My personal favorite line along these lines with the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals when they were discussing the case for Barbie Girl, the song, because Mattel sued them. So the last line of the opinion was literally, the parties are advised to chill. So I was like, okay, well,
yeah, that will not happen in this case, though.
Okay.
I mean, right?
We know that judge. She's never going to think about this again.
That's
Sayed Saif Udin says, what happens if Depp wins and Heard cannot pay $50 million? He takes her stuff, garnishes her wages, or too bad, so sad. Doesn't get the whole thing.
Sarah, will the jury's discussion be broadcast live as well? Decision, I think so. You guys are all amazing. Thanks for the great coverage. We think so, but we can't guarantee it. Mark.
Shannon McMahon asks, did you all go in this open-minded? We talked about this a bit. I 100% did. If anything, I went in a little leaning more towards her side.
Yeah. Catchy lines and closings are remembered. Yep. OJ's. Any suggestions for the panel?
I've said this one. It's a clip on Alita's channel.
Yeah. Amber Heard claims to have provided something mountain-lies. Doesn't matter. Go on.
And just so you guys know, a 5-minute warning. I'm going to turn off the super chats because we've got to.
We're
trying to lightning round.
We're doing lightning round. It just keeps going up.
Yeah. So, so we're gonna shut down the super chats in about 5 minutes, and then
I was thinking, I don't have to work until 1 a.m. today, and we're just going backwards.
I know. So anyhow, next one, Pierre Bachman says, could you discuss how the UK case went so differently and why the UK media reporting of the current US case is so pro AH, considering the publicly presented testimonies and evidence?
Different rules, different statements, different, just one judge. And the reason is because it was an assault on those reporting outlets' ability to tell stories. So they basically all banded together. And half of them are owned by the same company that was sued by Johnny Depp.
Hey, just going to cut in quickly. I have to run. I'm actually going to see Dr. Strange, so we can talk about it later. But thank you, Alita, for everything. Thank you, all panel. Okay.
Absolutely, Mark. See you later.
All right. See ya.
All right, now we can really,
every time.
Now we can really lightning round. We got the veterans in here. All right.
And JD and AH now sit and watch whatever coverage they want. Yes. Are they still under advisement? Stay away from the media. Yes. Next question.
Kate Lane says, do you think you can make a highlight reel of the trial? There was so much great testimony that it would be nice for it to be in one place, please. That would be a super clip. Yeah.
Cheetah 9595 question: would Depp's team be allowed to replay Amber Heard's audio of her saying, "I'm hitting you," and no one would believe you in closing? We actually saw that while they were fighting about jury instructions. You're going to be able to hear clips because they are pieces of evidence in the closing.
Question from each of you: what do you think will be the decision whether money will be given? I think we all think that it's more likely that Johnny Depp will win. As to the amounts, I mean, it's anyone's guess. I think he's justified his ask.
Sure.
Alfredo Hernandez, does the trial outcome change if you swap lawyers? Nope. Facts are facts.
Maybe. Raquel, question: should JD's team send a message to believe him to? No, you got to be very careful with the PR, especially if he gets a big win. I would expect them to be fairly genteel, but we'll see. Kurt,
have you seen the UK Netflix series Criminal? Episode 2 of season 2 covers false accusations being enough to ruin someone's life. It's fascinating. I gave up on Netflix during the Cuties incident, so no.
Alita.
There is no war in Bossing Say says, question, have you guys seen the unedited photo of JD holding the baby? It was in fact the lighting, as he said. Ooh.
The one where he says shadow. Interesting. Edson, question, if Depp were to hypothetically win, can he ask for her to pay the children's hospital instead of himself? So she would be more obligated to pay to maintain somewhat credibility to the public's eye. He could ask, but he's owed it as a actual trial liability. Kurt.
Could you please put on automatic subtitles for us? Because in France, we have some issues when you're talking fastly.
They don't pop out that way for us, I don't think.
Yeah, I've been trying to look into subtitles. It's something that I don't have enough time for right now. I'm so sorry. Drew Bradley says, panel's thoughts on Rottenborn conveniently leaving SA out of his line of questioning about the abuse AH suffered by JD. He may have honestly forgotten it or something. I don't know.
It is weird. Antisocial, do you think Rottenborn not asking was because he wouldn't suborn perjury? Why would he stop now if she's perjuring herself? Kurt?
I haven't seen the How email. Can we look up together that all the evidence is in, unless Hogue doesn't want spoilers? Yeah, we don't.
No, we can't look up the letter until after closing and we've made our predictions, and then we can look up other stuff.
Carrie Harvey says, if AH goes with free speech, won't JD's team be able to counter with not free from the consequences of lies told under the veil of free speech, e.g. yelling fire when there isn't one? That is a myth, whole yelling fire. But we're not going to get into that.
40-minute sojourn into the nature of free speech. Andrea Bledin, Hogue, use a short for no H&H. Everybody, a short. Oh, that's when people like talking to their phones and are like, yo, that kind of thing. I'll look into it. Kurt.
What is the panel's take on jury instructions? Who was the winner on whether they'll be able to deliberate on? I just got on. The jury instructions seem to be correct as a matter of law. So,
right.
Yeah, they look right.
Alita, will you be covering State v. Vasquez for first-degree murder? I don't know. I don't know that case.
Alita, could you read that again for me, but slower?
Why?
Okay, just it's not a real case. Okay, I'll give you that clue. Read it again.
State v. Vasquez. Oh,
first of
my
all,
God.
it should say Commonwealth versus Vasquez.
It should say
Commonwealth.
Would Commonwealth have helped? Aurelia Anderson Thompson, LMFTA, M Division. For you, Alita, Legalbytes, winky emoji, blue heart emoji. Kurt.
Yeah, could Johnny come to court to hear the verdict dressed as Jack Sparrow? I guess he could, because at that point it's over, but why?
Insanity. Alita.
Moving forward, does anybody know what happened to the dinosaurs that were outside yesterday?
They died in a meteor 65 million years ago.
Oh, I love the inflatable
Sorry for the
dinos.
spoiler.
Jen, do you guys think that if Stephen Duder's text read in proffer about kicking on the Boston plane were able to be admitted, the case would favor Amber Heard more? I have to be honest, when I heard him say that, I was like, depending on context, that could have been useful. Kurt.
Can the jury decide that Amber loses and be hung on Johnny's case? There'd be a retrial only for Johnny's side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there could be a mistrial and a verdict on the counter. Alita.
Dragana Freya says, so at the end there, am I correctly understanding that Howell's declaration will not be allowed for jury review since it was deposition evidence?
Howell's no. What you heard is that they can't play the depositions as part of their closings because they're not evidence. It has nothing to do with the letter, which we don't think was in there, or the declaration. Lynn Reiser, but didn't you catch later she said she had been in trials with him before, Hicksville guy? She meant Johnny. When she says she's been in trials with him, she meant Johnny, the Sun trial, when she said that particular piece of testimony. Kurt.
Do you think that the jury sees fans Johnny support him will hurt his case that he no longer has a career from Amber Heard's statement? I mean, I don't know how much the jury will factor in that or not or anything else, but we'll never find out. And no one cares.
Executives. Alita.
Coffee Buzz says, do you think Johnny and Amber will hook up later and play the trial in the background? Oh, I hope not. I hope not.
What a super chat. What in the world, people? Crazy Mommy 3. Sorry if this has already been asked. Since there are two cases that the jurors have to rule on, can they be hung on one and still decide on the other? Yes, they can. Kurt.
Heather Motley, could the jury rule that JD gets $7 million, but with stipulations donated? No.
Joni says, did you notice Ben Chu had a stuffed alpaca in his pocket today?
Did he
Good luck,
really?
Charm. It was on the jury side, so they must have noticed.
I tell you what, if Ben Chu's really doing this stuff, then he's just a sneaky, sarcastic guy, isn't he? Elena Poulos, I don't understand jury instructions. What are the instructions for? And does each piece of evidence need instructions? So, so many of you have asked questions about whether they get training. To some extent, the jury instructions are their training. They're going to get a big stack of papers. Depends on the jury, but they can look at each of them, and those are the rules. That's like the game manual that they have to use to evaluate the evidence, and sometimes they're followed, sometimes they're not. Kurt.
Problem of Hero was a great movie. Thoughts? Yes. Next question.
Sure was.
Litigators, how can normal folk possibly hope to prevail in civil litigation? Rich folks will get an army of lawyers to bury your case with legal minutia and prevent real justice from being served. Well, I could point to any number of cases where the people with the big money lost at the end of the day. So having money is no guarantee.
It's not a guarantee, but it does. I will say, from a litigant's perspective, it does help. Also, super chats are now officially turned off. I went a little bit longer. I forgot. Sorry. Katie Napoleon says, need to know why AH requested to steal juror identities for 1 year. Is this her way of playing games and thinking she will win and playing nice guy? I don't know. I wouldn't read too much into it.
Lurpy YY question, do you think the jury will notice that hold on 1 second. Hi. Sorry. Daughter got home. Question, do you think the jury will notice that in the evidence picks from Amber Heard of Johnny D, he didn't have rings on in any of them? Just wondering your thoughts. The fact that Amber committed to he almost always wears rings was interesting. She didn't really have to. Kurt.
Likely of a juror profiting off their experience with the trial. I don't think that's really a thing anymore in this modern era. I don't. You think there's big money to be had?
Somebody, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And anybody, the one with the best agent / most options for media is going to get some kind of money out of this. Yes.
All right.
Keely Wickfield says, what about Suits? Like / dislike? You all are great.
Don't watch it. I've never seen that one.
I've never seen it. I'm sorry.
Episode 1 of Suits, they offend me instantly.
Ooh,
because they give the new attorney who walks in the door. It's one of the first scenes. It's like, we need you to do this patent case. And I, as a patent lawyer, get really, really salty because he can't do the patent case because he needs to be admitted to the patent bar. And if his senior partner doesn't know that, I can't believe they're doing patent cases. You can't just give it to the new guy and be like, hey, file this patent application. That's not a thing.
It's lightning round.
But I'm offended on a professional level.
Lauren Wolf, what are your feelings about the battle of the experts? Do you think JD's rebuttal witnesses destroyed Amber Heard's experts? I think the Amber Heard's experts were killed to within an inch of their lives. Kurt.
What's the worst slip up from a lawyer, not a client? Accidentally opening the door on extraction and color scope checks on color forensics, and one had to be up there. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, no, we said that, but I mean, it's, yeah. Alita.
Britt Cormier says, you call yourself nerds. However, you cannot get Firefly references. Hand over those nerd cards so I can lock them away until you earn them. Fair point.
I don't know, reference to a one-off character about fencing. WXRREN. Out of everything we've seen in this trial, what would you guys do differently if you were representing Amber Heard? I would have tried to convince her to go with a more muddy middle approach to the strategy rather than the two worlds version. Kurt.
Question from everyone. Each of you, please answer. Does Amber Heard and his co-conspirators are real life pretty little liars?
I have only seen a little bit of that show. I'm very sorry.
I'm not sure she's pretty.
Fair enough.
Alita.
Crazy Cat Queen says sanctions for Amber Heard not turning over cell phones. But yes, there was a motion for sanctions, and it looks like the remedy came in, which was to have somebody come in to comment on the fact that there was metadata issues.
James, and question, Hogue, are you comparing jurors to slavery? Actually, I was comparing enacting the expert's labor to slavery. Jury duty is actually built in. Kurt.
And it's paid.
Minimally. Could they get text from H's cell carrier? I was thinking that's the thing. Why not? Yes, that's probably how they got a lot of them, to be honest.
Joshua Jackson says, does the verdict determine who pays the legal fees? Not exactly. Generally speaking, legal fees are paid by each party on their own, unless there's a specific trigger for it. Like in this case, Amber Heard has alleged the anti-SLAPP claims, which does allow for her to collect her legal fees if she wins on that particular claim.
Brianna B77 question: can the jury find damages of attorney's fees in addition to what the plaintiff defendant are asking? Example: JD to get $7 million plus attorney's fees. No, it's pretty much statutorily controlled. But if an Amber complete win would come with automatic jury attorney fees, I believe, with the statute that they're operating under. Kurt.
Grats on over 250,000 subs and over $200,000 in super chats. Has it really been that much?
I believe it's kicking ass.
I don't know.
Are you going to quit your day job, take a dream vacation, buy a truckload of dog cat toys, buy a mega pint of wine, a down payment on $1 million alpacas?
I got student law debt that I would like to pay off.
Not anymore, you don't.
Jessica McIntyre, will the judge tell the jury that Amber and or Johnny may not be present for the verdict? Will they tell? They'll be able to see. Kurt.
Did Amber Heard taking the stand today strike anyone else as a narcissist needing the last word? It was totally superfluous. Is that the right way to pronounce it? Superfluous, and seemed ego-driven. Yeah, I would tend to agree.
I don't know if it's narcissistic. You could be, just wanting it, but yeah.
Stephanie H says, Hogue, are you going to watch the Australia tape? When?
Well, I told
After
folks that I would
closing?
look at things post, like everything being done. That's still closing statements, and then we can figure out what shocking things you're going to show me. Justin DuPont, when the jury enters deliberation, do they take an initial vote after hearing instructions to see if they all agree before looking at evidence? Not the worst idea in the world for a jury to do that, but we don't know whether they'll do a straw poll or what they're going to do. It's up to them. They close that door. They decide however they like. Kurt.
If the judge finds in favor of Amber, can the judge rule? Technically, they'd have to find that the evidence cannot support the verdict as a matter of law, which seems unlikely, but technically.
I can't imagine this judge ever doing that. Alita.
Nikki O'Neill says, couldn't a shock win for Amber Heard be actually worse for her with regard to the lynch mob?
Unfortunately, maybe. Amber Beasley, how do you think Amber hooked Johnny in the first place? Was she really charming? Was he in a vulnerable place? Both thoughts. Thank you for the great discussion and explanations. I think, unlike Kurt, that she's a pretty lady, and sometimes that kind of thing happens. Kurt.
If AH loses, how can she continue to publicly make claims she just lost a suit on? Does that leave her open for further legal problems? For her in particular, yes, it would. For everyone else, not so much. But for her, yes, it could. I think you're there. Yeah.
MSCLRHD says, will we get interviews from jury at some point? I'd be interested to know what they thought, what happened. Tug, Ruff, Morgan Knight, hashtags, etc. I absolutely would love that. So if there's a juror that eventually wants to come onto the channel, I would love to talk to them.
Cat Chat Law and More. Amber Heard mentioned microwaving baby. Currently, there's a big UK court libel trial why Agatha Christie. Media reported 6 days ago that trolls were telling one of them to microwave their baby. Interesting. Yes, but Amber Heard can be online the entire day. So she might have heard of that. Kurt.
Question: throughout the trial, Nosa Lane rarely objecting compared to CV. I know she's in the top 1% of U.S. lawyers. That's not a real thing. She is a heavyweight, so why didn't she perform well?
Super lawyer. It's a super lawyer joke.
I don't really know the answer to that question, to be honest.
Anne Kamat says, how are damages decided or calculated? Who decides how much is awarded? Is it the judge, the jury, or both?
The jury, principally. If the amount is outrageous, the judge will reduce it, and the punitives have to be reduced to $350,000 by law. But that's pretty much the only time you're going to get an intervention.
Lee's Pignon question: is it possible that Johnny Depp's team decided to let Johnny testify again on purpose because they knew Amber Heard wouldn't like it and would ask to testify and, well, ruin her case? Hello from France. Hello, France. I think it's a possibility. It's a little bit conspiratorial for generally where I like to live, but it's a possibility. Kurt.
How on earth did Amber Heard's team not catch that they are two identical photos for two separately alleged incidents? That's baffling. Much love from Germany. I mean, as long as this trial has been in prep, I mean, there's a fair point to be had there.
You saw they had issues with admitted
We're
evidence.
in the LA Times, apparently. Ooh, fun.
Marielle Hurtado Lopez says, what do you guys think about AH saying JD wanted to kill her sister? And please ask Ian about the jury reaction to that new testimony. Love you all, by the way. Don't forget to hydrate. Hashtag microwave baby. LOL. We're hydrating here. I think what she said actually was that it was going to be accidental. Like he wasn't trying to. I don't know.
That was she's arguing for the story of the staircase is defending her sister, right? She was going to kill him. He was going to kill her, that kind of thing. Alexis, question: how do you think the jury will feel about Amber Heard's team arguing with the judge and constant questions about 15 minutes of fame? I think that it's reasonable to assume that they might be irritated by Elaine as much as we are, but they might not be. Kurt.
A Time to Kill is my favorite law movie. It's a solid choice.
I prefer the book.
Yeah,
I don't want to be that guy.
It's just To Kill a Mockingbird made updated for modern times, which, all right, I mean, it's fine.
Evan Schnoll says, thank you for your expert opinion and explanations. You guys are making law fun. Is it normal that a court case in being live? Is it normal is it
court case?
Court case. Okay.
Is being live streamed.
Okay. Sorry. I'm at that hour where if it's not.
I hear you. You're spinning plates. I get it. Is it normal for a live stream court case?
No, not really.
David Sumner, if Amber loses and blames her attorneys, can they respond with her bad choices, or is that privileged?
It's privileged.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's true. Yes. Thanks, Kurt.
Kevin Spacey was charged in the UK. Will Bytes cover?
Maybe.
If there's any sort of public proceedings, maybe that could be fun.
Yeah.
But they don't do that over there.
Elizabeth Stoddard says, why do this in Virginia? Aren't there other states with cameras in court? Yes, there are other states with cameras in the court, but this is in Virginia because the main cause of action is out of the Washington Post op-ed, and the Washington Post is headquartered in Virginia.
Matt Boardman, what about the Mass Effect Legendary Edition? A lot of improvements to Mass Effect 1 in particular. It didn't really change much of the rest of the series. I don't like Mass Effect 2, so you can downvote me now. Mass Effect's fine. Kurt,
I'm with you. I want to slap her so bad. Well, I've already retracted my comments, so I'll pass on.
Crazy Cat Queen says, if no money to pay, confirm, fire, and not take appeal. Not during the trial. They can't just fire her during the trial. But as far as an appeal is concerned, there's not even a guarantee that they would even take an appeal anyway. That would be a separate case and a separate agreement between her and the firm.
There's different specialists for that, so it'd almost certainly be somebody else. Drew Bradley, question: Hogue, new to LawTube and have resonated with your content. Thank you. General rundown of the types of games you do and don't like: sports, shooters, RPG, etc. I'm a Renaissance type of gamer. I like almost everything, but my favorites involve strong narrative and adventure RPGs for the most part. Kurt.
I've written a few times hoping this one comes through. Would S. Duder's kicking text from Boston flight hurt Johnny's case if it were allowed in?
Sounded like it.
Bob St. Clair says, are AH and JD supposed to stick around court the whole time the jury is deliberating, or will they just rush in once the jury has a decision?
Oh, they'll just rush in once there's a decision if they're going to come.
Dick Chipkima, question: after jury leaves, they do proffers. It's the same as an offer, but legalized or something, and read a bunch of stuff. What is that? Warm regards from the Netherlands. It's when they put in what could have gotten into evidence if the judge hadn't so meanly sustained the objection against them, and they use it in case they need to do an appeal. Kurt.
If a juror is an expert, can they reevaluate evidence or render opinion to other jurors, which may go further than what was testified to or contradicts an expert testimony? Legally, no. Realistically, yeah.
Alita.
Robert Bartz says, did any of you like Runaway Jury?
I seem to recall not liking that one.
I've never seen it.
Well, I know the book's better than the movies, I have to be honest. I like Pelican Brief. Yeah. Monica Tombrello, question: are you considering law tubing the Kristen Smart case, Alita?
I don't know that case.
We got stuff to look up. We've been in a
Depp
heard coma. Kurt.
Yeah.
Regardless of trial outcome, JD uncanceled, AH canceled, JD to return to movies. Panel's opinions on how AH will make a living going forward on this. I assume she will not be all the way canceled. I assume she's still going to have smaller parts in maybe more minor movies or TV shows. I doubt she's going completely away as much as anyone.
There's
might
a lot of
dream
media
for it.
backing her. She's got a book deal written.
There's a book deal in there somewhere. Yeah, she which she can use the profits of it to pay Johnny Depp.
Perhaps. Alita.
Adrian Paul says, a common misconception is that only false statements are defamation. Anything which negatively affects someone's reputation is defamation. Nope.
No,
that's
not in the United
They're
States.
making you say non-legal things, Alita.
No. In the United States, it must be false. End of analysis.
Real big coffee cup.
If it's just negative, you can say all the negative things that you want about somebody.
Watch this. Hey, Richard, you suck.
I do though. How are refreshing materials being described and read into record by the attorneys? Inappropriate in California, but appropriate in Virginia. The refresh materials weren't actually, they weren't read into the record. They were asked questions about it. So I can't speak more fulsomely than that, but nothing appeared untoward to me. Kurt.
Hey guys, can this case set a precedent for other similar cases of false accusations in the future? I think there's many victims out there that have been quiet because most won't believe them. I don't think it sets a legal precedent. That seems unlikely, but it changes cultural perceptions on what is possible, changes the perception of both female victims and male victims. I think it changes the perception of how people perceive these cases. So yes, it moves it in that sense.
Yumi404 says, the Amber Cross made my birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Lots of love from Finland. Question, IIRC, you mentioned maybe covering Manson case, opinions on his abuse case dismissal. So I've only seen like the basics, just that there was a case against him for abuse, and that was actually dismissed because of statute of limitations and I think some other issues. But he still has a defamation case against a couple people.
Carrie Danielle Mason, question: what, if anything, could TMZ do to my fave Pap for testifying since he didn't actually name their source? I honestly think they're unlikely to pursue him much after that, but I can't promise you. Kurt.
Props to Kurt for being the only... Next.
Fair enough.
Oh. Mia says, question to all, thoughts on the movie A Time to Kill? Another one that I haven't seen.
It's just to Call a Mockingbird updated. Just go watch the Call a Mockingbird. It's better.
You kill the Mockingbird when you're looking up for it. But James N. Hogue, if KOTOR can get remade, I will never give up. Why don't you wait and see what that remake looks like first? In my opinion, I got my doubts, but we'll see. Kurt.
Can you explain anti-slap, please? So it's a procedure. It's a special motion to dismiss that, if, in this case, found by the jury, would allow the jury to award attorney's fees to the prevailing side. This is the shortest I can do it in.
To Bill says, huge thanks to the panel. I have learned so much from watching over the last 6 weeks. I'm pretty sure I now know more about the U.S. legal system than my own. Need to find some UK law tubers. Any recommendations? I'm going to have Black Belt Barrister on my channel next week. So stay tuned for that.
Sounds awesome. Only BS. Love the WWE insight. Do you think Amber Heard's smart comments were related to JD on stand, not expression sitting? Jury was laughing for JD, calling out the jury. Maybe a little bit. It seemed like she had a point to prove. Alita.
Mm-hmm. Clive says, panel, what are the key points that the new lawyer should take away from this trial about what not to do, using this as an example? I would say for new lawyers, maybe not what not to do, but what to do is on cross examinations. Work on the basics, the basics of the basic mechanics of best practices for doing a cross examination, and you will probably make out a bit better than some of the cross examinations did here.
I'm Addy 00. Question, thoughts. I disagree with the judge not allowing video of witnesses during closing argument. That would help jury memory from 6 weeks ago. Other judges have followed. This was the depositions, and she's been very clear on the fact that the cameras are not her courtroom. So I think we could have guessed that was the way she was going to go. Alita.
Asahi Sukahara says, did both sides use all their time? Love what your discussions and your commitment. Already excited for the next high profile case. So they did not both use all of their time. Johnny Depp didn't use all of his time. He had actually
like
quite a bit
6 hours.
left. Yeah.
Andreas Ujlaki, how likely is it that Amber gets sued for perjury? Wildly unlikely. Alita.
T-Dog Dances says, can jury award money plus attorney fees to Johnny? I'm thinking he will get $7 million plus attorney fees. Not attorney's fees. He can't get them because his claims don't allow for it.
Nathan T, why Camille not bring up Whitney and Amber different stare stories? Because she didn't mean to.
She will do that in closing.
Your strongest weaponry, Alita.
Closing is when to do that. Don't do that during a cross examination because that only allows her to explain it away.
Yeah.
Ghoulie Girl says, what happens if it's a hung jury? Love you all. Either they have to try it again or they just don't do any of it again.
It effectively didn't happen. These last 7 weeks didn't exist.
They have to start from the beginning.
How much money does Depp win? 0, 10, 20, 50. I still like 7. I like 7 or 50, honestly. Alita.
I like 35. I don't know why. Simple Old Soldier says, if the verdict comes back quickly, like an hour, do you think AH will have better grounds for an appeal? Nope. Doesn't matter how long they take.
Alicia Bradford, I feel like Amber has been telling these lies for so long, she may believe them. Is it possible she's delusional and didn't think she was lying in the op-ed? I would have liked to see that defense. She did not present it. Alita.
Cynthia Roberts says, if Amber loses, do you think she will appeal? Same question. If Johnny loses, appeal. I think either one probably would. Whether they would win, probably not. Depending on the issue, I guess.
Robin Flink, have you guys ever met in real life? And if not, when will you guys meet? Thank you for great coverage. I'm a huge fan of Kurt. That man is a saint. If I ever met any of you in real life, I might have, but not Alita.
Yeah, I met Nate in real life. That's the only one that I have so far. Jen says, if S. Duder's text about kicking Amber on Boston flight were admitted, would it hurt JD's case? Why would his team fight so hard? Just curious. Probably because it's hearsay.
Yeah. Alicia Lowe, question, do Johnny Depp and Amber Heard just wait around in the courthouse while the jury deliberates, or do they stay remote and get called in when it's time? I'm not even sure you'll actually see them on verdict day. They might go fully home, but they don't stay in the courthouse. Alita.
Pedro Marquez says, can JD do anything about TMZ copyright on his illegally recorded video?
It's not his video. So it's not his copyright to defend. Muriel Benz, Confederado Helvetica is the Latin for Switzerland. So CH. I've worked in different law firms in Zurich and met some amazing female attorneys. Just go for it. That's awesome. And thank you for the help on CH. Alita.
Steve H88 says, OMG, Ian with a Firefly reference. I can get the next one too.
Sure.
Randy Balin says, does the jury have to decide on a winner? Can they come back with a verdict that these are two lying scumbags who deserved each other and get bupkissed? Yes.
They can deliver that verdict.
Florence
Lim, do you think that if Johnny Depp is not at the closing argument since he's going to his daughter's birthday, that may cost him his win? It would be interesting to see. I didn't know any of that. Certainly, I think you want to be at the closing statements, so we will see.
CS Sun says, why is what you said here hearsay, but when you can testify what you have seen or what you've done? What's the difference? Love from Sweden. It's because of hearsay. So the definition of hearsay is an out of court statement that is offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Basically meaning it's like a game of telephone. Just because someone said something doesn't necessarily mean that it actually happened.
Billy Wang, question: do any of you fine folks have any hot takes about the recently salty LA Times article on Emily and LawTube? Something I have to look up. Not that anyone was asking, but it was a great example of why few trust legacy media. Sounds like it could be an episode. I don't know the article yet, but I will potentially have takes on them on my channel.
I did get an email asking for a comment, and I wasn't able to respond soon enough, so I don't know.
Might have been a good fortuitous event. We'll have to read that article. You're up.
Marion Talbot, why is Kurt not talking to us? Kurt, are you okay? He's okay. He's just taking a break.
Yeah, he said he had to go. It could be client call. I mean, we're all working. PJ, hi guys, love this channel. Can the judge change the jury verdict if she wants to? A little bit more than if she wants to. I'm not sure if this is possible or if it's ever happened. Yeah, it's a judgment notwithstanding the verdict. It would have to be something that she found to be completely incompatible with the actual evidence and the law. It is very unlikely.
Wells 41 says, is it wise to use Elaine in closing given how tired of her voice the jury might be? I know I am.
You go with who brung you. Matt Ricci, Amber Heard admitted to writing the op-ed about Johnny Depp. Why didn't Camille ask a follow-up? Because she didn't need to. Is that so Amber Heard didn't have a chance to clean it up? Good point. Sorry if you covered this earlier. Yeah, you don't want the witness cleaning anything up. She said what she said, and you're going to be able to hit her on it. There's no question that the article is about Johnny Depp. Alita.
Mag says, since we weren't able to see the jury, could it be possible that we don't see the verdict? We'll see the verdict. We just won't be able to see the jury when they do.
Yeah, it'll be handed off. Or, I mean, you could hear him say it, I guess. Emma Wilden, what happens if one person wins, but the other party talks to media against the verdict made by the jury? The other party will talk to the media against the verdict. I can almost guarantee it. Alita.
Melissa Nicholson says, do demonstratives count as evidence? Will they be able to use them in closing? They can use demonstratives in closing, but they aren't counted as evidence.
Why Newman question, is it just me or do all of Amber Heard's experts wheeze a lot of answers to not say anything potentially bad about Amber Heard, as opposed to Johnny Depp's lawyers who seemingly just answer them objectively, presumably experts, and wait for redirect? I think that acknowledgement of what we saw from the experts that were presented of a certain amount of weaseliness from the Amber Heard side of things is accurate. There is some from the Johnny Depp experts if you really look, though. Alita.
Suzette Dela Cruz says, could JD have screened expert witnesses like a casting director, and maybe AH can't provide any verifiable photos because she has a habit of smashing her phone? These are two separate questions.
Yeah, they
could
definitely
JD have screened expert witnesses like a casting director, maybe? Sure.
Screened their experts.
Yeah, they did. They did. I mean, both sides did. They got the best experts that they could get, is my assumption. Maybe AH can't provide any verifiable photos because she has a habit of smashing her phone. That's not what the cloud expert was testifying to. I mean, he said that everything was there, right?
He did. And she had a lot of technology. Was it like 14 pieces of things that were synchronized? So I don't know. Myth Oceans, have you seen The Ninth Gate? Yes. If so, thoughts? A little underwhelming. Just wanted to send a super chat to say I have appreciated the stream. I want to like The Ninth Gate more than I do. That's my real thoughts. Alita.
Nell Marie says, if AH team had embraced histrionic PD, would it help jury to embrace / sympathize with her bizarre demeanor? Was denying MH a mistake?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Zach Waller, in closing, can they use audio from the trial where she says she didn't write the op-ed to be about Johnny? And today when she said it was about Johnny, they can't replay what you just heard in court, but they can use the audios and tell you that you just heard that yesterday. Alita.
Emily says, thank you. This has been interesting and insightful. Is there a law tuber who covered this trial who comes from a more progressive cultural outlook? I'm interested in correcting for what might be a rightward in-group bias. Actually, Mark is quite progressive.
Most definitely. You can follow him on Twitter. Absolutely.
I've known him since law school, and he absolutely is.
Have you seen all the crazy bets online for the trial? Like, will Johnny cry after verdict? I have not. I've not looked at the betting markets for Depp v. Heard, I have to say. Alita.
Miriam says, what's the schedule tomorrow? Also, if juror instructions are to be read out, how long does it take? Love your coverage and the panel. It's a long time.
It'll be like
It's
9 to
long.
11. If I had
Bring
to
some
guess, 9 to
bring some
11.
coffee. Bring some coffee for sure.
Dealy Mew, hey folks, question about the Me Too movement. Don't you think it'd actually expand to listen to men as well? Specifically considering that Kevin Spacey just got indicted in the UK for alleged victimization and of men. Yeah, I mean, I think Me Too broadly, as I've said on my channel, I think sometimes here, is a good concept for correcting societal overlook of things that need redress. And so that should be used to encompass all the folks that need redress. And I think at its core, that's what it can be and should be. Alita.
Sela says, hello, the panel, and massive hugs. Can the personality of the lawyers influence the jury? Because I am. Absolutely.
Yes.
Imagine yourself like a juror.
Aaron Griffin, what if there any chance Amber could win the counter? I think that's as close to zero as I'm willing to say as a lawyer. Also, what if any, you three can agree Johnny doesn't lose? Well, you only have two of us right this second. I think Johnny wins.
I think so. Schmitty D says, Hogue, YouTube shorts can be made on desktop too. They have to be in 1280 by 720 resolution and be no longer than 60 seconds.
You're asking me to mess with my camera. I might not ever get it back working again. We'll see.
Use your phone.
Yeah, I can do that. That's where the ones I always see. Like, yeah, I don't know. I haven't had any shorts on my channel. I know you do those sometimes, right?
I do. And the problem with them is that YouTube likes to take a random frame and use that as the main thumbnail. So all of them look terrible. It's always like the worst possible facial expression on all of them.
Like the eyes.
So feel free to go and make fun of them.
Get the eyes half open, that kind of thing. Yeah, whatever. I'll look into it. I will. Is it me? Sharky Lunosaurus, the op-ed seemed malicious to me since she willingly broke the NDA after getting all her payments. What are the reasons that attacking him could it be? Maliciousness in this context means knowing they are false or being reckless about whether or not they are false. So I know malice is like meanness out in the world. That's not what we're actually talking about here. Alita.
Brandon Kashu says, could AH's team have spoken to the blank spaces in the psych tests by referencing and admitting portions of the doctor's 88 pages of notes? She did. I mean, she tried to. Dr. Hughes tried to say, I have 88 pages of notes that everybody had access to. Everybody
got
had
hearsay
access
rejected, didn't it? I think.
I believe so.
Bologna Rising. My mom was physically, verbally, and psychologically abusive. I'm sorry to hear that. At 53, I still have flashbacks to her rants. They were of the same character and substance as Amber's recorded evidence. Thank you all. Thank you for the super chat.
Mazoon, thank you very much for this generous super chat. It says, thank you for the excellent coverage.
You want another one?
Yeah. Ray says, huge thanks to the Latu families that have lent you all out to us for this trial. I hope they are going to get spoiled mad after the verdicts. You better believe it.
It is my 15th wedding anniversary very shortly after all this. And I have to do something ridiculous for my wife because she has been amazing throughout all this. So if you're listening, honey,
yes,
we're going to have some fun.
Absolutely. Same thing to Mr. Bites. Law Patrol 100. Thank you, peeps. Oh, so you got to 100 subs. Awesome. Congrats.
You can name that channel now and not be a series of random letters. Viking React. Like the stream, everyone. Please do like and subscribe to Legalbytes. Absolutely. No text, good text. Turn it off like a light switch. It goes click.
Peggy Reardon says, I read JD may not be there, scheduled elsewhere. Could be.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Ken, yes, I think that Amber Heard was proving hoax equals true. No defamation. Yeah. I think the cross did prove that she had been doing some stuff.
Peggy Reardon says Lily Rose's birthday is tomorrow. That could be why he might not want to be in court.
His daughter's birthday and the TRO and the closing arguments are all May 27th. Interesting. Zarya,
what a mix, right?
Yeah, right. Does time still matter right now? I don't know that there's anything such thing as time while we're broadcasting this trial and hanging out with you fine people. But no, it doesn't. Oh, you mean the time for the two parties? That was a little existential, wasn't it? No, that's done. No, they each have 2 hours of closing arguments. Man. Okay. Alita, your question.
John Fowler says Amber's agent should get her a role as a villain. Oh. Tool Mom. Oh, thank you so much for the very generous super sticker. Thank you.
I like the duck.
Yeah. Just me says, can't unhear AH laughter, taunting, and bullying audios. I agree.
Man,
I
the scary
100%
laughing
agree.
tape. I forgot that. Maybe they'll bring that in closing.
Oh, that would be a mic drop.
Gary Dean, Amber Heard's face showed first smirk, then realized one tiny win is not the ball game, then face reality 1 second, then her face shows her fabricating her own version. For example, the attorney's fault. Yeah, I think her face is off-putting because she does that kind of micro movement between all sorts of things. Definitely.
Maria Caratini, thank you for the super sticker. Greg Marks, sorry, says, hey guys, great coverage. Today, check your Twitter. She stole that from a UK footballer's wife. Trial is going on.
Wonder what that is.
I don't know.
JOV, what about Rules of Engagement with Samuel L. Jackson? I don't know that one. I can honestly say.
Joseph Joel, thank you for your super chat. Or super sticker, super chat. Mindspasm says, it seems that when everyone is discussing money for damages, we are not factoring in the tip of his finger. Although, I mean, he still has it. He did say in his I think cross or direct on rebuttal, he says, I miss it, but it was reattached.
We can't factor in the finger because it's not related to the defamatory statements. It's not a DV case. I know it gets tricky. Mark O. Chouinard, you did get medical and psycho expert here, but as a tech expert here, I feel you should have one in your pools of streamers. Maybe. Alita.
Camille Vasquez fangirl says, Elaine and AH both need to see Dr. Curry because they now both have PTSD from Camille, the goddess of thunder. Guys, play closing bingo tomorrow.
Ooh. For phrases and things?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Epic JR, I thought that there was a lot of stuff from her phone that was never submitted, turned over, text and such. I might be wrong. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that Depp's team ever had full access to the devices. You can tell me, Alita.
Cow Chips Bought Me says, I'm not being snarky on the stand. Then it's the Johnny Depp show. Yeah, right.
JLX had personality similar to AH, self-righteous, blame-shifting, delusions of grandeur. He definitely knew she would demand to get up there. And maybe that's what they did. It's an actual possibility. Alita.
Filipino American Family says, I don't know if you saw Super Chat earlier, but doctors like Dr. Hughes is the reason I stopped going to a psychologist for her. Even to state Amber had PTSD is total disrespect to actual patients, U.S. Army medically retired. I'm sorry to hear that. I can sense the pain behind that Super Chat, and not every practitioner is good, apparently. I'm sorry you had to experience that.
Definitely. Stanley, great movie script at either side. Gold Digger, ruin powerful man's rep in life, or powerful man, target innocent poor girl and get away with it. Comment. I mean, you want to talk about why it's such a powerful case. It's because, yeah, different people can see it that way. Although I think if you watch the whole trial, you probably have a tendency to see it one of those ways. Alita.
Fozzie Blob says, hi guys, not a question, but just wanted to say that I've been watching the trial through your stream since the second week of the trial and really appreciate the time and information you all provide. Thank you. That's very, very kind.
Thanks so much. Ellie B, Heathers is way better than every other high school movie. You can check it out, Alita, but it is dark.
All right. Lise LaSalle says, I wish Camille would have asked Amber what pummel is synonymous. In her own language. Pledge equals donate. Pummel equals no injury.
Sorry,
your turn.
No, not at all. Recommendation, The Hunt, or Jogton with Mads Mikkelsen. A man is falsely accused of acting inappropriately around his friend's daughter and has to deal with the resulting alienation. Interesting. I might not watch those kinds of things for a while after this trial, but I will watch it later.
Pam Meyer says, AH can't self-destruct. She has a baby to take care of. I hope she is a better mother than she was a wife.
I hope she's a great mother. I'm not even joking. Pavel Vodka, choose pierogi stuffing, fruits, cabbage, meat, mushrooms. Hello from Poland. I'd like a meat pierogi and then some nice kolaczki with some really fun fruit fillings. But I'm Polish, so there you go. Alita.
Neural Simulation says, thanks for the excellent coverage. My prediction, Johnny wins big settlement, but an appeal will be granted because the jury wasn't sequestered and Amber's lawyers will successfully argue bias.
All
right.
Shining Armor, JD's UK lawyers were better. They must have been amazing, but they lost pretty good.
Yeah. Sandra A says, May 27th is also Lily Rose Depp B-Day, JD's daughter. Yep.
The short ones, I assume you're just going to keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. M4A now says security guards, TSA agents, trailer park staff, YouTubers, Leos, all falling on the side of JD really goes to show how being kind to those NPCs is important. Well, I don't know about that last statement. I think that just goes to show that across a wide array of cross sections in our culture, in outside of the United States, a lot of people are seeing the facts of this case and making their conclusions based on that.
Susanna O'Rear, well, Johnny's attorneys mentioned how Amber called and talked to all her witnesses just before depo, and now she's not friends with them. Yep, certainly noticeable, and they brought it really back up here at the last day, so the jury noticed it too. Alita.
Kevin Hahn says, thank you for the very generous super chat, says, Camille is a star, but Kurt is better, like all the Teletubbies. Okay.
Erica Correa, for some reason, whenever I heard an objection, my brain just filled the space in silence with more cowbell or lack of cowbell. I like it.
More cowbell.
See, we got you doing impressions here at the end of all things. I love it.
Travel Hop says, I am going to bravely admit I am on AH side and curious on whether the S-Duders kicking text from Boston flight would hurt Johnny if jury heard.
We don't know the context they would have come in, but they sounded bad.
Yeah. And Travel Hops also, I appreciate you saying that publicly, because I understand that that's not a popular opinion right now.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I think even though I disagree with you, I appreciate you saying that. I really do.
Well, if the text were as presented, you would have had a cross-examination about what they really meant. And we'd have more information on either side, because remember, Johnny Depp's argument is he says placate however you want before they get denied on the text coming in. So I think it would have been bad. I was surprised to hear that there was some kind of text from the Johnny Depp side that admitted to kicking. So I think it would have been bad, but I would be interested to see how it was presented in context.
Mm-hmm.
Ian Dunlop, Amber Heard video posting testimony number 1. I wouldn't know how to do that. Number 2, today I didn't post it because if I did, I would have done it much better. Not wrong. Not wrong, super chatter. Alita.
Yvonne De Silva says, thank you for the complete answer related to some lawyers also being teabags. Yes, True. CH stands for Confederatio Helvetica. Oh, used after the creation of the federal state in 1848 in Switzerland. That is a little bit of history that I was not familiar with. So thank you for that. I really had no idea.
That's awesome.
But yeah.
Allison McKellen, shout out to Erin Prizzi, opened first DV refuge in the 1970s and said of the first 100 women, at least 60 were as, if not more aggressive than their husbands. She is now 83 on YouTube and still advocating for men to be heard. Well, shout out Erin Prizzi.
Amazing. I love that. Theophrastus 3.0 says, if Amber loses, she will pledge to pay Depp. Oh, no.
She's already done it.
She will be required to donate.
Carolyn Hafner, must-see Hogue Care Bear graft, 80s kid, koala emoji, and rainbow, which I think is an excellent construction of a Care Bear in emoji form. Thank you so much for helping with the Care Bear stare yesterday. Most definitely. Alita.
Lily Gabrangus says, love the channel. Congrats on the 250K. Just subscribe to Uncivil Law. Question, has anyone made the pun Johnny Deposition? Yes, I've heard it. It's good.
We got that one a lot.
Marion Talbot says, okay, never mind. There he is.
I wonder who. Naya Papaya. Let's get Kurt more subscribers. He's at Uncivil Law. Go subscribe to Kurt.
Yes,
Surprise
he's linked
him.
in the description below. Please. We've got it. Seriously, he is very deserving of 100,000 subscribers because I've said this so many times, your brain will grow on his channel. He has so much great content, and he's back. Look at that.
Just say his name.
Yeah. No, I've been watching the super count decrease, so I wouldn't, miss the very end of the stream. I just had to take a call.
Of course. Jose Rodriguez, thank you. Nick Meta, thank you. I think we're down to some super stickers now here, mostly. Teresa Fisico, thank you. Jonna Barry Bean, welcome. Sandra Garceau, thank you. MS, welcome to membership.
That's awesome.
Awesome. Harry Marnell, thank you. Udit Mahajan, thank you for the super sticker. Deanna Moose, super sticker, thank you. Udit Mahajan became a YouTube member. Awesome. Welcome. Grace Foss, thank you for the super sticker.
Super sticker.
Yeah. And I have actually 2 more here.
Okay.
Okay. Here is Joseph Dinsmore says, Alita, what would you ask if you got the chance to interview Amber?
That's a tough one.
What would I ask?
Did you get one question?
I mean, if I'm assuming that I would get a full sit down interview with her if I were to interview her. I would ask her about the I don't know. I would have to sit down and think about that.
Yeah, definitely. And the context matters there. Are you getting that interview with her handlers? So you have to at least try to be a little bit more subtle. Is it just we're standing at the gates of heaven and we get to know whatever truth we want? I mean, there's all sorts of context here.
Yeah. I don't know exactly. I would have a lot of questions for her, but at the moment I can't think of it. I would have a whole outline of questions. Beverly McLaughlin says, JD and AH don't live in Virginia. Does liable side have to pay the state for the use of the court's resources? What if they were residents?
They do. They have to pay the filing fee.
They had to pay a filing fee that in no way covers the resources spent on this trial, but they don't have other liability.
Yeah, T in Tennessee. Thank you so much for that super sticker.
You,
and Marta Hydag, welcome. And that is it. That's the last of it. So we are going to end this stream.
All right. So that gives me just enough time to start my own after party stream.
Wonderful, Kurt.
So we are going to do that just as soon as this ends. As always, we'll be over on my channel. We'll be talking about all the day that was the.
Actually, guys, 1 second. I'm gonna give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys hold down the fort. Okay, thanks.
No problem.
We'll be fine.
Yeah. So we'll be on my channel in about 5 minutes, give or take. And we'll be talking about the day that was, going over the evidence again. I'll send out the link to the crew. Anyone who wants to join, of course, is welcome. And I'd hope that many of you will come over to visit me on my own channel, where I obviously get to speak more, which is always fun, and talk more about my thoughts and stuff throughout the day. So I hope everyone will be able to go over to that. The link for my channel is still a pinned comment, I believe, in the chat. It will take you to my channel, and you can go from there. And also, I believe the uncivil law thing is tagged in the description, which should take you to the exact same place. So there's my own hype for the day.
I love it. Yeah, go check it out. Go like and subscribe to Kurt.
I got 88.6 thousand members. So if I get 1,400 more, that would bring me to 90,000. That feels pretty good.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
Okay. Anyhow. All right. Sorry, I totally interrupted. And we are going to end the stream now since we have no more super chats. All right. Kurt, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm going to hit the good live. I will see you all on the flip side. And if you want
Kurt.
to, you're more than welcome to join me. It's not. Like
I got an office lease to draft.
I was talking to Legalbytes.
Oh,
so it's like not like enough streaming, right?
I've got a recap to do.
All right, fair enough.
Okay. All right, guys. And with that, I'll see you guys